Hello everyone and welcome to the last day of the second week of CrossFire West League. I'm Zika Star, your host as usual, and with me, Hazim X.
How are you doing, Zika? I'm good. I'm doing good. I'm doing good too. I'm super excited for tonight's matches, man. As always, we got some good matches tonight.
Yeah, we got three best of series that are interesting, hold some surprises for us for sure.
Yes, sir.
And will shift this standing behind us.
Yeah, that's for sure. Because tonight we got the first match, two of the, it's some lower places matches, the sixth and the first. It's EYG versus GV, Entropy versus GV, which will decide who's the sixth and who's the seventh in the place.
Yep.
Second match come as Anubis and GG up losing for ROC Esports yesterday, coming back to revenge, not from ROC.
But from Anubis.
Yes.
And TBI versus ROC Esports, this match is for closing this week, and I'm sure that these three best of threes will hold some surprises for us.
Yeah, and what other match but ROC and TBI to end up our week, not our day, Zika. So I think it's time to move forward and speak more about the first series.
Yes, talk us about Entropy.
Look, about Entropy, you gotta love their style. You miss how they play, and you love seeing them against the big teams, against the big dogs and the first of the league. But the thing is, with the GV, they're struggling, man. Although they have some top-tier players, aka Awesome, Loons, and the rest of the boys, but they still can't get their hands on the first one.
True, every individual of them holds some mechanics, holds some performance that makes a great impact onto the game. But when it comes to the team collaboration, we see some flaws, not some mistakes, but some flaws. For GV, it's about developing their style. It's about buying time for themselves, and they didn't play for quite some time now. So they have to be prepared. They have to be locked in.
Yeah, and for Entropy, we got the golden Egyptian duo, Bivan Gainer, and Manison, of course, is the IGL 40, and Vez comes into the play. Of course, you know who am I going to speak about? It's 40, the guy who can clutch it all, the guy who's always present in the game. Biva and Gainer, we always see them in certain rounds. Like this duo is just always there, but so crucial and so important in such rounds. When it comes to 2v4 and 2v3, these are the guys that you need in such clutch. Manison, we see him here and there. Same for FaZe from Team Entropy. Honestly, from Team GV, sorry. Honestly, you can't give like bold predictions here, since we're speaking about the 6th and the 7th.
I love bold predictions.
Well, judging by the stats, if you want a bold prediction, you gotta give it to Entropy, no?
Yes, for sure. If we see, yes, they are close in the standing, but Entropy showed some potential. Entropy are 30%.
They sure did.
They won a series at least in this race, in this marathon, but GV need this win. GV didn't play for quite some long. I think all they played with just 2 matches, if I remember correctly, or no, 3 matches like Anubis, but they lost the 3 matches right now. So this is the 4th series for them. So they need to prove they can come back stronger, and Entropy also needs to hold their position and look up to the 5th and the 4th place in this time.
Well, look, man, we're not over with the first split. We're not even close. Maybe we're in the mid, if you would say. We're jumping on to week 3. Next week is the last day of week 2. So the latest teams and the positions of the standings should start getting themselves some wins. I mean, speaking about 999, GV and Entropy, they need to push it more. No, Entropy has a win, but GV does not. Same for 999. What I want to say is these teams need to push it more and more and more. They need to get this further steps, this edge above the other teams. And I think that's Awesome mission, and that's FaZe, Creed, Loon's mission to do. Anyways, it's two matches or two formats that I love. Either it's the big dogs playing each other, GG versus ROC Esports, or the underdogs playing against each other, GV versus Entropy. And this is one of the series that I love to watch, Entropy
And that's
versus
why
GV.
you're saying that it's hard to predict
Yes.
because you root for these two teams, right?
Yeah,
I
correct,
know.
100%, man.
I know, but what's special about GV's performance that makes you wanna bet on them?
The trust that I have with the players, a player like Awesome, man, with the sniper, he's always there, he's always doing his job, always performing, and it's actually, it saddens me a bit when he just performed insanely good, and then he loses the map. It's a bit unfair. I'm not speaking or blaming the team. It's a team game at the end of the day.
Yeah.
His team is playing, but it's just unfortunate at the end of the day. Anyways, moving to the map V2, which will take us to the casters, Zika.
Subbase and for GV, Ankara for Entropy.
Yes.
Decider map will be Port. So Port is the usual. We've seen it many times as a decider map, but for GV taking Subbase, it's understandable for Entropy to take it in Ankara. Two different map styles for two different games. Do you think these two teams could go for the decider?
I think if JV wins Subbase, GV can actually also win Ankara. Since Ankara, you see Ankara as a default map of it. You see Ankara is going back and forth. If I'm not mistaken, every day we've analyzed, every day we've been here on the desk, we've seen Ankara maybe 1 or 2 days now.
So what's your player to watch?
What's my player to watch? From each team
My
or
favorite
just
three.
one player?
Just one player from both teams. Who?
Come on, man, I trust you. Awesome from GV. Let's go, GV.
GV Awesome, the one that can come up with some solutions for his team to get up on top in this series, the first best of 3 series in our day.
Yes, sir.
Today, the 3rd day or the 6th day in the week 2 from CrossFire West League. So you are voting for GV to get this first game, right?
They need to, man. They need to. They need to get the first one. And you know who needs what also? We need to go to the casters to take us to the game. So casters, take us to the first match.
Thank you guys, really appreciate it. Almost ready to go here. My name is Travis. Alongside me, of course, is Laz. I've known Laz for a very long time. We've been, wouldn't say we've spoken that much, but I've been very familiar with his game in the broadcast space. And guess what? Somehow this is the first time I've got a chance to work with him, so I'm very excited for that. Laz, talk to me. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, same. It's been funny that we've known each other for a little bit, but this is the first official time you and I actually get to be on the desk together, so this will be fun. And what a better way than these matches here on this opening or the last day of the weekend, I should say. So I think we got ourselves kind of an interesting one, Trap, just because, you know, I think you could argue that some of these could go the distance, but also there could be some potential upsets with teams like even this first matchup of Entropy versus GV. So this one I'm actually looking very forward to for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, I mean, I've been familiar with Gainer and Bever for quite a long time, for example, for Entropy, but, you know, GV have the squad that we're also familiar with, you know, Awesome, Loons, FaZe, Creeds, you know, these players are stalwarts of the league, and usually there can be a team that could occasionally get like an upset map win, an upset series win, maybe that old BO2 format we had of course, and they could have perhaps been floating around the middle of the league. Unfortunately right now it feels like to me that they're on a bit of a run of bad form lately, and we need to see a step up. They're of course bottom of the league after the first couple of match days, so we need to see a bit more from these guys. And Entropy, they also are one of the underdogs of the season, because we have our like regular sort of set favourites, I would imagine, with like, you know, Gaimin Gladiators and ROC Esports, for example. So a win like this today, when you have this matchup, is pretty critical.
It really is, yeah, and I think that's a really good segue into it, because again, like, this is where you're alluding to, is the fact that like a team like GV right now on the screen, it's a good mixture of Loons from Lazarus, which was like always kind of this back and forth team, and like just problematic in a lot of ways, but also really good in a lot of ways. But then you also have a lot of these players that have been able to win championships, that have been able to be around, and they are a big influence in the server. So now that we have Loons kind of like joining into this, Seven's out for this season, that was a big move for this group.
Yeah,
that's a big question, but they haven't been able to get a win yet. Like, so it's been difficult because they're sitting in an 0-3, and they've been kind of dealt, in my opinion, probably one of the worst hands. They played arguably the best top 3 teams, but they haven't really been able to find any success at all.
That will give them hope, though, I suppose, in that sense, right? Because they'll be self-aware enough to know they've played against some of the best teams in the league, and they can bounce back and then work their magic against some of the lesser teams in the league. We already had a couple of upset results, for example. I mean, I think that even I think it was 999, right, taking a map off of ROC, for example. I mean, that's just so surprising.
Mm-hmm.
I think Gaimin Gladiators it was, sorry. So yeah, I mean, that's just so surprising because we expect that Gaimin Gladiators roster of the former LCK guys to kind of not walk the league, but be in the top 2 nearly every single time. So to have a slow start like that was a bit of a shock, but it shows that some of these more expected top teams from this particular CFWL season are still fallible, and you've got to stay on your top game when the opportunity arises. And of course, some of these other teams are doing that. They're starting to provide some of these upsets here and there. So yeah, it should be interesting to see how it's going to go today. Of course, we've not just got this game. We've got a full 3 BO3s, of course, to bring you today as well. We've got Anubis versus GG, like I said, and then ROC versus TBI later tonight, which should be a bit of a fun one because we've got some players there that have been playing together on both teams since their changes for a very long time.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And like for me, like this matchup, it's so fun, and again, like in the fun ways, just because of Entropy, like they're this fun mixed team as well, just because you have kind of like Vise that's been around, you have the Gainer and Beva combo, like this was a really bit of a left field addition to me. Like this roster is very much a mix, which I like. 40 is somebody that, Kyle and I talked about last weekend it was last weekend, is the fact that he is actually a pretty, strong player, but he's just, I feel like he's kind of underrated in a lot of ways, or he's just not talked about a lot. So when we got to see his debut, like he had himself a pretty solid performance. He was doing well. But, I mean, these guys are sitting, going into this weekend, they were sitting in that 5th place. But I think for them, if they can find this, it kind of keeps them afloat, which is really good. But like we said, a lot is riding on GV because these guys are hungry for a win because, unfortunately for them, they've had, the 0-3 loss to start things off. But, I mean, the good thing for them is they played, like, some fierce competition, which I think is going to accelerate them to getting a lot better, in my opinion. That actually is going to just patch things up pretty quickly. And Loons has been through it all. Like, he's a good IGL, but I think he's still just kind of figuring out all the players and the pieces that he has to work with.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be getting into the game sooner rather than later. You guys know how it is. But yeah, I think also interesting for me as well is the fact that, as you mentioned, like, Gainer and Beva, like I already pointed out, that they are 2 players that I've covered before, seen them in their previous teams, and they've looked pretty solid, and they've looked like they're sort of players that would be part of that team for a very long time. But we've had those extra shuffles, of course, this year. We've had Beva move away from TBI, I think it was, right? So yeah, I think it's maybe a surprise that this sort of mix is involved here in this sort of situation, but at the same time, it's like it shows at this league that there are opportunities to sort of mix and match a little bit more. Usually you'd maybe expect that's not the case, but if you have a composition that fits with wherever you're from in the world, then you can make it work.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Like you said, I'm glad you brought it up because I know, like, last season you were around and, you got to capture, like, the Beva and Gainer combo. And, yeah, it's kind of funny, the fact that, they were from TBI, where TBI wasn't really, I'm probably going to get flamed for this, but, like, they weren't really a strong performing team. They were always kind of, like, on the bottom of the league, but they always had these glimpses where, I think they took a map off of, former 3BL, which is ROC. They've been able to push LCK at times. So they were kind of this weird dark horse team that you could see there was, like, some potential, but there was just something missing. So the fact that we see Beva and Gainer joining this group, I really loved it because Gainer to me is somebody that I've always put on the spotlight. I'm excited to see what he can do with the rifle because he is probably, in my opinion, one of the most upcoming talents in the league just in terms of rifle abilities. But we have to see if that's going to be the case here with this roster and this, different leadership that he's not used to. And that's kind of the same thing here for GV on the screen as well. As like Creed's used to call the shots. he might secondary IGL. Balloons in the middle of the screen there. He's the one that's going to take the reins. And that's where we're starting to see some good work. Like their GR sides are looking pretty efficient, but the Blacklist sides are still kind of, you know, again, stuck in the mud at times. We're not really seeing that confidence every time, but I'm hoping it's going to be a little bit different. But all right, Trav, you know what? I can analyze all I want here, but it looks like we're finally getting back into this dang thing.
Let's go. Another day underway of CFWL. And we're already underway on sub-base. Map you don't see a hell of a lot, really. But it does pop up every now and then. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it looks today. FaZe and Snox already will start the series. But it's back and forth. Creeds will eventually get that trade on toward Gainer. And it makes it a 3v2. And in comes the rotation from 40. I'm afraid that you'll be walking straight into the open arms of Creeds. And it's a lovely little tap to find Madison at the end as well. Quick start.
Yeah, really quick at all. Yeah, and this is what I like about GB, because like when you kind of think about like their old roster, just like the core of them, you know, back in the history, these guys do get really aggressive. Creeds is somebody that I always look out for. Like he's a really strong rifler, but I feel like maybe kind of that, you know, dilemma of when you become an IGL or you kind of start taking the reins, like your play style changes quite drastically, and that's what I felt like we were kind of seeing with Creeds. So now the fact that he doesn't have to do it, I'm hoping we kind of get that old school Creeds back where he's just like in your face, being super aggressive, no mercy, but we'll have to find out. And I can't even believe this right now, Trav, because GV, they're going to go for a triple player event. They did this before, but they want to do it again.
When they did it before, I'm guessing it ended up in a massive spray down. We'll have to see if it does anything for them this time. And oh, okay. They found an entry thanks to Snox. Creeds will run over Gainer, and right now it is working very well. Low HP on multiple, but they fought their way through.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for them. I mean, the fact that it actually panned out, the fact that nobody got taken out, like every player is still alive, and they are just bulldozing Entropy right now. Like, they don't even seem to have a reply. I was thinking the jump spot of the player that was in radio is kind of going to be able to get that intel, but I think the timing is just off. And now, I mean, Beva for a tall task on the 1v4. I mean, he's making it interesting. He's able to find some duels, but once again, Creeds, man, he's off the leash right now, Trav. Like, if we're going to see a game like this could really be a showcase of GV finally getting themselves a dub.
Yeah, it's looking really clean to start. That's exactly the kind of confidence builder you want to start a day. Can't just start slow and have to work your way into it. It can sometimes feel a lot more awkward. So they're feeling happy with this beginning of today. And Entropy will have to try and find a different way of holding them back, because right now they don't really have many frags on the board either. It's Creeds who's had a very solid start. And finally, yes, I say finally, but unusually perhaps, we have a bit of a slower round in round 3, which is interesting because I think the pace that GV started with did catch Entropy off guard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the high pace just really catching them off guard, and I like that though, just because they're trying to test a little bit more. You know, for Vise to, you know, be able to figure out, like, what are you going to do with this? Like, how are you going to react if we get really aggressive? And the fact that they actually kind of park the brakes is a little bit interesting, but thankfully now they're actually the ones that are going to be able to have the opening duel. So now this is a little bit back and forth, a little bit more life coming out of Entropy. So a little bit different change of scenery, but now, I mean, this is where they're just going to go for the B site control. FaZe not really going to equip the sniper this time, instead of CAK, and sudden now it's Loons, the mastermind himself, but himself a tall task. He has to go for a bit of a duel, and this is awkward. This is a little bit awkward here, Trav, but oh, I mean, maybe now Loons might be able to find this, but he's got the pistol out, he's got his back turned. What is happening? I don't know what is going on with this fight. It's so awkward, it's so weird, it's uncomfortable, and now even Beva's just going to retreat.
I mean, Beva's on the right thing here to just very briefly reset, because, like, that fight was getting a little bit out of hand. Loons is just crawling along the ground right now, very low HP. And if he finds a way to win this one, it'll be a heartbreaker for Entropy, because they had a great start in this one. They should have really put it to bed already. And the fact that Loon still has a chance is pretty unbelievable. And he's actually going to get the frag on Beva. That's so frustrating. One bullet was all that he needed for so long, and he could not find it.
Oh, man. It just feels so bad just because shots are being thrown around. Nobody could, like, land it right. And like you said, 5 HP for him to spare. And the fact that he's able to come up clutch like that, beautiful. And right now, GV again, making a pretty good statement. The 3-0, everybody's starting to really pick up. you know, awesome. Like in the previous weekend, he had himself a really good start in the series. So, I mean, a little bit slower for him right now, but I'm kind of expecting if we get in that later portion of this map or even the second map, that's when he starts to cook, right? That's when he's starting to be the chef in the kitchen. But we need somebody to really step up right now for Entropy because Vise has not been able to find anything. 40, unfortunately, has been in these positions. He can't really seem to get the AUM working. But I'm hoping we get to see a little bit more life out of these guys quickly before it's too late.
Yeah, change-ups for GV early game with their pacing, which I think has been a good thing to watch. I think a little bit fortunate they managed to get through that previous round, and they'll know it themselves as well. And Entropy will know that they are feeling a bit slow on the start today, and Bever will be frustrated with himself that he's not been able to get that round in his team's favour. A bit of pressure and presence toward that B-long area. Kind of being watched a little bit by Vise at the moment, but the C4 has not been picked up yet. So it's only a time to go back and retrieve that. I think it'd probably be awesome to go and grab it at this point, I would say. He's just patrolling that middle position at the moment.
Yeah, it's always kind of scary when teams are just kind of waiting it out with the C4 just all the way in the back, but it's going to get picked up. Loon's like, all right, fine. We only got 40 seconds. Got to do something now, right? And make a bit of a play. But the one thing that's been good about them is the fact that they're going fast, they're going slow, they're really mixing it up. Like I said, it's really keeping, you know, Vise kind of on guard a little bit, and that's a frustrating thing to do. And I think he's kind of relatively a new IGL. I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure he hasn't historically really been an IGL, so this is going to be a tall task. But Bentha, okay, all right, cooks up a triple. Can't seem to find the 4, but hopefully that might be just enough for them to kickstart a round. But Madison, he's the man. He has to be able to do something. He's just going to wait for his timing, and then indeed they do. And finally, Trav, they get on the board.
That's the way to do it. A bit more of an individual performance there by Bever. He'll be delighted he's made up for his previous misgivings in that previous 1v1. Lovely triple kill hold. And educate me here, lads. Are we more of a attack-sided map here or a defense-sided map on sub-base?
I mean, I feel like, you know, typically, like, from what I remember seeing, we see a lot of, like, the GR side is usually decent, but, I mean, again, these retakes can be really difficult as well, so I think a lot of teams have gotten so much better on the BL side, in my opinion, but I feel like it's not, like, a heavy, you know, heavy favorite on one side, which is also a good thing.
Fair play. What different looks can GV give Entropy now in this opening map? They'll know that a very smart plan to go with pace early doors worked well. Now Entropy are starting to grow into the game. A 1v1 they should have won in round 3. And a redemption arc by Bever in round 4 to finally get them off the board. But it could easily have been 2-2.
Yeah, it's so funny how, like, they just really change up their style. Like, we've talked a lot about that so far, but, like, it's just, they go really fast, and then, man, oh man, do they go real slow. But this is classic Loons, though. Like, this is where, you know, again, they like to play he normally likes to play the slow game, right? Like, Lazarus teams in the past seasons, that's what they always like to do. But now, maybe they're going to actually put up a little bit more foot on the gas on this. Now they're going to try to go through jail. Oh, and Gainer, he might be caught off guard here positioning. Oh, it's just really compromised. Oh. Yeah, and look at this, GB, but, ooh, 40. This could be big, but unfortunately goes down. It's all down to Beva now.
Oh, well, he's done it once. Can he do it again? That 3k. An opportunity, but there's a swing from Awesome. Not putting any risk on that one. No chance whatsoever in the end. Gainer was in that really awkward position for so long, as you can see, sort of caught between that angle and the enemy. And I think, to be fair, GV kind of put themselves in decent positions to try and make something happen in that round, but GV just had one man over more than once.
Yeah, this is a good lead, though, Trav. Like, this, you know, again, this is where, I mean, you're up by 3. You know, for GV, this is starting to feel really comfortable. The fact that if they can push, you know, 5 or 6, like, this is going to feel way better for them going on the GR side. So for Entropy, the fact that we're seeing them really struggling to get any sort of success in this, and again, like, we haven't really seen any pop-off performances except for only, like, that triple kill from Beva. I don't know if they're a little tired or, you know, a little stressed or something, but they need to wake up quick here because, I mean, GV have not really put themselves so far in the season like in a big lead like this, but I love seeing it, and that's what we kind of talked about, right, is the fact that GV, they're here to make a statement, and they've been able to get some practice. Unfortunately, losses are the practice, but it's looking like it may be panning out nicely for them.
Ooh, FaZe trying to creep his way through, but Gaimin was very ready for it this time. And now that grenade, of course, will give Manison the idea of where Creeds is coming from. Manison trying to hold them at bay, and that's an important one from Awesome to get back into the round. Now it's awkward because Beva's going to go down. Back into a 3v3. Again, damage is significant. C4 available for the plant on A, and Gainer tries to push down to deny something, but Loons is ready, holding his teammates. Well, one is occupied with planting. Now it's very difficult for Vise and 40 to get back into this situation. C4 is ticking down, and so awkward, of course, to retake with that sniper. Can he get one of these tight angles through the railings, through the grate? I'm afraid he can't. Awesome's going to hold the line, and he does a great job to get that round in GV's fashion, because that was a big disadvantage.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Well, we'll have to see now. I mean, again, if GV can be able to still put themselves in more of a lead, this will be a nice comfort for the defense like we talked about. But Entropy calling the timeout, actually, again, like I do like this because, again, when you have these gaps, I feel like it just, you need to do it sooner than later. Otherwise, I feel like you're just really in a bad position all around. So right now, at least they can just kind of cool things off. We can see that, you know, GV are playing a pretty solid game. These guys can just kind of sip some water, hang out, you know, whisper the motivational speeches, whatever they need to do, right, to get everybody a little bit more fired up. It's looking pretty quiet over there, Trav. I mean, It's hard to say because people's body language is one thing, but I mean, they're looking pretty chill, which means we need to see a little bit more excitement out of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think something I was actually going to mention to you earlier when we were talking about TBI last season, right? I think, was it King? I think King is one of the most, like, one of the personalities that really is very evident from the player cams that truly gets into it, right? Like, especially as in the leadership role. Like, his in-game leading, IGLing, has often been very eccentric, shall we call it, on the on the player cams.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, like even yesterday when we got to see him, like he was just, you know, screaming and he was just getting very passionate. And that's the thing though. Like I know some players, you know, on some teams don't love that, but I feel like you kind of always need to have one person that's excited, right? You need to be able to just get that morale up. You need to get everybody really amped up and fired up. So, yeah, King is definitely one of those guys. I love watching him because like they could be down like 6-1 and then they can, you know, get around and he's just like, you know, he's hooting and hollering and he's just trying to get the boys going, which is a good thing. So that's what I love to see from this team. But I don't really feel like anybody's like kind of sticking out for me as like the big motivational person. Maybe Gainer. I feel like I've seen him get a little fired up at times. But yeah, I think we're going to need him more now than ever.
And Gainer has played with King in the past, right? If I'm not mistaken. So, you know, it's like maybe he's learnt something from that personality. But yeah, you always need a balance. You're absolutely right. Like, you know, you need one of the, like maybe 2 or 3 of those really calm heads that can deal with certain situations really smartly. And then you need maybe one guy who can get loud. We've seen that across many sports and esports over the years. Anyway, we're into the next round now. GV looking to keep it going after a very brief tech, and actually looking to turn up the pace once again. 40 will hold the line. Beva's trying to do exactly the same, but it's all 40 at the moment. FaZe will finally remove Beva from that position as he launches his way forward with the pistol. So they have got control of the A side, but the C4 is not down yet.
Yeah, they're kind of just waiting things out. They're finally going to go for the plant, though. So this is a nice position. But Loons, again, like, he's looking for the perfect timing. Oh, man, I was thinking maybe he was going to be able to sneak himself a kill here. But I like this. I like the fact that he knows he's down in numbers. But look at that. He gets overwhelmed. So now Gainer taking full advantage of that and leaving it to FaZe and Creeds now. This is a really tough mission for them. Because even 40, again, he's got the high ground. So he's just waiting for one of these guys to go for a big swing. And this should be over quickly, and indeed it will. So Entropy with a really nice retake. I liked the idea of this initial execution from GV. Like you could see in the beginning, Loons, he was running and throwing a smoke that was going to go on the side of the missile. It was the right idea to go a little bit more accelerated. Unfortunately, it was just the post plant that really was their demise. well.
Ooh.
But a nice round, though. 5-2, we're getting closer, Trav.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like this game has really gone quick, to be honest.
I mean,
like, so far, the first half.
And also, I feel like it's quite a common, I guess, situation we find ourselves in CrossFire as well, and in most esports like this, where you look back at these previous rounds and you think to yourself, well, if Bevo had won that 1v1, you know, it's 4-3. The gap's 1. Like, it's actually quite a big difference. So the difference between 1 round and 3 rounds is big. So it's all shoulda, coulda, woulda now, don't get me wrong, but kind of think about these things, and if only, but gotta figure, put it out of your mind and move on.
That's kind of the thing about this, is that, like, you have to just be able to make sure you reset, right? I mean, that's where we always talk about professional players at this kind of a level in any game, right? I mean, in any esport, it's like you have to be able to just ignore whatever happened before. You just got to move on, and that can be very difficult at times, because even sometimes, you know, somebody can make a huge play, or even like Loons with that clutch, right, where he had 5 HP and they knew that he was low and just couldn't get the job done. Like, those are things you just got to brush off the shoulder.
I'm enjoying GV's style, though, thus far, with the pace changes. I think it's actually the right way to go about these sort of things.
Yeah, it's actually, to be honest, like I was saying about playing the higher competition and the fact that they started 0-3, but like I said, I actually think this is looking way better. Like, their attacking side is so much stronger. Yes, it's so much better already.
Yeah, this is a good sign. 40 will get 1 on the hull, and actually get a second as well. Impressive. Goes for a reface, but it does bait in a teammate, and Manison will help up for that one. Beber gets 1 more. Moves it all down to Awesome, but we know what he can do. He's found the first already. He's got the opportunity for the plant on B. And a reposition as well. Bever to his behind, and he will spin and find him. Okay, Bever not expecting him to be in that position after the plant so quickly. So it's all down to Vise. 2 players that have gone against each other many times over the years in Crossfire. Can they, and can Vise, spare the blushes of his teammate? Oh, he's going for a hold, but it's a lovely jiggle tap, and there's nothing you can do about that. Awesome, too good.
Yeah, this is the thing about Awesome. Like, again, like, he's always one of these guys. He's probably one of my, like, favorite players, because he just has these moments where he just starts to play really, really well. It takes him a little bit of time to wake up and hit the shots, but he's definitely a clutch factor at times. But man, 6-2. This is looking good, and if GV can be able to get themselves a little bit at the end point of this in the first half, I mean, that's just going to be a nice little bit of a stat pat. I feel like they're going to have a pretty strong GR side, or they should, because Entropy have, like, not really convinced me as of yet. Their blacklist side, and that's where I think for them, they're also still kind of figuring out the building blocks and new leadership and different players, but we'll have to see. Maybe they've been able to get some homework done over the past weekend, but now you can see that GV are again looking like they want to maybe lean towards this mid door, potentially even just try to go against Beba, but
yeah,
it hasn't been their key of success, I should say, yet, let's say least.
Yeah, Beba's been a bit up and down in these positions, right? Sometimes he's had an incredible 3k hold, and he's had multi-kill rounds, but also can just get entryed, and right now GV are showing their superiority, it feels. Treeds has once again found Manison. Good shot from 40, but they got all the information about where he's playing from right now. They've already removed Gainer. Another 4v2, looking comfortable.
Yeah, this is the question, and yeah, I was just thinking, like, 40's going to have to make a big shot here, and thankfully he does. So now Vise is actually trying to go for a hunt. Again, he's trying to equalize as much as possible, but Loons, again, just being a menace in this site, and he's able to find himself, I think that was even a triple kill, if I'm not mistaken, to end the round. So really, really impressive stuff here, Trav. I'm not trying to be biased, of course, but I mean, it's a lot of improvements we've seen from GV. They look like they're taking things a lot more confidently. Their positioning looks better. The pacing looks a lot better. So this is where Entropy are kind of going, okay, what the hell do we do now? We gotta do something big to get the second half going, because, you know, GV have really just put themselves in a position where, you know, we know that Vito was going a little bit back and forth, and this was the pick for them, but I mean, thankfully for GV, it's looking like there's a good reason why they picked this map.
Yeah, they seem very well-rounded at the moment, and it should only be a couple of rounds away from getting the first set in their favour. I think the most interesting thing for me as well is that despite some heroics from Entropy in certain anchor positions, GV have kind of still had the better of them in the late round. Again, they'll think back to the Bever 1v1. They'll think back to the awesome clutch, which just could have completely changed the scoreboard, really. But Awesome's in particular was very clean. The little check behind to find Bever when he was flanking him. Bever didn't realize he could be that close. And then the little tap once the defuse was coming through. He tried one of those defuse holds from behind the site, but denied.
Yeah, and the thing that I'm really happy to see too, and like it was last weekend where GV on the first map, and I think it was sub base if I'm not mistaken, like and FaZe was running around. So the guy on the top right of your screen, like he's running around, he had the shotgun, he had the he was just, absolutely carrying. Like he was just putting up like 5-star reviews and like just the best performance. But then it was a huge dip that we saw in his performance map 2 and 3 later on in the series. So that's where I'm glad to see right now we're seeing Loons hitting some good shots. We're seeing Creeds really hitting good shots. Everybody else is contributing. That was the biggest thing I had of concern last weekend, just because it felt like if somebody else would have stepped up with FaZe, they could have potentially actually found themselves maybe some success. But now they're playing well more like a team. That's what we were kind of wondering to see. But this game is definitely highlighting a lot of that. So I'm glad to see Loons has been in the lab and just doing the work, because the fact that he's hitting his shots as well has just been able to add that extra little bit of oomph for these guys.
Oomph. I love oomph. any bit of that in a team that gives you that little bit of X factor does make a big difference. And yeah, I mean, as we say, like, it doesn't just have to be a personality that gives you oomph. It can be a play style even as well. It can be an in-game personality that changes things for you. Anyway, we have the side switch, of course, coming in. GV only a couple of rounds away from securing this one.
Do you have a favorite map, Trav? Is there a map that you like so far? Or one, I guess maybe one you've just seen hundreds of times?
I mean, I'm just, the ones I'm most familiar with, really, I feel like have kind of just stick in my mind. I think, Ankara Port, I know you kind of seen a bit too many of these, right? I think you kind of like want to see a bit of a wider map pool. You want to see some of these new maps used. Like, is it Mexico? It's very rarely used. But yeah, I mean, just like, they're esports, lots of people are set in their ways and prefer the old classics, don't they? So
yeah, exactly. Oh, like 2 seasons ago, I feel like every team played Compound. Like, it was just Compound.
There was
simulator.
so much
like
Compound, yeah.
Oh,
the nade fight in mid every round. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody did the same thing. You're like, okay, all right, guys. If we're going to pick this map, we need to do some innovation, okay? We need something different, please. But I don't feel like we've seen a lot of Compound. I don't know if you've captured a lot so far in your time in the season, but I know for me, I think I've only had like maybe one? Maybe 2 for me.
Yeah. Definitely 1. I'm not sure if it's 2.
Hey, I'm all for it.
Yeah,
I'm Ankara, though.
They're branching out a little bit, I feel like. Just a tiny bit.
Yes.
Just a tiny bit.
Tiny bit.
I know there are some, like, Chinese teams, right, who play at the big lands, like the CrossFire Stars events, where, like, they have, like, these super wide map pools and some specialist maps as well. So, yeah. It's interesting.
It is interesting, yes. Well, it's surprising a little bit from Entropy, like the fact that they've I don't know if they're nervous or they really just want to take things slow. Oh, Snox, no way he's actually going to commit to this. But okay, a little poking and prodding, but he's going to get punished for it. And now we're going to see that Entropy are going to get themselves in this site. But now Creeds, he might be able to find the timing of this, but he's blind as a bat. And now they're actually going to try to take advantage of that. Nicely done from Vise, able to close things out. So I was getting a little bit questionable about the pace and them just really sitting back, but I think they knew that, GV were eventually going to get antsy and they take advantage of it. And honestly, that was the best timing it could have been.
I'm not sure I've ever seen someone as blind as that, as poor old Creeds behind the box there. That was like the maximum flash time. Like, bro was just behind the box, ducking, like praying for his life. He had nothing to do there. And that was it's honestly huge props to Entropy for working that one out in solid fashion. And, yeah, I think the trades from Vise, as you say, are very good as well. It wasn't just the fact their utility was pretty on point too. So, we'll see.
Oh, yeah. When those flashes catch you, they really catch you. Like, you're donezo. Like, you're just hoping nobody's going for you. But like you said, Creed's, I mean, I love that he was trying to make, again, in play, but like the fact that utility just caught him, like he was just he was just going to find nothing. But either way, I mean, GV, surprisingly, in my opinion, Trav, like this is where like we've noticed them on the GR sides where they like to get aggressive, or they like to kind of make a play, look for that first duel at times. Right now, they're playing pretty conservative, so they're going to wait things out. Even Awesome right now, you can see he's just spotting for the shoulder, using that smoke just to bide a bit more time. You still got a minute remaining, so I mean, for Entropy, I mean, they still have lots of options. They can just kind of wait things out if they want to. The utility is still available here, so they're in a decent position right now. They're just trying to get GV to burn their util, which so far has been successful, and I actually like this just because GV are seeming like they're on high alert.
Yeah, and they know that they've got a good lead to work with, and they need to not give themselves too much pressure, not too much nerves, too many nerves in this sort of situation. They know they've got it all under control. They need to give themselves too much stress here. We'll have to see how it goes. Already a bit of utility coming through as well. Snox and Loons now aware of that, but it does allow other positions on the map to be exposed. And Forcey once again will open up there. We've got a kill back in return yet. Another awkward angle for that kill on toward Gainer, which they can't find. Creed's trying to hold and only gets the one. Now Loons and Snox are rotating in this 2 versus 3. They need the kills pretty quickly, but Gainer is on point. And now it's a full 1v3 needed for Loons with the C4 already planted. He's swung by Vise. And Entropy, they're showing something here.
Yeah, they're starting to really get those band-aids, you know, getting the runes all nicely patched up. But look, I mean, this is where, okay, I want to see GV kind of, again, just getting a little bit more in the face, a little bit more aggressive. This is where I want them to be able to find the engagement. There we go. This is exactly what I mean. It's the fact that FaZe maybe goes down, but look at Awesome. He's able to find this double with Loons able to help him out. So they just take this radio control. Now they can just pull on back. They don't have to be overzealous on this, and within 20 seconds, not even, this round could be over. I mean, they're already just down to 40 by his lonesome. He's got the I mean, he's gonna have to hit the most impossible shots. Oh dear God, Trav, it could even happen here. It was a 1-on-4, looking like it could be a 1-on-2, but thankfully Creeds gets it done.
A little bit of a shiver there as those 2 pistol kills came through. I thought for a moment GR were overpeaking massively there. Very worrying for sure, but they did get it done. Now they're 2 away. Manison playing with the angle. Gotta be wary of getting tapped in that position. Again, Entropy didn't even necessarily put in a bad round in that previous one. It was just GV changing things up with aggression on the defense, which actually is not something we saw much from Entropy at all. They're very stock solid on the defense. Didn't go for too much aggression.
Yeah, and all it took was them to just go for one little bit of a fight, and then felt like a bar fight, right? These guys were just like, all right, well, I'm sick of sitting around and waiting, so they just go for a fight, they win it. And that's the thing, like, the firepower from GV is honestly a really good level. And that's not to say Entropy isn't the same, but when you talk about GV, there's a lot of history with this core, because it's just Loons that's kind of joined in the reins. He was the one addition and removing 7, so they kept the core 4. A lot of history with those boys. And now Entropy are kind of thinking, you know what? Let's make things simple here, Trav. Let's just maybe do the old A-head, the old A-pop.
You get old-fashioned. Sometimes you can't beat it. Let's see if GV can. Snox holding the angle. Seen him in this position many a time so far in his career. Get incredible plays. The last time he was in that position, last season, he got like a ridiculous quad kill. But only one this time. FaZe is the one that has to fight from behind the site. It's a lovely close-range flick on toward Vise, and he's still alive here, wasting so much time for his teammates' rotation, and he's got another kill in this round. Awesome will rotate in, and that is an incredible hold.
Gosh. And that's the thing, man. Like, when you get to see FaZe, like, playing his game a little bit, like, the fact that he has the and he's like, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to run a pistol. I'm just hitting good shots. I don't really want to go for quick scopes anymore. I think the pistol will do the job. I mean, that's the FaZe you want. That's the GV you want. Now we're on map point. It's all down to this. And now Entropy have kind of gone, you know what? We got to mix things up a little bit, add some more ingredients to this recipe. They're going to have the double OMs here for Beva and also 40. Which is really interesting, just sitting on a BL side. I don't know if I personally agree with it, but I mean, look, maybe they know something I don't. That's probably the case, but we'll have to see what they're looking for. The fact that Beva's kind of equipped with it. Not to say you can't do it, but I just feel like this might not be the way for them. I feel like, you know, just kind of grouping up with the rifles and utilizing them to be the entry point with 40 to hold on back might be better, but c'est la vie, Trav. C'est la vie.
C'est la vie indeed. A motto to live by. 40 will walk forward with 2 of his teammates. Loons will realise what's going on. Goes for the pre-fire. Trying to catch him before they peek him, but Gainer will remove him. Unfortunately, Awesome and FaZe are doing a good job right now of holding on. They're only 3 kills away from set 1, a map they do like to play across sub-base. And once again, using it to their advantage. Looking to take this one comfortably. Gainer waiting for aggression. But I'm not sure he'll be given too much. Little shoulder peek there. To duck and dive behind the window, but right now GV are in good positions to block off whatever Entropy try.
Yeah, I just can't believe that Awesome was actually able to stay alive in that and whole engagement too. The fact that Loons has gone quickly and Awesome was able to find a duel, and now even Snox is in the vent. Oh man, all right. It's a little cheeky, a little bit different, and now Entropy realizing, look, we have to get these duels, but it's just not going to happen. GV are going to be able to seal the deal here on their map pick. A sub base, they're going to have it for a 10-4, and honestly, pretty impressive, Trav. I'm really happy to see just how much things have been polished up, and Loons has been, like I said, able to clean things up from the previous weeks. And now for Entropy, I mean, we're going to be moving eventually over, which is going to be on Ankara, which will be their pick, but I mean, I got to give it to him. Sub base was just full GV territory. We got to see some good mixtures of strategies, but it kind of just felt like their firepower was honestly just a lot better today.
Yeah, and I think their pacing, their positioning as well was very good. I think, as I said, I think it was that first half where we saw the change up immediately. They actually went quickly straight away. Like first 2 rounds, very pacey. It caught Entropy off guard. And yeah, I think that was kind of the entry to the game, which set the tone, because we saw that throughout the game, their pace changes and their different ideas, which was a little bit, I think, more advanced than Entropy's on sub base. So we'll see how it goes for them in the future. But that is a confidence-building set, Laz, because as we said, they're having a bit of a rough start to the season. Sure, you mentioned playing the good teams, the teams that you'd expect them necessarily to lose to be fair to them, but still, like when you are on 0 points in the league, it doesn't feel amazing, and you want to change that ASAP.
Yeah, and honestly, like just the fact that GV were able to get their map pick with a pretty dominant win is a good thing, but the fact that we're going to go to Ankara, like, I don't know if I'm honestly over antsy for these guys for Entropy, because I mean, in past they haven't been that good on it, but look, I mean, I could talk about it forever. I'll let the desk do it, so boys, take it away.
And what a start for today's matches with the Laz and Trav. Thank you for your amazing casting. Back to you, Hazim. So a great kickoff for GV in this series. The match point for them, almost 1 step away from taking this series and taking the first win ever in the season.
Man, I don't want to get my expectations high. I don't want to feel it. I don't want to start, okay, GV is going to do it. GV is going to get their first one, because they, as you said, they always do this. They always win the first map, then move around and lose the next one.
But the gap is
the gap is there, man. 10-4, insanely well played by GV. What started as 7-2 in the first half for Team GV when they played on the attack side. It was 7 rounds for GV, 2 rounds only for Team Entropy. An insanely planned attack side by GV. They played it slow, they played it default, and they tried to make the most of it, which they did. A player to mention on the attack side, it's Awesome, 2.43 KDA. Kill per round is almost 2 kills per every round. But what happened with the defense side? When GV went to the defense, Entropy played a really weird yet confusing attack side. They played on the last seconds, last 10 seconds. Entropy always play on the last 10 seconds of every round, which made me question, if it's not working, why do you keep using the same strat? And when GV had enough of this, because it worked for exactly 2 rounds. Yeah, when GV had enough of this, they started to push them. So imagine the defenders push the attackers and not the opposite. And 1 round to mention, if I'm not mistaken, it was the key point, it was the breaking point actually of the round. It was round 12, FaZe 1v3 scenario. just holding the B site all alone from Team GV, and he managed to get a 1v3. That's a prime example of an insane anchor that you need in your team. I loved how GV played the attack side. Let's make noise everywhere. Noise A, noise B, noise mid, and then let's hunt for the first kill, and then choose the side that we hunted on the first kill. So it's planned, and it says a lot of why GV picked Subbase as the first map.
And it works for them very well. So this map is a gift from the
Surely
team,
is.
or from FaZe and Awesome to the fans to get the first win, to get the first match point, and on the way to get the first series of their run in the CrossFire West League. So like you said, Subbase works perfectly for them, and they executed their strats very well on this map.
Thing is okay, we covered the first map. We've seen Awesome doing it. Thing is, the second map, man. Will the same scoreboard as Awesome, Loons, FaZe, Crease, and Snox be the same? Will they have the same mentality? Will they do the same performances the last game? Because if anything we know about GV, they win the first and they lose the second one, and they always take us to game 3 by losing game 3 and then another point for the other team.
It's a game of adaptation when it comes to the next map. You need to take and make a well use of the momentum you get from this game. The score was huge, 10-4, means that Entropy didn't even play the game.
Means that there is a gap between both
it's
teams.
A huge gap. So you have to take the momentum and work on it and keep adapting on the second map, not to give Entropy the chance to come back.
Exactly.
So Trav and Laz, the mic is yours for taking us to the game number 2.
Hey, thanks very much, Zika and Azim. And yeah, some really good insight. I mean, it's good to see that, you know, GV getting a 10-4 is a nice little bit of a boost of confidence, like we said. Maybe to get themselves done here for a 2-0. I have no idea. But that's what makes it exciting. But Trav, I got to say, and I'll say it again, is the fact that Entropy, honestly, on this map, it's been mixed results, and I'm not really convinced that this is the best pick for them. I thought they maybe would have tried to change things up, but you know what? They're going to try Ankara. They're going to try something right back to the old faithful and hope that'll allow them to get to a 3-mapper.
Yeah, we saw some signs, didn't we? But unfortunately, they lost all the close clutch rounds at the end of the day, right? I mean, they had a chance in the 1v1 with Beva. That was a really long, drawn-out duel that he should have won. He tried to, turn down the clock and just try to take a deep breath and go for it in a different timing. That didn't work for him either. And of course we had that incredible clutch from Awesome as well, right? Just playing that one to perfection in the 1v3, clearing the flank, clearing the diffuser, and jiggling every single angle correctly to make that one a possibility for him. So yeah, I do think GV are looking cleaner today so far, whether that is down to the first map we played and how proficient they are on it. Whether that completely changes things going into set 2, we'll obviously have to wait and see. But yeah, I think I'm quite confident in GV as well right now.
Yeah, and honestly, because the reason I'm very skeptical about this too is I think it was actually I think it was day 2 when we were starting the season, is the fact that I think Entropy actually went for this pick that was against TBI, and it really backfired. It really was not good for them, and they lost to TBI. It was a 10-7 loss. And TBI played such a better game than they did, and that's where I'm not saying TBI isn't a good competitor. Of course they are, but I was thinking if you're going for the map pick, I was kind of waiting to see all that practice, all the setups they had, the executions. Really didn't get much of that back in that time. So maybe things have changed. I'm gonna be positive. I'm Canadian. I'm supposed to be always positive, right? Not pessimistic, but we'll have to see. But it's hard not to be, just from what we've seen in the history so far.
I mean, lads, what I've heard about you, as I said, first time we're working together, but we've known each other for a very long time. From what I've heard about you, you are the archetypal Canadian. The Canadian that's a really lovely guy, says sorry or sorry when you do, when it's your fault, when you do something, when it's not your fault when you do something, and when it's your fault, apologize too much. And I love that, because we need nice people on planet Earth.
Well, I appreciate that. I'll take that as a good thing. So
it is
staying true to my my Canadian roots, I guess. So that's quite a good. But look. It's not so funny over here for GV just because it's a little bit of a massacre. And finally, Beva, once again, man, able to find himself a triple. We saw that before on the first map. Now he gets himself a little bit more of a highlight reel. So Entropy, okay, all right, they make things a little bit interesting, Trav, in the opening rounds.
Yeah, very pacey start again, right? We've got a bit of a speedy game coming in here. With the style of both. Actually, I kind of respect Entropy doing exactly what GV did in that previous set, right? On sub-base, of having a fast start, going for something more aggressive, which it's like, well, if you can do it, I can do it better.
Yeah, and honestly, it's actually really nice to see Beva, because I feel like, Kyle, has always alluded that Beva's a really strong like LAN player, and like online can always kind of a little bit mixed results from my perspective, but like the fact that he's actually putting himself up in some good positions to get some big multi kills, it's really nice to see. Just because I got to see it a lot in the previous seasons that I've been with Crossfire, but now we're starting to get more glimpses of it, which I like. We'll see if he can maintain that form, or maybe even better than that, right? To just really allow Entropy to get themselves to the full distance of this one. Because let's not forget, if we... I'm trying to remember off my memory. Oh, I can't remember anything. It is going to be Port if we get ourselves to the third map. So that one to me would be a massive toss-up, to be honest. I almost put that as a 50-50. But so a lot riding on this for Entropy. And like we said, I mean, for them to go for the map pick, it was really a bit of abysmal, inside their GR and even their Blacklist side. So far looking okay, but we'll see if they can maintain that. But that's the thing about GV, Trav, like where I said, they've been a little bit historically known this season so far that they have some decent starts and then they kind of really fizzle out. So hopefully not the case here.
And they'll know they need to... One of the main things they need to fix. I would really love if the guy outside of my house right now could turn off his car alarm. But, that's a classic living in London thing, I suppose. Anyway, apologies for that. Nothing I can do about it.
I didn't even notice until you just said it. I heard this little whistle.
Yeah, I'm glad it doesn't pick up that much. I'm absolutely delighted. Creeds will get one toward Gainer after he gets his one. A quick trade as they work their way up and toward the side. But awesome, he's found two. He's found Manison and 40. And now Loons. Well, he gets the C4 planted. We'll know that now Bevet has been spotted out and doesn't have much of a chance in this one. Leap through. Actually catches Awesome on a weird time, just looking away for a split second. Playing on the corner, but they'll trade him. That's a very good trade in this time for GV. It wasn't as good the previous time. That smoke kill did really help, that's for sure.
Yeah, really good execution from the secondary round here from GV on the BL, but now we're starting to see them pick it up a little bit, right? Now FaZe is starting to equip the ARM a little bit more here, which is good to see. He's going to be able to find that opening duel. So they're not messing around here. They actually just want to commit to this B site right away. Awesome's just going to go through underpass, and look at these guys. They're just winning these gunfights. Now this is what I like to see, because again, that's where I was kind of saying the firepower. I feel like I would give it more of a heavier side for GV, just because of like the history, like I said, of this core and like everything they've been through. Really strong players, and that's what we're seeing here. Like these guys have barely taken any damage at all this round, and they put themselves maybe in the conversation of a flawless round, because now Manison and Beva have to be able to do something. FaZe just connecting the ARM, and this should be done and dusted, and indeed it will. And a really, really nice pace coming in from GV once again.
Yeah, they're looking quite happy and content, right? I mean, and so they should, don't get me wrong, but often I feel like a lot of these games have been maybe a little bit lacking in the team morale, perhaps, because things maybe aren't going the way they want, but today it's looking very clean indeed. I'm happy for them. Entropy need to find a way to answer back quickly, because they've got some of the individuals playing well, Beva for example, but at the moment GV are overrunning them.
Yeah, and I love that they're just realizing, look, like we can really pack a punch here. Like let's just brute force it. Let's just, let's not really complicate that. And that's where I think, in my opinion, where Loons was with Lazarus, I felt like there was just like this over-analyzing of strategies and, oh, we got to do this crazy execution. We have to do like slow plays. And I love that I'm seeing him actually just realizing, you know what? Let's make it simple. Let's not overcomplicate something here. And that is the case once again. They're just going to run into the site. They're going to try to test Beva, but look at that. Snox is able to find himself a double piece. And within a blink of an eye here, Trap, I mean, we're talking about a 5-on-3 in the advantage right now for these guys. And they got themselves in a great post-plant position.
feel like I've got deja vu from the last few rounds I've watched. I mean, they've just kind of entered the site. They've had a massive advantage every single one of the last 3. Again, he's doing his best work to try and bring it back, though. That's 2, actually, for him. Taking down FaZe as well. And now Awesome on the off angle needs to be ready, and he will just about find Gainer. One more where that came from. That's 40. Out of bullets. It's awkward, but then Snox peeks to help him out. And it's looking and feeling quite chill right now.
Yeah, a lot better too. And that's, you know, that was the one thing we didn't really get to talk a lot about at the desk or even for ourselves and stuff, is the fact of someone like, you know, when we talk about GV and everybody can pack the punch, it's been Snox for me that has been really, really slow in the 2025 season. It's not like he's in a slump, I would say, but I just feel like we're not really getting these moments where he's been able to accelerate, where he's able to play his game, and now we're starting to see it, right? He got a double kill before, he put himself in a triple now, so he's sitting at 5-2, so he's already, you know, leading here with Awesome. They're both kind of leading this with a 5-2 record, so they're essentially top fragging in conjunction with Beva, so not bad at all. This is the Snox we like to see, because he's kind of that guy that can be this like secondary entry, or he can be kind of the like late round guy. So it's nice that he's kind of, again, playing a little bit more up to snuff of what he should be doing. So we see that even GV once again putting themselves on a 3-1 advantage. And now Entropy, this is where I was kind of wondering if this was going to be the round that they might have tried to go for a main control or maybe try to do something a little bit aggressive, but they're going to stay true to their ways. They're just going to play the turtle setup in the 3-2. But if they actually decide to even poke and prod in A main, I mean, this could be a problem. It's a bear trap. You got all the GV players just hanging out.
Again. Ready to pounce. That bear trap might collect more than 1. Forward, there's a crossfire set up, but Bever was looking away in a split second, and Madison got swung on, and as soon as he was a goner. Vi is pushing his way forward. It would be lovely to get a multi, but again, he's pinched between 2 angles. 40 might be able to trade, and there's Gainer, but again, a disadvantageous situation for them. The C4 can be planted, but they're just trying to ward them away for now. It's going to force a full rotation from 40.
Yeah, this is interesting because they went all the way around, right? So they're kind of making this a bit of a double flank. They want to go through A main. Gainer once again going to capitalize. Oh, Gainer, man, he's just taking down heads. So leaving it to Loons. He's been in a clutch position before, but this is asking a whole heck of a lot. But at least he takes down the big threat of Gainer. So now he has to take down 40. But oh man, skin of his teeth, he survives. So Entropy will be able to get themselves at least another round on the board.
That's pretty crazy, right? Again, one of these rounds where you see GV just pull the push and just go for it straight away. Foot to the floor, no liftoff. They get the entries, but Gainer, incredible work. I mean, look at that. I mean, Bever and Gainer have 12 kills between them. His 3 teammates have 3. They're really putting in a hustle right now. And Gainer in particular almost got the full ace in that round. He'd be delighted with the opportunity to have a round for Entropy, because his heroics don't go unrewarded.
That's true, and that's exactly what I was kind of saying in the very beginning. Is like for Gainer, he's probably my player to watch this whole season, just because we get these really good power moments of him just trying to put his name across the kill feed. He wants to be the playmaker, he wants to be the star, and he doesn't really need to be in this one because his 2 teammates are going to be able to help him out. And Entropy now have actually put themselves in a great position, just able to win a lot of these fights pretty quickly and a little bit of these one-on-one engagements. So GV looking like they got a little bit caught off guard with the timing. But I love that Entropy kind of, you know, again, they don't just play stagnant. They don't just sit back and wait. They're the ones that kind of just make a little bit of aggression. Nothing too crazy, but just enough that GV were not expecting it. So it was really that picture-perfect timing that allowed them to be in a position of a tie game.
Yeah, and once again, good work from Gainer. Another kill on the board. 40 showing up now too. And we're back even once again. Bever once again, another opening on toward Awesome. And they are starting to find more of these openings now. It was GV is dominating the kill feed in the opening duel exchanges. Now, it has turned around a little bit. Trying to fight from behind more often, and that's making it awkward for them in some of these site plays they are making. They're going to go for that double push through the vent with the C4. They are actually looking to maybe play more than just the 2 there. We've got 1 rotation round from freezers to make sure there's no one pushing through B, because there is a risk of that, with the utility being thrown, as you can see by the likes of Vise. They are going to pull away now and refocus their attempts toward that B side of the map, which is maybe surprising, but considering the setup right now. But I think they've had quite a lot of their success there, so maybe trying to keep it simple.
Yeah, and I think for them, they're just hoping they might be able to find, you know, maybe a potential duel, because they don't really know what's happening at B. They haven't really tried to test this, so Vise is the one that's just kind of in the outskirts of Hotel. He's going to be able to find this duel, and Creeds at least can get a trade back, but it might be a little too late, because now, I mean, it's the cost of so many people, and Vise is the only one that's gone down, and Beba with a big flank, so now Loons, this is asking again a lot. He's got 11 HP. He's going to have to hit the best shots. And unfortunately for him, it's going to be Entropy. They have themselves a nice little bit of a tower stack, and they get themselves a lead here, Trav. We haven't been able to say that at all here for Entropy, but not bad at all.
Yeah, and a big smile on the face of Gainer. He's loving life right now. He and Beva, these two players, of course, who have a lot of experience playing together over the years, with whatever team they've been on. 16 kills between them. That's impressive. That's more of a team performance across the board, as you can see, for GV. But right now, Entropy have gotten back into this one and are looking a bit stronger. They've gauged what GV have liked to do, and they've countered it well.
Well, even now with Buys and 40, they might even try to go a little bit of an extension on this. And Buys actually, yeah, okay, I like this play. The fact that, again, just going for info, not needing a duel. Just kind of curious, you know, is someone close by? Could we maybe take this real estate? Realizing, no, GV's close by. They're taking some reins of it, but GV now you can see the group up, so they're going to have Awesome maybe just go for the mid-stairs flank potentially, allowing the other players to go in underpass right now. They're kind of running into a bit of a trap. This is where Entropy have 3 players committed to this. Oh, and Vise, no, he's overextended on his welcome. So now he just needs 40 to be able to lock this down with the utility. He just needs to be able to survive and just get these rotates to come through. It's a long way. It's a long run. And now Snock's trying everything in his power, but it's just powerless. And it's Gainer once again to be able to find the double. And this is a back and forth encounter. This is surprising to see. And Entropy can't just seem to seal the deal. They can't be able to find these, but Madison finally allowing that with a double, and there we go once again, and a little bit of reply back.
That was a great flash, again, one that just kept him blind behind the sight boxes for so long, and just meant that he was in the end overrun. Entropy battling back here. 5-3 the lead now. And seeing why they are a match for their opponents on a map that isn't sub-based, perhaps. It's more of a GV home. But yeah, I think this is a very nice little bounce back. And the rounds have been quite pacey as well. We've seen so many rounds, of course, in Crossfire sort of ebb to that last sort of 30-second mark for some other styles in the league. But this has been quite a pacey one. And of course, that was quite evident in, I think, the first broadcast I did of this season, when we had at least, like, I think it was 3 or 4 timeouts where they couldn't get the bomb planted in time, which is, like, very rare for Crossfire, I feel like.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, and I feel like even last weekend, I think I saw the odd blooper where people couldn't get the C4 down, where you're just like, okay, well, that's a thing. Got lots of time in the round, so I don't know why you can't, but nonetheless, it's hopefully we won't have that here today, but Snox, come on, Snox. Hit this. You can hit this. You can do it. No, he cannot. It's going to be Entropy that do a little bit better. Now FaZe. It's going to have to be a big FaZe here. He has to be able to put that pistol to work. And yeah, it's just a one and done. And Entropy now, they've taken a pretty good lead. If I remember off my memory here, this is going to be a 6-3. So that'll be a nice way to end the half. So Entropy have shown a lot of improvements as well from my perspective, just what I saw before. But, I mean, this is going to be the bigger question to them being on the BL side, is this is where they have to close out. This is where they have to really show the homework they've been able to do from the previous weeks.
There's an opening, and they're going to need more of these, because they've cooled off significantly, have GV. And star power of 40, Bever, and Gainer, that trio has been very impressive. Reading the map quite well.
Yeah, I mean, like this is the thing too. Like they're one of these teams where like you can argue there's some teams in the league that like even if they're down by 4 and they lose a player early on, like they still have a huge chance that they can win the rounds, right? Like Gaimin Gladiators for me is one of those teams. Like they could be in like a 2v5 and they could still win a round, which is just ridiculous. But Entropy have not really shown to me that if they lose that opening duel, like I feel like their win percentage drops by a massive margin. So like GV are in a great spot right now. And even Creed's, like the fact that he's equipped with the Alm as well in conjunction with FaZe. He's not able to hit the shot, but the threat's still there. And look at FaZe makes a connection. The C4 actually is going to get dropped once again. And Gainer, my God, man, he's been lethal so far with the AK. But he's going to go down after the double kill for him. But GV put themselves in the man advantage here, Trav. And this is where Entropy, they're going to have to make a bit of a play here. They get themselves slithered into sight. But everybody's close on by. They should be able to make these shots, and indeed they do. And GV close it out nicely.
Yeah, it actually is a good close, because it's that sort of round where you get a little bit nervy, right? Okay, we've got a good start, we've got a good positioning, we're in the right angles to hold, where you understand what Entropy are doing, but yeah, they let them get quite far up toward the front of the site. Thankfully, dealt with them comfortably for their sake. Awesome. Holding. He's got Snox with a bit of a crossfire. They peek off of each other's contact, and that's the way to do it.
Yeah, and this is the thing about Awesome. Like, he's just... I can only imagine playing against him, how annoying that'd be, because he's one of those guys that just goes for a fight, and then he's kind of out of there, right? Or he might come back, and again, he's just all about these, like, awkward timings. So for the fact of Entropy, they can't trade it out. It's just so unfortunate because now they got the 2 players A main, and then they got Gainer just kind of the back skirts and mid. GV in a really good position right now. They just got the anchor of Loons at A. They could even play the 2-2 if they wanted. I'm kind of glad they're having a player spotting mid right now because that was something we noticed a lot last week where teams were just abusing that mid stair control, but that's not going to be the case here. Entropy, they're going to 3-man commit this A site, Trav.
40. Yeah, that's a
Damn.
good entry. And now it's always very hard to hold when you're coming up those stairs, right? You always feel like you're in an impossible situation and probably will just get overrun. And that's what it does. But FaZe and Creeds are still in this 2v2. And the C4 is, of course, not planted yet. Creeds is trying to remove that from Bevo, trying to remove that possibility. Playing with him back and forth, trying to waste that clock down, but Bevo eventually gets that kill. And now... they had a bit of intel where FaZe was earlier on, so he's going for a full rotation all the way around. When he has the pistol out at the moment, swapped weapon. So I think that might be all he has to work with here. There we go. Got the rifle back. But now, both angles are very hard to find with a crossfire like that, and that's the name of the game. Good stuff for Entropy. They are looking like they're pushing towards the possibility of a third here.
Yeah, possibly. And I'm kind of surprised that, you know, for the fact that GV really couldn't be able to find really the trades back and locking the site, because I was thinking that, you know, Entropy did kind of have the man advantage going into that execute, but, you know, for Entropy, though, they're starting to hit these shots. The BL side's looking like it's a bit more of a structure of what they want to work with. They've been in these positions where they're losing an opening duel very quickly. Like, the fact that FaZe now has been able to find... I'm pretty sure this is the second time in a row he's been able to find that opening duel like very quickly. It makes it just even more problematic, but Entropy may eat my own words. They were able to find a round even though they were down by a 4-on-5, so I guess I'll have to adjust that stat. But this time Entropy, they're going to commit towards this mid control, and this is what I was kind of saying before. This is where a lot of teams really like to go in this position now, realizing it could be some free space. FaZe playing the top tower. He's just a little bit stuck. He's a little bit awkward, but he's got the flashes to be able to just push these guys back, and Creed's able to help him out with that secondary Alm. Now this is where the cookie's a little bit crumbling here, Trav.
Yeah. A secondary Orm is a nice little thing to be able to pull out, of course, right? Extra firepower if you've got the position and the expertise for it. FaZe will try and push behind 40 here. This could be a free B. There it is. Little tap in the side of the head. The bonks goes bye-bye, and it's a 5v2.
Yeah, it's Madison and Gainer though, but like these are 2 players that I'd want for sure. Especially Gainer. Madison definitely has these pop-off moments, so I was hoping to see, you know, Gainer may be able to find one more just to making things potentially more interesting. But Madison does have the C4. He's got 38 seconds he has to work with. Right now, you're going to see him swing. He's hoping that somebody's close, that he can go for a quick fight. Instead, realizing, okay, never mind. There's 3 GR players that are waiting for me in spawn. They knew what I was doing. And then there's FaZe just able to capitalize. So GV, nice and slow and steady, get themselves an easy defuse, and only 2 rounds of a deficit here in this one, and not looking like they're breaking too much of a sweat yet. But the fact that FaZe is able to find these opening duels like you're kind of seeing on the replay, if we keep seeing that, I mean, that is going to be an issue here for Entropy, right?
Yeah, some nice shots hit there. Gap back to 2. Let's use the word bonce, right? You never even heard that word before. I feel like maybe you haven't.
No.
No, I was gonna say that's like a informal British slang for like someone's head.
Oh man.
Like it's actually it's a really weird one. I only know that through my dad because he used it. I have no idea of the actual source, but listen, you trust your dad when he tells you something. So
exactly, that's true.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
very true. Gotta teach me the slang.
Gotta bonk him in the bonce, mate. There we go. No any bonce bonking here. Not this time. Madison, that's a great entry towards Snox. Now they're going to overrun the A bomb site. Another quick rotation you can see coming in. Got a big flank actually available here for FaZe, but he's going to be a long time coming on that one. C4's already down, and the brawl is about to happen. Smokes are up. Loons is tagged down now to very low HP, which is super awkward for him. And of course, they're going to try and force their way through, and FaZe will get that one kill on the flank, but now it's feeling very difficult with the time on that C4. It's ticking down ever further. Getting a hole in the angle. It's a good flash to blind him up in the open, but Loons will get taken down. It's a bit of a wipeout here. Creeds will get found as well. Gainer with more incredible work. He increases his tally, and that was a very good hold.
Yeah, really good post plants we're seeing from Entropy. This is good to see, because like that was something that we noticed a lot of gaps in the early portions of the season, was the fact that sure they can get these executes in the site, but it was really about what's your post plant going to look like, and that's where some of these teams that are, especially with the big roster shuffles, have really struggled. So right now, doing pretty good to maintain their posture. Chest is puffed and they're feeling good. So they're only 2 rounds away, and like I said, we go to port, where it could be a little bit more interesting. I'd still give it, you know, leaning on a GV side, just given that they can be good on that map. But nonetheless, we're still here. We're still gaming on Ankara. And now, I mean, this looks like the plan of attack is for Snox, and oh man, he can't even seem to find a kill at all. So now Loons realizing he's getting overwhelmed by the numbers, and Entropy once again, man, a perfect execute.
As soon as you lose control of that stairs position, right, and the attack can just swarm you, it's such a hard angle to cope with. You've got players coming from your left, from your right, up the stairs, on a headshot angle. So hard to grab those. But look at the health, by the way.
Yeah,
Madison, Vise, and Gainer are literally walking wounded and limping their way to a 9th round. Can they survive? 1 bullet from death. Creeds might just be able to do it all here if he clears all his angles correctly. There's 1, there's 2, but Gainer still standing tall until FaZe shows up, and he's got just enough time for that defuse. That's a huge round.
That's a huge, huge round, yeah, and the fact, like you said, it was really good that you brought it up, is the fact that the HP was just so low, right? Like, really all they had to do was hit 1 bullet on each player, and it's a quick and easy clutch, but that's kind of what allowed them, right? Like, the fact that Creed's right here can go for the 1-2, and then just FaZe to trade out, and FaZe, again, just had the pistol. That's all he had to do. 1 shot each, and they're dead, but that's the thing where Entropy just had to be able to burn as much time. It was really, really close. But unfortunately for them, they just couldn't get it done. But look, they still have themselves a little bit of an opportunity. They got a little bit of rounds to spare, I guess. But, you know, that's such an unfortunate situation when you're that wounded. Like you said, it's just, you're limping on it. So, at least for them, they can not be too frustrated with how that round went.
Yeah, I think they will take solace from the fact they got themselves into good positions and just knew that the health was the issue. What you can do there is, you know, best thing you possibly can do is peek off of each other's contact while one player is occupied with clearing 1 angle and they start the fight. That's when you peek to catch them in the back. But yeah, it's very awkward when you can just transfer and hit that one bullet. Creeds did a good job, and he was backed up by FaZe on the recovery. Gainer doing a lot of the discussion right now. Everyone chipping in to try and find the answer of how to secure a map 3. If we get to that map 3, GV might start feeling even more pressure, because this is the game so far this season they know they should and need to win.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good point, Trav, because, like, I mean, when you think about the next upcoming weeks, it's, you know, it's, yeah, like the next opponent will be like 999 eventually, which that should be a GV win, right? But, like, is that really going to be the match where they're going to try to hope that's their first W? Like, obviously not. But, I mean, this is the match where, you know, we were talking about the 3 games that were going to happen here today, and I felt like this one was definitely a big potential for both these teams, but more so for GV just to kind of redeem themselves, get themselves a little bit closer, because they are sitting in that 0-3, but 8-6, still close, still anybody's game. Double OMs for Creeds and FaZe, singular OM for Entropy with 4T, but do we see them go back for the mid control? I mean, it's been okay. They haven't really abused it like they used to. Instead, they've actually just been going for these kind of quick and dirty, fast and furious A takes, which honestly, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
That's the classic saying. Or in some occasions, another, you know, I'm going to bring it up. Like my dad says, another saying from my dad. If in doubt, give it a clout. You know, like a car dashboard. If it doesn't work, just hit it and it starts working again. Classic.
Yeah, all right.
But
I like this guy. He's got good sayings.
He does.
A lot of good.
Yeah,
he really does.
I keep those ones, you know, locked away in a notepad for when I want to use them on broadcast. To bring them out at the right time. Anyway.
Definitely the right time.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I knew you'd appreciate it, so this is the right time. 8-6, Entropy 2 away from taking us to map 3, but GV fighting.
It's kind of weird because both OMs are actually committed to this B site. So you have FaZe and Creeds, like they're both the snipers. So they're going to actually try to be the anchors of this. And they're able to find these duels back and forth though. So at least like now, I mean, Entropy are getting some duels back in their favor. But again, the HP is not a good factor for Beva. But these AKs are just spamming away. They're spraying away loons. I mean, Trav, like he is wounded. Like he is on crutches right now. But that doesn't even matter because Snox, he's just trying to do all the work by himself. And 40 needs to stay alive, but unfortunately for him, he's going to get dug a grave, and GV are still in this damn game.
Well, yeah, I mean, another situation where it could have gone either way, right? Let's look at the health again on the last 2 GV players. We'll see it here. Snox fighting for his life there. Good reactions on the flick too, and that could have gone awry. Very much so. That's actually not an easy shot to hit. So, big work from GV. Trying to maybe assert their names a little bit more. I'm going to do the classic crouch hop our way toward the angle to push up as a group, and now it's going to be an issue. Creeds needs to be ready. Will he get overrun? He absolutely will, and now it's really awkward for him because he's stuck behind the boxes. One would be amazing from this position, but he gets none. And yeah, not really much he can do about that, poor guy. Now, FaZe trying to answer his answer back, but again, it's only a 1-for-1. The C4 can be planted. They have an advantage in this afterplant, but there's still fights going on. Beva's now incredibly low as well. Remember what happened last time they were incredibly low?
Yeah. That's the thing. All it's going to take is these shots. And once again, Snox, man, oh man, finds himself juicy double and now leaves it to buys by himself. And he's going to get overwhelmed here by the positioning of GV. I was thinking this was going to be the round that we see the map point in favor for Entropy, but that's not the case. And, you know, the thing that was so awkward about that round is the fact that FaZe actually went for a big play on a flank. So it left Creeds kind of overexposed by himself, and this is where you see they lose that site control. FaZe is right there. He was trying to get the flank. Unfortunately for him, he didn't really have the best guns to go for it, but I mean, look, they can count their blessings, and the fact that Snox is putting up some multitude of frags is definitely going to allow this to making it you know, right back to a tie game. And GV, you know, they've rise to the occasion, and now this is again anybody's game.
Yeah, the business end now of this one. Can GV get it done quicker? Can they get 2-0 to relax their minds and not have to deal with the stress of a map 3? Would be a great comeback, actually. Entropy have given them a game here. They are pushing a bit more aggressively around the corners of the A-bomb site. You've got the position of FaZe here as well. He is the main linchpin of the position to hold them at bay. You can see they are going to go through under again, though. And Creeds, remember what happened last time? He got overrun. He's jump spotting. He's smartly doing that jump spot. Maybe he's thinking, okay, Entropy, they know what they did in the previous round. They know how close they got. They got themselves into good positions. They might try it again. Has he caught timing? He has now. He'll see what's coming his way, drop down the utility, and fall back to a similar position. But this time, FaZe is here to help. And he's doing a fantastic job holding Entropy at bay. He's found 2 already. Creeds will get flanked in the end by Manison. That's a really big kill. That was something that did go overlooked. But Snox will find that trade. They need to get this advantage in Entropy, but it's very difficult right now. GV just keep answering back.
Yeah, and right now you can see the fact that Entropy are kind of locked in this site. You already have the fact that FaZe is still just kind of waiting in the back of, B main like this from B stairs. It's not like they can escape. It's not like they have a backup plan. They're just banking on a duel. They're hoping somebody from GV might just give them a shoulder. Maybe something else a little bit here for them to be able to find a duel to equalize this, but they're going to commit to the plant. And now GV, this is where they have to go for the big swing. The trade's coming through. That's where the numbers advantage is really good. FaZe needs to hit the shot, and indeed he will. So GV now, being in a deficit, have climbed themselves up a ladder. They've been able to get themselves a map and series point. Things are starting to look a little bit better. I was getting a little bit nervous about this FaZe Creed setup, but I like the fact that FaZe played this a little bit different than the fact that he played a little bit closer to help Creeds. A little bit unfortunate, that they didn't realize that Madison could have been able to sneak away the way that he did, but nonetheless, no sweat off the brow, looking pretty good. And now Entropy, they have to go a little bit fast, and they want to try something a little bit quicker, but FaZe, once again, the opening duel, Trav, you just hate to see it for any Entropy fans right now. They just keep losing these opening fights.
It's actually so awkward, right? I mean, they've been so close. It's not done yet, but GV will be delighted to be able to get this one done now. What has it been in a pretty impressive comeback? Since we had that little pause, right? FaZe and Snox, 12 between them. Critical performances, especially FaZe stepping up when needed.
This is where things get really in a bind, right? Because again, like, you're down by Gainer, when you're star riflers, right? I mean, this is where maybe he hasn't really been as proficient as, since we had that break a little bit, or that timeout, but now they have to do something big. They're going to play the buddy system, though, Trav. I like this, and 40, finally, we get to see him, activate this Alm, making a good connection. Now they get themselves in a B site. This is where GV get to go back into the retake simulator, but it's been flawless. They've been really good on these retakes, Trav, so this is still a huge opportunity for GV to be able to close this out.
Can Entropy find the answer to keep this one going? Or are we done here? GV, these retakes, as you say, be clean on them, whether they've been low health or normal health. He's not going to try and work his way forward, but now Visno's stuck in the corner, but he still runs him down. That's insane, and again, looking pretty great until the double kill from Bever. It's now down to FaZe, 1 versus 2. 5 seconds on the bomb. He's got no time for this. It's done. It's a great hold for Entropy, and we've got more rounds.
Yeah, we got more rounds going to the first overtime of the day, so Entropy, despite them being, losing these opening duels countless times, it feels like, now they've been able to figure out a solution, and just getting themselves, these post plants have been pretty strong for the most part. I was talking a lot about GV with their retakes, and it has been, I think I almost said flawless, but obviously not the case, but Entropy showing that the post plants looking a little bit better, and they're not just going to let GV kind of bulldoze them through. But this is where we were talking about it being a bit of a bar burner match, and both these teams kind of fighting for standing life. And for context, again, just in case people are just joining, I mean, Entropy were sitting themselves in the opening of this weekend, sitting at number 5, whereas GV sitting at number 8. So GV is really, really hungry for a W to get at least one win, because that would make them a 1-3 record for 2025 thus far.
Yeah. Don't forget, of course, we've got Anubis versus Gaimin Gladiators and ROC versus TBI to come. Actually, two pretty fun matchups there to complete the week 2 of play. And yeah, as you say, I mean, looking at the current group standings, Entropy are actually in an okay position. Maybe didn't expect they'd actually find a win already. And yeah, they're just alongside TBI with that 1 win thus far. GV and 999 both on 0, and you'd expect that for 999 being the open league team, of course, that made it through to this season. But as I've mentioned before the game got underway, GV are some stalwarts of the league. Usually always find themselves around that sort of middle ground position in the CFWL. And yeah, they'll be looking to try and improve things. The current leaders, of course, ROC and Knights, Gaimin Gladiators, and Anubis. That's all to be expected. We could have a little bit of a, let's say, a 4-horse race in the league, I feel like, maybe this season, because you've got those 4 teams that are really solid, and then you've got that next tier in the league that kind of battle for that 5th place.
Yeah.
Have to see how that goes.
Exactly, and that's the biggest thing, because, you know, for international events as well, like the top 3 are going to be the chosen ones to go. So there's obviously a lot more pressure riding on this season, especially just because it's going to be different than just playoffs. It's going to be the fact that it can lead into that international level. So, and like, it's obvious to say that ROC and Gladiators, are the top 2 favorites, but even, you know, Gaimin Gladiators yesterday, they really weren't showing us their true form. So I'm hoping for, you know, the secondary matchup we have a little bit later today is going to be a little bit different, just because it felt like they were kind of not, it was like a former shadow of themselves, but
yeah.
Well, we can get in that later.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because that's the main problem for teams like ROC, unKnights, Gaimin Gladiators, Anubis, right? Like those 4, or at least those 3. I think for me, like, that's the hardest thing over the course of a season, is not dropping a series to one of the lesser teams. Like, making sure you're mistake-free. Because any one mistake can mean the difference between you being, you know, placing 1st or 2nd. And that can make the difference between the land spot and maybe not the land spot when it comes to, like, the playoff draw or whatever, right? So it's all very critical. And, yeah, we'll have to see how it goes over the course of the season. Overtime's underway.
We are underway. Ready to go. And GV back on the BL side. And this is where we saw before that they were able to only get 3 rounds in the first half the last time we did this. But maybe they're going to be able to do something a little bit different. Now they're going to do the 3-player event control. So this is where they're going to go for the quick swing. Either waiting for Madison to hopefully go for the fight, but instead they're just going to use the pop flashes. So it allows them to just go for the execute. Gainer, once again, man, he's just a menace. He's just putting a lot of problems here for these guys. 99 problems, so it looks like Loons is definitely going to be 1 right now. So it's a 2v2, and Vise and 40 now. Close encounter for this. And even Vise is going to be able to find himself a beautiful spam, and looks like he was blind as well. So now Loons has to go for a plant. Loons has to go for a clutch, but he's got a whole heck of a lot of time here, Trav, so he can make any choice he wants to.
Yeah, and he's got the C4 in his back as well. So yeah, loads of decisions to be made now. Vise and 40, are you ready for what he's got up his sleeve? Right now, I think they're positioning themselves very well. Kind of split between A and B. They're not hedging their bets and gambling on one side and then choosing to retake together. They're just playing sort of a split idea where they can still go together, but have the knowledge earlier about which side it's going to be. But now, actually, that's awful timing for them. They're now pushing toward A. They should know pretty quickly. There we go. They realise right now. They're unfortunately gambled incorrectly. So as I describe them, you know, not doing that strat of gambling on A together, they do that strat of gambling on A together, and they do have to retake. And now time will tick down low. Lou's looking to fight. He wants to try and make it 1 versus 1 before they get any closer. But now he's down super low. He's blind in the open. Great flick up. Now he only has to find Vise, dancing with the clock, dancing with the angle, and he's going to deliver. You can always rely on Loons.
Whew, man, Old man Loons, man, he's just the clutch factor. I did not see that happening. Like, again, I love the fact that he was able to get himself in a decent post-plant position, but at the same time, like, Entropy just played that really sloppy. They just played these one-on-ones. The one person just gave up their body quickly. The timing was just awkward and weird, so that just, you're going to give that to Loons. I mean, he'll take that any day of the week, but I mean, look, GV fans in the chat are going to be ecstatic about that one because, man, Loons has been able to find a couple clutch scenarios and even a quad kill to starting things off in the overtime. So you love to see it, and I'm just shocked. I just cannot believe Entropy threw that away.
Yeah, you know, I said, like, I just described that setup about how you go for a retake as a duo rather than split up. I actually do think it's the better decision to make. Yeah, if you just hide one player on one side and one player on the other, that is a position that could still be cleared, and then suddenly it's a 1v1, you've got no one to trade off of. So, yeah, it's awkward, but in the end, it's the expertise of Loons that makes it happen, and with a few shots, but it is what it is. When you get into the following round, can Entropy answer back? Madison's done really well to find 2. And it's another advantage for them, but GV now have Loons and Creeds to play off of each other, but not this time. Gainer will find that one, 40 will find the other, and they stay in touch.
Okay. Well, Entropy going to be able to bounce back a little bit. 10 to 10. And singular on for both these teams. I was kind of curious if, you know, Beto was going to equip it again, you know, just to go for the idea. Not going to be the case here. Deep nade thrown here from the defensive side of Entropy, but not going to make the connection. GB kind of actually playing a little bit more of a slower pace on it. Hesitating that there might be some aggression. Triple player towards A main, maybe make it 4 and just having Loons kind of sitting in the back wings and mid. Maybe they might just try to be a little bit more diligent on this decision. They might just try to go a little bit quickly on this one, which I would like to see for them. They just, again, keep it simple. Use the firepower as your resource. That might be the case here. Entropy have put the 2-player commit on this A, and actually Madison has pushed himself a little bit overextended. Oh, they might even try to pop this. Beva looking like he might just try to sneak out a little bit. Madison has to be able to find this fight. Oh, dear God, he's got to get out of this trap. This is bad.
Yeah, this is now really awkward. Do they realize they can kind of pounce on a timing or not? I'm not so sure. They've kind of held it for now.
I mean, that's the thing that's you know, unfortunate too, is there's lots of time. So now you know there's like some numbers, but then, you know, they could have just retreated on this. So like now you're playing a guessing game. So they had that little bit of intel, but it's really not going to add too much for this because it's still a bit of a guess, and it's cost them Beva, which is also not good because now do you do a 2-2? Do you do the 2-1-1? And that's exactly what they do right here. So looking like they might just try to tuck tail, and 40 is going to be the one that's through connector. He's just trying to see if he can distract these guys. GV have really just been stuck in the mud. They've really not moved from this. They're really expecting Entropy to go back for a fight. And Loons is now the player that's... Oh, he might be able to get the timing. Oh my God, he's just tagging him, but are they going to actually commit to this now? Yeah, looking like it might be, Trav. Looking like 30. The case now.
Awesome's going to get 2. I think that might be a bit too much. Timing's actually pretty good for the rotation coming in from Madison. And here we go. He's found the 2. 18 seconds. C4 can be recovered and dragged over to B, but it should have been like a 4v2 at least, it feels like. Well, the C4's gone down, but thankfully Snox has managed to find Gainer. That's a relaxing frag to find, because now Madison has to do it all, and Creeds will hold a smart angle. That one almost went awry with a nice bit of positioning on that flank. As you can see, some smiles, realizing perhaps that was a bit too close for comfort.
It really was, and like again, like it just seemed like GV were like, you know what, hold the ground, hold the position, don't move a muscle, and Loons was just playing this heavy lurk. And I mean, if he would have been able to find Vise, you know, at the B site, that could have changed a lot. I mean, they got the round regardless, but that really could have just opened things up a lot more cleanly. But the fact that it came down to the grueling, like I think it was a 2v1 situation, but look, GV get it done. It's not over yet, but they're able to at least get themselves a 2-1 in the sense of the BL side, which is good. But this is where, you know, the GR side was looking a lot better. I wonder if they have a different composition, like a little bit of a different setup, because we normally saw the double OM setup from these guys at that B site. Do we see something change? Do they maybe even try to be a bit more adventurous on that A main? Because a lot of teams like to abuse that A main control, especially on their defense. They like to just swing out, gloves off, go for a quick fight, and then pull on back. We'll see if they go for it. We didn't really get that from GV very often. It was really just FaZe opening duels a lot with the sniper, which was, great to put them in a power play essentially. But I mean, we're going to need a little bit more than that for them, especially to close out OT.
Yeah, so I said earlier to try and win this one, and obviously you don't have to play the third, and it completely lets the stress off your shoulders, but it's a little bit of a stressful one, this one. The back and forth, especially that previous round, was very awkward for GV. Can they hold on and get it done without the possibility of a golden round or anything like that? It's 12 all, right, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, yes. Very good.
I got it right. Let's go.
You got it right, yeah. Gold star. You nailed it.
A gold star for a gold round, maybe. Anyway, we are preparing for a push here by the looks of things with 2 players, Rise, Bever, Gainer waiting there as well. Smoke up. They're going to push on the timing, and it forces FaZe away for now.
Yeah, look at how quick they just pull back to, right? Like, they go for that fight. FaZe is like, yep, I'm out. I'm not doing it. They want to play the numbers. So Loon's realizing, look, like, you guys don't overextend. Play together. Get these trades. This will just allow us to be in a way better position to get this thing done. Use the numbers to our advantage. And actually, they kind of have an inkling. They got a weird spidey sense that it could be A, but spidey sense might be wrong. Unless we see Entropy actually change up their mind. But the C4 is on the back of mid stairs, just kind of waiting things out on its lonesome. So maybe, just maybe, GV actually has something. Yeah, maybe they got the right inkling. That spidey sense is correct, Trav. So, okay, they know something.
The stack. Will that spidey sense pay off to get them one away again? Push forward, awesome. Holds for one, in comes Loons. Would have loved two, but Vice doubled down and tripled. Awesome will get 2 of his own to keep it a pretty close round, but then that's when Creeds rotates in. It's awkward for Vice to go and pick up the C4, and he will not be allowed to grab it. Tries to rotate round and gets removed. GV creeping close again.
Yeah, really, really nice play. Despite them not really, to be honest, like doing as good of a job with the 3 players as I thought they would. I love the fact that FaZe was in, the back of vent. He was just waiting. And like even Creed's like, he had himself a little bit of an inkling there might be somebody lurking in mid, and he was able to win that fight. We weren't able to capture it, but you could see it on the mini-map before. That was really critical, just because Entropy were hoping to be able to catch a rotate off guard, which backfired. So now Entropy might be putting all the eggs in one basket here, Trav. They're thinking, you know what, A site, it's been good to us. We're going to do it again. They're just going to go right in.
Oh, well. Losing the stocks, this could be it for Entropy. They have fought so well. But I think GV might just be getting this one over the line. Loons will find Vice. Awesome will hold the line for Manison to make sure that nothing goes wrong here. And Awesome will leap on the head of 40. And yeah, that is incredibly impressive in the end for GV to be able to recover that one, because I really thought at one moment that Entropy might be sending us to 3.
Yeah, you can even see like Loon's like just in the middle there. He's just like a big sigh of relief, like, okay, thank goodness this is done, and we got ourselves the 2-0. But like you said, I mean, it was a little bit bumpy in the beginning. Entropy were able to have themselves a 6-3 in the beginning of this on their GR side. In fact, we get pushed into an OT situation, which I didn't think we were going to get into. But GV kind of showing a little bit of life, right, in the sense that, when they were down in numbers in the rounds, they were able to bring things back to an overtime. And then as soon as it went to overtime, it felt like, they went up from 5th to 6th gear. And it felt like, Entropy really were just kind of cruise controlling. So it really didn't get too much more out of them. But GV really stepped things up another level. And now for GV fans, they can be celebrating a little bit. They can pop the champagne or pop whatever they want to drink. But that's the thing, is they got themselves finally on the board here with a win, sitting at a 1-3 record, thankfully.
Yeah, that's a really important one. And of course, for Entropy as well, they'll be a little bit disappointed we're not in the 3rd map, I feel like. Because don't get me wrong, it was a sort of a position where they were still the 2nd best team on the day, without a doubt. But that streak they had from, I think it was 0-3 behind to bring it back to like 6-3 for them. That was really impressive, and I thought, oh, okay, we've actually got something to work with here. But not to be, and yeah, an impressive win. They got it over the line, GV, and it was a must-win, that one for sure. Because Entropy now they even themselves up at 1 win apiece between them.
They definitely do, and that's where it's going to be good for GV. But that's going to be it for the first series here. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. When we get back, it's going to go to the desk. These guys will walk through the second series of the day, and this is going to be probably one of the best matches we have as well. So we'll see you in a little bit.
And we are back again. GV gets their first win in this season and in this week versus Entropy. What a game, what a match between them, reaching the overtime as well. And the chance was slipping away from GV, but they managed to get the...
And how can I not be proud? How can I not be proud? I witnessed their starting games. I witnessed their struggles, their ups and their downs, and now we're witnessing their first victory. 13-10 did not start like this at all, judging by the first game, which started as a win for GV, and it was a bit one-sided. Moving on to the second game. I mean, look, the second game started for Entropy. Madison was just killing them, him and Gainer all around the map. They played on P. The attacking side for Team Entropy was much, much better than GV's. But once we switched to defense, it's as if Awesome unleashed. It wasn't going to go overtime, but Loons saved the day, as always. GV, it was a 1v2 scenario, and the round that made them enter the overtime, 9-9. 8-9, sorry, and Loons managed to kill, if I'm not mistaken, both 40 and Gainer. So they moved to this overtime. Okay, overtime, we got this head start. We're now there. We didn't reach this spot, only to reach this spot, man. We reached the overtime to get that 2-0. Among all the odds, we against everything, GV managed to get their first one. A big shout out to FaZe and Snox, and of course, the one and only. How can I not choose him every game? Awesome.
It was a great game from GV, and as I told you before we go to the game 2, that it's a game of adaptation. It's a game this game is on GV. GV, yes, they had the momentum, but the game is on a selected map by Entropy, which is Ankara. So not all the odds are on your side. So you have to play carefully. You have to adapt on the play style of Team Entropy, and they did. Yes, slowly but surely they came on top at last.
Yeah, and you love to see it, honestly, because as I said yesterday, I told you I don't want to see the league just being around this 4 or 5 teams.
Yes.
I want to see all teams competing, and now that's what we're getting. Most of the fans and most of the odds were against Team GV, which made sense because look at the standings. So GV winning tonight, I think it would make such a huge difference in the standings and would move GV a bit upward in the league. So now the question is, can Awesome and can GV as a whole continue on this winning streak or no? Because if not, we're just back to 0.0, no?
It's a cool thing. You say it's a 2-0, so it's not a full series.
Yes.
GV, struggled sometimes on game 2, but at last they got their first 2-0 victory, which puts GV now on the map again, and it's now equal between these two teams. Each team has one victory on his box.
Keep in mind, winning against Entropy is not an easy thing to beat FaZes, to beat Gainer, to beat Madison, to beat the rest of the boys of Entropy. So getting a game versus Entropy says a lot about the last week and this week. If we have a comparison between both weeks, we'd see GV just getting better and better. I can't wait for the third week to see them more in action. I'm just hoping, as I said before, to see the same performance as they did, because in my notes, they were just going back to back to back to back. So yeah.
Okay. To take and to know some insights from GV, we have GV Loons. So hello, Loons.
Hello.
Hi, welcome to our screen. Man, what a game, what a series between you and Entropy. The first one, the first victory for you with 2-0 score. It was a great win for us, and sure for your fans. But game 2 was a bit a struggle reaching the overtime. So what is the deal here?
I mean, first map was like 10-4. It was like really convincing. Second map, they started to peak us all the time, and we lost rounds, and then we started to get a little bit pressure, and I mean at the end, it was like 8-6, and then we started to make it 9-9, and in overtime, then we had like a good plan for overtime, and that's why we probably won.
Yes, sure. It happened. And from my perspective, both teams, you and Entropy, are very good on the defending side, but you managed to get your lead and build your lead and your adaptation over the game from the defending side. So how did you prep for this match versus Entropy? Were there special preparations facing them?
We played some prec against them. We watched their games, and Vice, Madison, 40, they are all my old mates. So we know a little bit how they play. So that's why we had a good plan.
Hey, Loons, shout out to you, man, and your team for the win. I have a quick question for you guys. It's your first win. Congratulations. Where do you see yourself from here, man? Like in your next games, what do you promise your fans? We want to see the same winning streak starting from tonight, man.
Okay, so we had a hard start.
Yeah.
We had a really hard start. And we started playing in January, like only maybe 2 months.
Ooh,
and it's really, really tough for us right now.
But hey, you guys won, no?
Yeah, we won. So we will continue to prepare. We will continue to play. We will do everything we can, you know. And we will see.
You have a long run ahead.
Let's go, Loons!
It's all where it started. Thank you, Loons. We hope you the best for the rest of the season.
Promising team.
Yes. So it's a fresh team. Let's say they have
January they started.
Yes. They had a rough start at first. First week wasn't their week, but second week is obviously their week. This is the only game for GV this week. So this is the first match of week 2, and they got it. So congratulations, and we'll see you on week 3. But this is for the series. We have up next Anubis versus Gaimin Gladiators.
Some would say it's the main event. Some would debate this. I think you are the one who agrees that it's the main event of the night. Depsy, Doom, Jaguar, and Sad Stocks. We are ready to see the boys competing. Anubis is back and ready to get their first victory. If I'm not mistaken, it's the 3rd day to see Anubis on the live stream.
Yes.
Ready to get another victory and another interview. We already interviewed, if I'm not mistaken, Sad and Doom. Might be wrong.
We surely interviewed
Sad and Dipsy. Yeah, best on the interviews.
So it was a tough start also for Anubis, but now they have 3 victories in their pocket. On the other side, Gaimin Gladiators, my favorite team of all. I'm sorry, GG. I'm sorry, Anubis. I'm at a hard position right now, a hard situation. But Spoxy, Lion Claw, all players have performed really, really well throughout these past weeks. So today is a moment of truth for Anubis Gaming, getting their 4th victory versus one of the most aggressive, most well-organized teams in this competition this season.
Keep in your mind, Zika, that this most organized team, this most powerful team just got destroyed yesterday from ROC Esports, and that's a sad news for you for sure.
It doesn't count if you lost to ROC Esports.
Yeah, it never counts.
Yes, because ROC Esports, yes, they have confidence, they have aggression, and they are very powerful, but it's just a game for me. Yes. Okay, so GG is still one of the best
understandable
teams right now. But Anubis, yes, they had rough start. Yes, Sad and Dipsy told us that it was a rough start. We'll keep working on ourselves. We keep improving and developing our strats. So this is a moment of truth for me.
Hey, we interviewed Lenclau before, and he said we're ready to make a count. We're ready to win every single game that we have in our league. And I mean, the man promised, yet delivered. He only lost to ROC Esports. So I think this is a match for legacy here. I mean, GG and Anubis.
I think from your talk, this is a redemption series for both teams. Anubis
For sure.
needs to prove themselves. Yes, we deserve a spot in the top 3 teams, like you said, in the first day, at the first week. But GG needs a redemption from their last game, like you said, versus...
Honestly,
Esports.
GG needs to prove everyone wrong here now, because now people are saying that GG might be a bit lucky in the first week by winning every game. But I'd say, no, they are not lucky. How can they be lucky? The guys are just superior. Did you see Spoxy, Flex, Ruffin? The guys were flying, man, out of this map, to be honest. So GG versus Anubis. Okay, that's a good matchup to watch. A good best of 3. I'm guessing we're going map 3, a full series here. I'm not expecting any 2-0 scenarios.
I'd expect 2-0, but
For who?
I'll not tell
For
you.
who? For who?
So it's a third place versus a fourth place. We have the win rate for GG 75 over 60% for Anubis Gaming. Stats may tell us that favors are or odds are in favor of GG, but Anubis Gaming, they always surprise us.
Oh no, man! Forget the stats. Forget the stats, man. Anubis and GG. About the stats means nothing, man. What it means is that, okay, you're seeing a good matchup, and early, I don't want to say a finale, I'd call it a semi-finale, Anubis versus GG. Both teams are just close to the place on the standing, but also close to their individual skills and team skill level. Anubis have some insane snipers such as Sad, Dipsy, and Doom, and GG is the same goes for Ruffin, Flex, Lion Clow, and the one and only Spoxy. So, don't know what to expect, to be honest. I'm expecting a clash of titans, if I'm being honest, and seeing a good matchup between both.
I'd say this game specifically, this series will be will depend on the map selection. Yes,
Ankara is coming.
Maps. Do you see it?
Oh man, for sure. I was picking Ankara.
So from head-to-head, Spoxy versus Sad, as you as you speak, 1.62 versus 1.28 on the KD. Like I said, stats and numbers favor.
Thing is, we interviewed Sad, the first one for Anubis. He said 2 things. First, you asked him, why are you sad? He said, because I'm always sad. But that's not our point. Second thing, you asked him, where do you see yourself from here?
He's a bit smiling in
this specific picture only.
Yes, but Spoxy is
They might change the names, no?
determined.
So Sad, I think he's ready to get his third one for Team Anubis. I mean, he promised us, man. He promised us for a quick winning streak, and since then, he's been winning and he's been clutching all the situation. Spoxy looks a bit scary, if I'm being honest.
Yes.
And his gameplay is also scary with the sniper.
I'm sure Spoxy will show us some plays today for this series, but as I said, this game will depend on how map are selected, how the draft will go on, because each team has some quality, has some tricks in their pockets, and map selection will help them reveal these tricks and help them play well and try to adapt on each other's.
No Ankara.
And Mexico now are in our schedule.
Yeah, we're playing Mexico. It's forced. It's not a decider. We're just playing it, picked by Team GG, and Anubis picked Subbase. The thing is with Anubis and Subbase, they like to play passive, aggressive. Some of rounds you would see them flanking. Some of rounds on the defense side, you'd see them push their limits, try to get an early first blood on Subbase, especially on the long side, and then coming back to their spawns to cover and try not to get the post
What
plant.
differentiate between the two teams' performance from your perspective?
I mean, what differentiates them is, in my opinion, still Spoxy has a better. First of all, Spoxy has a better sniper, but I think Anubis has better clutch rate, win rate when it comes to Doom and Dipsy. I just see Doom and Dipsy there, man. How can I not? And sometimes when they play double sniper from there, it always goes for Team GG, where Flex holds the sniper with Spoxy, and from there Doom and Dipsy and Sad. So overall, there is pros and cons. Overall, there is advantages and disadvantages. And here is a last look on the 10 players.
So, what's your player to watch this game?
Hey, I said once Spoxy, another time I said Depsy. Why not give it to Flex this time?
Flex this time, okay? So Anubis versus GG. I think all the players are locked and ready for this series. I think all of these players must show 100% of their potential in this game. This is a hard game. This is a game. This is a fight for the third place.
Yeah, the thing is about the both teams, they know how to clutch. When it's a 1v1 and 1v2, they know how to get the 2 and they know how to get the 3. So it does not matter who to put in the certain scenario. You put Flex, okay, he's able to clutch. By the way, Flex on the second day of the first week, he was able to clutch a 1v3 scenario, which made GG go to overtime. Third day, it was the first one for Anubis, Doom and Depsy. We called them the Golden Duo. We called them Batman and Robin. We called them everything in their favor, and they did promise us yet deliver a winning streak for them. So lots of achievements here and there, lots of medals here and there. It's all about these 10 players and what they can achieve all around the game and all around the first map, sub base picked by Anubis.
First map is sub base for Anubis. Who do you think, which team can get their first 1-0?
The first 1-0, man, you're putting me on spot here. It's a bit hard, not gonna lie, but based on stats, based on players, I'm gonna go GG.
Oh!
Yeah, I'm gonna go GG. I have all trust in you, Lion Klaus, Foxy, Ruffin, Dez, Flex. How can I not, man? Just looking at Flex, and when I say Flex, I remember the 1v3. When I say Lion Klaus, I remember the IGL. And when I say Spoxy, I remember the sniper shots. Ruffin, the interview, and he did a clutch before that we were speaking about it with Lion Klaus that made them go to overtime. So he's a scary man. But for Anubis, you just say sad, you remember the sniper gameplay. Jaguar, the amount of highlights. He was MVP once. Comics, the same thing. His impact is always there. For Doom and Depsy, it's just scary whenever you watch them because these two guys are just present.
Batman and Robin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looking at the boys, locked and ready, comes here and there, some laughs and some smile on faces from Anubis Gaming, the team that had a rough start, but slowly they became on they carved their road up to the top. They talk now fourth place. They play very well. They are confident. And speaking to Sad and Depsy, they said that we are confident, we are working and developing our strats, we are developing our performance to get to this game.
Hey man, they promised us, here goes my pen, they promised us a winning streak, they promised us to win each and every single game. Let's see if they're gonna do it. Casters, take it from us.
Thank you, Hazim. Honestly, I'm going to be really interested in this game because, you know, I think right now, from my perception of Gaimin Gladiators, of course, former LCK roster that's played at these big events, they're usually not, you know, don't run deep, but they're usually in the CFWL. They're that guy, they're that team. They've been rough around the edges this season, lads, and I've seen some maps get a bit too close, and their results maybe, I think it was kind of mentioned by the desk, flatter them ever so slightly.
Yeah, and it's some interesting points that are bringing into this match, and this one to me is probably the best match of the day, just because the whole narrative of Anubis is the fact that they've really been in this slump. Like last year was really not a good year for them. It was a lot of them figuring things out. They're in a LAN house. They're trying to get better and better. Really, the results are just not there. Now we're starting to see things are slowly picking up. We've seen some mixed results at times, probably losses we shouldn't be seeing from a team like Anubis. I mean, they lost to 999 on Port, which to me was very shocking because Anubis is very experienced on that map. Little things like that. But when you kind of flip things over for Gaimin Gladiators, like you said, I mean, internationally, they haven't really been a threat. They've been able to get the odd map here and there, but they haven't really been able to put themselves as major contenders. So the thing for me is that, like, despite them being as a heavy favorite, Gaimin Gladiators, I'm still waiting for them to get back into final boss form kind of thing, because right now, even yesterday when they played ROC, they looked absent. They did not look like the same team. So I'm hoping that was a really kind of a weird blip or an off day for them, because if we see that again in Anubis, they might be able to take advantage of this.
Yeah, I mean, and they've got players that can do that, right? I mean, I've been a watcher and an enjoyer of what, Jaguar, Dipsy, these guys that have been around for a while. They can take advantage of a day like this. They can be the spoil. I know I mentioned earlier on, right, about the 4 teams that I'm expected to be kind of in the bottom places over the course of the season. Anubis can be that spoiler for the top 4. Now, they're already in there right now.
Yeah.
They've already got a decent position. They're the team that the likes of a Gaimin Gladiators, the likes of a ROC Esports, the likes of an unKnights have to be careful of, because they can sneak a series here and there, and it could make a big difference when the league comes to an end and we get to playoffs, obviously. So we'll have to see. I've been a big enjoyer, of course, of the Gaimin Gladiators roster. I think they've got incredible talent, and I think Lionclaw, Dezane, Spoxy. I think Spoxy in particular, like for me, covering a bit of Crossfire last year, Laz, like watching Spoxy and Alucard from unKnights. I think those two are just super fun to watch and always have been. So Spoxy's up there in my list of players that I really enjoy to watch. So I need to see a good game from him and the entire squad today, because as I said, like, not as clean as they would have wanted so far in this new 2025 season.
Yeah, exactly. And that is a really good point you bring up, Trav, is the fact that, when you think of Gaimin Gladiators, you always think of, like, Spoxy is the guy with the sniper, the guy that can just really put the nail to the coffin. He's like the Grim Reaper, right? And then you have Flex, that's kind of this, like, very aggro, spontaneous player that will secondary on, and he's able to make some really good connections as well. I probably wouldn't put him as good of a sniper, obviously, as compared to Spoxy, but it's pretty darn good. It's pretty, he's able to find a lot of space, and he really does try to, be a bit of a nuisance in the server, which you love to see. And they're kind of the most unorthodox team, I would say, in the entire league, which makes them really fun to watch. But the other, the other side of the sword here is the fact of, like, Anubis is that, like I said, we got to capture them yesterday versus 999. That went to a 3-map series, which was really shocking. That's where I'm still thinking this consistency factor for these guys is not fully in effect yet, because we see some dominant performances, and then all of a sudden we see them slip the bag. And just for context, like the port map, that was the secondary one. They had an 8-5 lead, and they lost it 10-8. So it's just, that's the thing. Like, they just could not be able to string rounds. Something happened, and they just hit no wind in the sails at all. So that's something I'm worrying about, but it has gotten a little bit better every time, which is a good thing, because that was my biggest criticism for a team like this. Historically was known to be the aggressors, in your face. They were like really the pacemakers, but now it feels like they've been trying to figure out a new identity in their 2025 year as well.
So I do want to, we're going to get obviously into it quite a lot later, because it's our second map of the series, but Mexico, I have not had a chance to cover a Mexico game yet myself. Okay. Is it goofy? What's it like? Do you enjoy it?
Yeah, I like it because it's a map you never get to see. The thing is, though, it's a heavily GR sided map. Like being on the BL side, you're in all these like choke points all the time. It's really hard to get map control, so that's what makes it really hard. And I think that's why a lot of teams don't like it. But I love seeing it because, it adds a little bit more flavor to it, makes it a little bit more interesting, right? So we'll get there eventually. And I'm excited that it's the second map. I'm glad it's not like a third decider. It's the fact that we actually get to see it is going to be real exciting. And I think the first for the season.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm looking forward to that as well. It's something new. And of course, Subbase isn't necessarily a map that's played by every team either. So we're going to see that as map 1. Set 1, and we're already underway. Anubis versus Gaimin Gladiators. This is the, as you say, kind of the pick of the games today, in my opinion. And in your opinion too. In fact, we've got 4th versus 3rd. And Anubis, who can be the spoiler over the course of a season. And Gaimin Gladiators, who are supposed to be that team that gets very close to qualifying for the Crossfire Stars LAN. Usually always up there. Can they show a good face today?
Yeah, definitely a big task here for Gaimin Gladiators, because that was big. That's been my biggest criticism. Is like, look, these guys got to show up. There's a lot of expectations, and they didn't fulfill it yesterday against ROC. But we'll have to see if they can do it here. Looking pretty decent thus far. I mean, Doom's been playing himself a really solid game this weekend. So already now, even though he's getting that one kill, he takes down the Lurk of Flex. That's a nice little bit of a pickup. Now the man that we were talking about, the man it's Spoxy, and he's got 2 wounded players he can go against. He's still got just under that minute mark. He's got the Now he's made the little bit of a warning shot here. He's trying to make the shot against Doom, but can't seem to find it. And he's still got the C4 in his back, so now he's got a little bit of an option. Oh, he's going to go back and look at this. Even right now, Anubis, they're going to group up together, and they're just going to take this with the man advantage.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. They're tracking and tracing him right now. Spoxy, the thing is, he's not aware of that possibility and that situation. He thinks maybe they're split up, still playing a couple of players around the sites like a normal site hold, but Jaguar should be able to pounce on a timing here, and there we go. Sure, the plant will come through, but that means nothing. It means nout. It's a good start for Anubis.
Yeah, not bad at all. Honestly, the fact that, like I said, it was something we didn't get to capture. I don't think I heard, the desk, talk too much about Doom, but yeah, he was somebody that's always been kind of quiet for some reason on this team, but, yesterday he was looking really good, and even I think on the Friday as well, he's been able to have himself some decent numbers and picking up some good frags. He seems to be like an impact player, not a guy that's always putting up like multi-kill after multi-kill or might be the star, but he's a guy that's going to do his job, and that's exactly what they need right now. They're going in, Trav. They're going right in.
Flashes, look at the utility. Everyone's going like half blind, but somehow still alive is Comics. He's done a wonderful job to hold down the fort for 2, and there's Dipsy coming in to help out. Easy holds for Anubis early game here.
Yeah, and Flex, I mean, look, this is what he likes. He likes being that guy that can just kind of lurk the map, but I mean, you got to go against 4. The numbers are going to be the disadvantage in that fight with the 2-on-1 right in front of him, but Anubis already doing a great job, and this is a map where so far in the season, I mean, they were the ones that played GV on it, and they actually had that 10-7 victory, so that was also a really good performance that, was from Dipsy, and like I said, even, Sad was able to put himself at a 1.17, so it was decent for these guys, and that's where I'm thinking they've had some good reps on it. I mean, GV are, that's different competition, I guess, right, in some regard, right? But in the same token, though, they've been able to find themselves some success. But, oh, man, GG. They're going to go right back for an execute into this again. But it's a little lackluster, but now finally with Flex dropping out of Vent, that allows a little bit more space. Flex needs to find this kill, but oh, my goodness. He just slips and falls and tumbles, and now leaving it just to Raffin on his lonesome for a 1-on-2. Doesn't even have the C4, and Trav, I don't like these odds.
I feel like they need a round like this to get them going early game here, but swing from Dipsy. Nade is actually very good. Takes Jag down to 4. But as you said, the lack of the C4 is a problem for Raffin, and this Jaguar and Dipsy are holding hands, making sure they don't let that C4 go. Raffin is making quite a lot of noise and trying to entry down these 2 opposite staircases, which make this site awkward for entry. And of course, he's got a whole minute to figure this out, but I doubt he'll be given much for free. There we go. Those are the other position that he needs to be worried about. Jaguar just ducking and diving, getting the information. Raffin is still trying just to find the timing on a jiggle peak. Playing between the tanker. Again, just dancing around, doing the right thing, trying to play so it baits in Dipsy. And actually, Raffin does really well to find that one more. But Dipsy trades it. And that is another very good hold. Not much progress for Gaimin Gladiators yet. And Dipsy with a great round. So that leads me into the most important question. What was your favourite Teletubby?
Teletubby? Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't really watch Teletubby in my time.
Really? Oh, I'm so upset. What were the children's TV shows you kind of grew up with?
Oh, God, you're really trying to age me in this one. I was going to say, like, Rugrats,
Banger.
Recess.
Banger.
What else did we watch?
I mean,
Magic
you are
School
Canadian,
Bus.
I'm British, so it will be
Yeah, that's
slightly
true.
different.
Yes. Magic School Bus. I don't know if that was popular in the UK, but
I definitely heard of it, but I'm not sure it was massively popular in the UK.
yeah, it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. It was definitely a banger. Full-size children in a bus, they shrink and they do all these cool scientific things, but
We love that.
we love that.
Okay, another hold for Doom. He's been impactful thus far, but there's the swing. Spoxy and Flex will team up to get a couple of kills back in return. And despite the health, they've found an answer to the slow start. Can they now complete it? Because they've still got to worry about Sad and Comics. Both these two players holding down a site of their own. Sad now ready. An instant flick on toward Flex, but I think it's a very smart trade from Lioneclaw, making sure he gives him nothing at all. They now know where Comics is coming from, but this is losable, and he does take one more. Thankfully, they swung together, and that's just like all the experience of playing together, of knowing when you're going to swing, knowing how to play off of the 3-2-1. And they do get away with their first round.
Yeah, you're darn tootin'. And then they finally, can at least get a round on the board, right? Which is really, really nice. But I was kind of saying this before, and it's been my, I kind of have the tinfoil hat on. I've been like speculating a lot, and it's been my biggest wonder about Gaimin Gladiators is the fact that they got picked up by an organization, and I wonder if just there's been a little bit more stress for them. I don't know. It just seems like they've been in their heads more often than I remember. But I mean, maybe that's wrong, but we'll see. And hopefully that's just my own wrong speculation, just because it feels like we don't get to see that comfort that we normally see them on.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Again, Comics is playing that angle, and again, he's being successful with it, but they are running the side a little bit more this time, Gaimin Gladiators. They've got a bit more space to work with, and it's working out for them. Spoxy, Dezane, and Flex are in this 3v2 against Jaguar and Sad, and they're both looking to try and re-entry from the same position, but Spoxy is very aware. He will get that one kill. It's all down to Sad. Tries to keep his way forward, but again, covered. And now, Gaimin Gladiators are growing into the game.
They are. They're getting them 2 rounds in a row, which is good. They're starting to just take things a little bit quicker, right? That's what we were kind of talking about with, GB in the previous one, where they're making more quick decisions, not overcomplicating things. They just rely on what they can and on the foundation they have, and that's exactly what they do. I mean, Spoxy does get the opening duel, but now Flex has been caught off guard a little bit here, so he's going to go down very early. So Anubis are able to bring things back regardless, which is nice. But now this defense is a little bit wounded in the sense that they have to go for a bit of a gamble. Normally you see most teams just have the one player committed in A site, and then you can kind of lean a little bit more in mid door in that B side. And that's kind of what we're seeing right now. They're putting a lot of reliance on Sad to be with the Alm. He'll be the anchor instead of a rifler, because normally we see the rifle with the counter flash ready to go. But we'll see if Gaimin Gladiators want to try to go for this execute, because they know there only should theoretically be one player here, and that's exactly what they're going to go for, Trav.
Sad. Good hold. Looking for more. That's a lovely quick scope on Dezane, and he's still got the line towards Spoxy. He's trying to bait him out. He's wasted so much time right now, and Spoxy knows he's stuck in a corner. Raffen being taken down. He is stuck. Nice kill. Tries to avoid the utility, but he's just getting peppered by everything right now. He'll eventually be cleared by Jaguar, and Anubis are showing some good teamwork here.
Okay, Trav, I gotta ask you, because I didn't even get to ask you, what was your favorite Teletubby? Now I've been wondering.
Okay, well, I think I liked purple back in the day. I saw purple's still my favorite color, so...
Isn't that like Tinky Winky or something?
That's Tinky Winky, I believe.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But also, Nunu, he's not one of the Teletubbies, but he's funny. We love a vacuum cleaner that's apparently sentient. Flex will deal with Doom. And again, a 4v4, and we'll kick 1-for-1 early next round. I'm sure we'll get into many random tangents over the course of the games we cover with each other in Crossfire.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I think at the moment, Anubis are looking like the better team. Maybe they are on the slightly favourable side. But, with Mexico next, a bit more of a... Not necessarily a rogue pick, perhaps, from Gaimin Gladiators. I think they're definitely confident in it. They wouldn't have picked it otherwise, but it's a more of an unknown one for the league. So there's actually a world Anubis could do something with this one. Flex trying to hold on, does, well, kind of half-blind deal with Comics. That could be a really important way in, because now Anubis are disconnected.
Yeah, and the plant's going to come through. So again, you got Flex that's kind of locked and loaded here, and he actually does reposition. So this is the stronger angle. Really, really just hoping for the duel. And now with these numbers of a disadvantage right now for Anubis, I mean, this is the thing that... I mean, they got the double rifles, they got the here for Sad, but it's all about timing, and there's only 20 seconds left, and they have to get going now. But again, you have these choke points that you have to go through. The flash is going to land perfectly on the Lion Claw, and Anubis just clean up the house. Look at that 1-2, make it 4.
Good God.
Good God, indeed. I mean, that is a clean retake, and Gaimin Gladiators had nothing at all to work with. That was a mess, and it got mopped up.
That is unbelievable, and Gaimin Gladiators are in position to hold them at bay, but the retakes have been king so far today in the 2 series we've watched, and that's one of the things I do enjoy about CrossFire, is that it's obviously due to various things, and I'm sure you know what I'm kind of referring to. It's a very retakeable game. Retakes are attempted all the time, and even disadvantageous ones can be winnable, so add some excitement to these late rounds.
It really does. Just when you, like when you think it, like all the odds are against you, like all it takes is just being able to land that one flash, or maybe like just hitting that first opening duel, and the retake, and it really can just catapult a team. And that's kind of what we saw, right? Like Lion Claw, the fact that he's playing stairs and he got caught with a flash, and he had no way to find even one trade or one kill. That just created such a massive opening. So Anubis with a 5-2 record, or 5-2 scoreline, I should say, right now. This is really, really impressive. They've been playing such a great system on the GR side, and Gaimin Gladiators are just looking like, again, they're kind of flustered and they don't know what to do with it. Hoping maybe to go for a fight in Locker right now, and Flex is somehow able to use that smoke, and he's able to be a bit of a smooth criminal, but can he be able to get out of this and rejoin his team? He's going to keep on pressing forward. He's still going to be annoying and a pest right now here, Trav, and now Sad, he's the one that has to get ready again with the
Amazed that Doom stayed alive for that long, and Sad actually does go 1 for 1 in the end, and Doom still found 1 kill despite being so low, and it's working out again for Anubis. Raffin's going to get caught in the open. He's been blown up, and they are looking so clean right now. Even during those mad fights, they seem to find a way to get away with murder and get themselves in good positions across the map. Always getting a 1 for 1 at least, if not a multi. And they're leading 6-2 right now.
Oh boy, 6-2 is definitely not what I was expecting, and this is what I was a little bit worried about, right? And like I said, me being Canadian, I was like, look, everybody's going to have fun, and Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to bounce back. But yesterday, I was just thinking, like, man, they were just absent. They were nowhere to be found, and that was against ROC. So I was thinking, okay, you're playing the best team in the league, and it's an off day. They can't get it going. But right now, Anubis, like, they're a team that's been trying to prove their worth once again, and now they've really just proven that they're a major contender here with a 6-2 of a gap. And I mean, this is where they can be able to end this half with a 7-2. That's just going to be the biggest buffer, and it's already looking like that might be the case. And even Jaguar again. This cat is able to pounce on a double kill, and now just leaving it all down to Lion Claw. And before I can even finish my sentence, Anubis, get it done. And fist bumps are going to happen in the LAN house. And Trav, this map could be over quickly.
And that's the difference, right? Like, LAN house. Like, I feel like, sure, a lot of these guys do play together in LAN houses. It just depends when they're on boot camp or whatever, right? But I do think it makes such a big difference to the team morale and just like the feel-good factor when you're all together. Makes it look cool as well. So, yeah, I think right now they're feeling fantastic about things. And now, Gaimin Gladiators will swap. They need to also swap form, because they are missing at the moment. Someone send out a search warrant.
Yeah, really. I just, like, it's just, I know it's still, like, we're kind of in the early-ish portion of the season, but, again, that's where I was kind of saying, like, it ever seems like Gaimin Gladiators have just really not been able to get themselves the right kickstart that I was thinking they would be able to. I mean, the fact that leading into this weekend, you know, with the overall standings, yeah, they were number 2, but I mean, they took a loss yesterday, and now that makes things even more problematic, because if, you know, Anubis can be able to push this thing to a full boundary, I mean, It just could even be worse for wear for these guys because they're kind of one of those heavy favorites. And now Dezane, oh man, he is just blind. That utility work from Anubis, picture perfect, allowing him to get side control. Look at Doom again! How does he get away with a double kill out of that position? And this round's over. There's no way unless Raffin somehow can pop off and have the best performance of his life, but that's not going to happen at all.
They are overrunning them right now. They are flat on the tarmac. And they're flat-footed as well. This is insane work from Doom, having a wonderful game, it has to be said. And yeah, I think right now they could not be feeling better. But Gaimin Gladiators, a team that we've spoken about, we like their individuals, we know what they're capable of. They usually want the team that is in that top 2 at the end of the season. But taking a bit of a while to warm up in this particular 2025 season. I mean, even losing a map to 999, right, who are the Open League team that came up to the CFWL this season, is a shock. Was a shock. I covered that game and it was like, okay, well, with all due respect, I don't know the 999 guys, but I know Gaimin Gladiators, I know the ex-LCK roster. This should be comfortable, but it wasn't. It took a grind.
It really did. Yeah.
Yeah. Anubis will be loving life right now.
Yeah, they really will because... You know, that's the thing about Gaimin Gladiators is, like you said, they're a team that it just feels mixed, right? Like there's times where they won the season last year, and they had a really good performance, but it's like at the same token, it's like in the regular season they really seem to fall short to teams they shouldn't, and that's kind of what we saw a little bit from ROC. That was in the very early part or later part of 2023, but like that last year, those guys were flawless. Like it was, I think they almost went undefeated. I'm pretty sure one season, like they only had the odd loss. Whereas, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, they are the stronger team. They're definitely on that top 3, like no question. But we get these like really weird mixed results from them sometimes where they really do need to warm up. And like you said, losing a map to 999 was really shocking. I was watching that game and I was just like, what is happening here? Like what's going on? And that's where I was even saying yesterday against ROC, like they didn't get that motor running at all. They couldn't even, you know, jumpstart it. Like nothing was working. So Anubis have been able to anti-strat and get themselves prepared for this matchup. And honestly, with an 8-2, this is getting good to go to Mexico.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Anubis will be loving it right now. They'll be thinking to themselves, okay, let's get this one done ASAP. Let's not make it stressful for us. Let's focus fully on Mexico, because that, again, is, as you've told me, very rarely played and a pretty heavily GR-sided map. So it's a situation we find ourselves in now where, sure, maybe it is a bit of a specialist map for Gaimin Gladiators. Maybe it's something they like to go to give them a bit of a lock over the course of the season. But if it's not one they're as comfortable with and not like one of their normal homes, like a very commonly played port, Ankara, or compound, for example, like that can completely change their form and their feeling. And Anubis could be in for an unlikely 2-0, which could obviously propel them above their opponents right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And that's the thing too. It's like, it's funny because a map like Mexico is, like we said, it's just like never picked. Like it's just never going to happen. And the fact that Gaimin Gladiators went for it, like it was kind of a bit of a BM, right? Like they're just like, yeah, we don't want to play any real maps. Let's just do one fun here and practice it a little bit. Because I mean, these CFWL teams, they like to try to throw like Eagle Eyes and, you know, the Mexicos out there just to really catch the international teams off guard. So I like that they're mixing up and increasing the map pool. And that's the one thing that's been really good about, you know, this whole new season in 2025 is the fact that with the best of 3s instead of the BO2s, it kind of now makes it a little bit more creative and a bit more strategic in the sense of vetoes, where, like you said, we always just got the old replay, you know, of every single map. It was compound, you know, Ankara and pretty much port all the time. But surprisingly, I don't know if you remember this map, but Black Widow, that was a very common map here in CFWL. And honestly, I don't think I've covered one yet. I think I've seen it one time in replays. So for some reason, every team now is just like, no, we're never playing this again.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I do remember that map a little bit, and I'm surprised that that is kind of the state we find. I mean, what is it like? I mean, obviously, you're an esteemed name now because you've had the opportunity to go out to Vietnam and China to do these lands for Crossfire Stars. I know the map pools are very different across different regions, especially like, you know, the expertise of the Chinese teams and so on and so forth. What would you say, like, is there a team that's like top of the world in terms of like those big international events that do they have a Mexico in their wheelhouse to kind of shock a team in a BO5?
You know, honestly, I felt like when we got to see a lot of the competition, you know, for international, like Black Widow is definitely like the Chinese teams were so scary to watch on that. Like that is a map that was like their territory. Like that is a map that no team wants to play them on because they just know exactly what to do. It seems like any situation they're put into, they can just win rounds. So Black Widow was definitely that, like, we saw, you know, Baisha were really good on it. You know, we saw like AG were really good on it. So that's a map for sure. Compounds, I didn't feel like we saw a lot of it internationally. That was a map that, you know, ROC Esports were really good on, and they actually were able to take maps away in the best of threes against the international competition. So that was really cool to see. But you see a lot of port. You actually did get to see quite a bit of sub base as well. So that's where I think it's good practice for these guys. But yeah, Mexico is definitely not really ever played from my perspective. And then Eagle Eye, yeah, actually, I felt like when we were in Vietnam, we actually got to cover it, I think, like the odd time, which was kind of cool too, just because I never would have thought we'd be in that position. But hey, it made it more fun.
I'm sure. I believe I did see one of the, I think it was one of the Gaimin Gladiators players drop out, unfortunately, which is what I think we're waiting for here in this tech pause. But yeah, I mean, just give me a little run through. Like, obviously, I'm just curious. What was it like out there? Because I've only traveled like in EU countries in my life, and actually only really started traveling in like 2019, quite late in my life. I never really went on holiday abroad or anything. I pretty much always just chilled at home. I was happy to. It was not like it's a negative for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I only traveled around the EU countries. I've not been to America yet. Could change in the future. We'll see. But yeah, that's obviously a big trip for you. And yeah, I'm curious. Like, how did you enjoy it?
It was good, you know, being in Canada and the farthest west of Canada, or one of, it was a big trip, but it was really fun. And yeah, Vietnam especially, like every team was, you know, everybody's so nice in the community. That's what I love about this community, is everybody's just super friendly, very outgoing.
Like you.
You know, yeah, there you go. Yeah, thanks, man. And yeah, it was really good vibes. And honestly, like the venue was great and the competition was great. And there was a lot of big upsets, you know, that happened across the board for everybody, even internationally. Like, a Vietnamese team won the whole event, which was cool, which was, you know, a bit of a shocker in my perspective. But yeah, you could just tell every team now is really at that point where I felt like everybody's on the same playing field. It's kind of like that situation of like, who's going to show up a little bit better that day. Because in the history books, it was always like CFWL teams are kind of always like the lower tier. There was like way back in the day, you know, like they would be pretty decent, but you know, now things are starting to pick up a little bit more over here. And I think, you know, just seeing ROC, you know, being able to make a pretty cool run and causing upsets and them just like, you know, getting massive clutches with a huge audience behind them, that was a pretty cool experience as well.
Yeah, I'm sure, because I think that was kind of the criticism for a little bit for the history of CFWL, right, is that we didn't get to see a team from this league get their qualification to an international event and then do anything at the international event. They always were the team to kind of like come last in the group or whatever. So yeah, it was great to see the 3BL/ROC do well. And anyway, I just want to say as well, like that definitely sounds like a long trip. Like where without doxing yourself, whereabouts when did you have to go to in Canada to travel on that flight? Was it multiple flights? I assume it was.
Yeah, it was a couple flights. So for context, like hopefully if any viewers know, there was an Olympics way back in the day. So Vancouver in British Columbia, which is, so that's where I'm pretty close to there without completely doxing myself here. Yeah, so I'm over there. So it actually wasn't terrible. It's like a Vancouver to, I think I landed in, where did I land? I landed in, I think, somewhere in Korea, I think, and then I did one more flight. So it actually wasn't terrible. And I think in total it was like 13 hours or something like that. So honestly,
doable.
not bad at all. And it was very doable. So it was good. I had a red eye, so I just tried to sleep through it, and that was nice, feeling fresh. And
I'll ask you more questions about that in a bit, because I'm very curious. Like, especially like what you did on the flight, because long flights are something I haven't really had a sort of experience with yet. Shotgun for Flex, hello. Changing things up perhaps, but no, that's not working either. Dipsy's just so ready for it. Everything that Gaimin Gladiators try to do seems to not work, but they do have a 4v3 this time on their comeback trail from 2-8 behind.
Yeah, it's just like again, I was looking at the score, I'm like, man, really, like it's 8-2. Like the fact that we're at an 8-2 this quickly, Like you said, like even Gaimin Gladiators really trying to mix things up. I like it. It's not like they're just playing the same thing over and they're just being stubborn or the insanity of it. It's just nothing's going their way. Like nothing is working. And I think Lionclaw was even able to spot, I'm pretty sure, that player in the vent, which was Dipsy, and it doesn't even matter because, I mean, his teammates are getting dropped like flies. They're going to get themselves in a sight, and now Gaimin Gladiators have to go for a retake. They still have to worry about Dipsy because he's just kind of posted up there. He's waiting, but Raffin hoping to get this flank, and this could be big. This could be a really good kill, but oh my god, Dipsy still wins the fight. Trav, I think everything's against them. I think the tea leaves are just going in favor for Anubis here.
Chat, I fear we may be cooked. This is ridiculous. They've absolutely overrun them. And you can tell just the look on their faces right now. They're confident. Like, it's not a surprise to them. They're completely in the game. They're locked in. And now they have to come all the way back. 7 in a row needed for overtime alone. Crazy. And even recovering that disadvantageous situation as well in such a smooth manner. I have a bit of a law, Laz, where like every single game I cast, whatever tournament or event it might be, whatever esport, a team reaches game point, in this instance 9, and always seems to lose the next round.
Yes.
Every single time. It's like a mental thing where you just relax a little bit because you've reached match point, especially if you're a long way in the lead. And I swear to God, at least 75 to 80% of the games I cover, always the team that reaches, as I say, in this instance 9, would then lose the next round immediately. It happens so often. I understand it's a mental thing. I understand it's a common thing that can happen, but it happens more than you think, I feel. I've called it Trav's Law.
It is, you know, I love that. I love that it can be Trav's Law because that is a very good point, and that is definitely something that happens a lot. It's like, you know, you could be winning 9-0 for all you say. You know, it's just for some reason you can't get it done. You just can't close that last round. It's like, okay, we're on the last round and let's just get it done. And then no, everybody seems to just slip and fall. So I don't know why. And that was, you know, even when you add the last round music, you know, like the intense, you know, music to close the game out, every team just blunders it. It's just hilarious at this point.
Now, watch them recover this round now, Anubis, somehow. Comics has already got one back. Doom is walking wounded.
Tested.
It's going to be tested, yeah. I mean, I'm not a believer of jinxes. That's one thing you need to learn about me. They don't exist. It's happened already. It's whatever. I don't think I'm going to be jinxing anything here, because they don't exist anyway, and it's not going to happen. Gaimin Gladiators are still going to win this round. Zane's still going to find the final kill, and they're still alive on sub-base for now.
Whew. Yeah, well, again, 6 needed, and I mean, not even going to win. It's pushing overtime to keep themselves in the first map, so yeah, Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to have to dig very, very deep and find something to really push themselves, and now even Comics now. Look at that! Oh man, just galloping his way through the map, finds a double kill. They're just trying to close it out. They want it, but look at Flex is able to find himself another one as well with the double, leaving it to Comics now for a quad kill needed to get this job done here for Anubis. And he's got plenty of time. He doesn't have to overextend anything. He can wait things out. This is where Gaimin Gladiators struggle. This is where they've been in these mid-late round situations where they have to make the right plays. And they're playing these one-on-ones, but look at how far they're going to pull back, Trav. They're actually going to try to regroup. This is a good idea right now.
Can Comics get it done here and now? He's had a great game. I'm not sure on his full stats, of course. I think he was in double digits at least before the little tech pause we had. 5 on the board already after that tech pause. And does he have any information where Dezane and Raffin are coming from? There's the information on the first, looking for the spray transfer on the second. Oh, he tries to hold the angle, but Dezane says, okay, I'll just swing you then. And no hesitation from Dezane to keep the game going a little while longer.
All right, 2 in a row. I mean, if you know, it's one of those teams. If there's a team to do it, it's definitely going to be Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, not always, in my opinion, known to be the team that makes the massive comeback. I feel like it's ROC Esports that always seem to do that. You know, back in the day, they were like down by huge numbers and they just climb themselves back in a game. But maybe that's a new Gaimin Gladiators thing. I don't know. But Flex is going to try one more time with the XM. Wants to see if he can get it done. Spoxy doesn't even want the He wants a pistol to go to a gunfight. Now Flex posted up with an opponent just on the other side. Him and Dipsy playing a little bit of a cat and mouse. A little bit of chicken, maybe. Who's going to swing first is the big question. But, I mean, you would think it'd be Anubis just considering they're down in numbers. But you know what Dipsy says? Yeah, I'm good. you know what, bro? I don't want to do that. I want to just hang out with my teammates.
Yeah. Your auto shotgun is not going to be any interest to me. Raffin's got a really good angle, but of course they're aware of the possibility of positions like this, and he does get cleared properly. Good work from Dipsy again. And yeah, they just need to bide their time because they've got the opening to recover it back into a 4v4. Spoxy is low. They've got the C4 available to be picked up whenever they want. They do have a somewhat of a path to B, because the only player really there right now, of course, is going to be that low HP Spoxy. Of course, there is other players to worry about on this rotation through mid, and there's a shotgun. Dipsy does get caught off guard this time. Comics will look to work his way back through. Information spotted. Spoxy is there. How is he alive? I have no idea. One bullet doesn't get found through the corner of the wall, but I think even though he does get jumped down in the end by Sad, the fact that Line Claw has traded it immediately makes it very difficult for Sad. He'll get caught out in the open. Okay. The comeback trail is getting there, but I'm not excited just yet. Need to get to like 6 or 7 before I'm excited.
Exactly. That's exactly it. It's like, it's hard, you know, it's the anticipation is building up and slowly, but yeah, still a long road here. We got to be a little realistic, just because, again, it's all it's going to take is Anubis really just to, again, one chance and then they're done this thing, right? Whereas Gaimin Gladiators are the ones that are just trying to get themselves, you know, up the ladder and trying to get themselves back into OT, and they're doing it slowly, but we're going to need a lot more of them, because even there was a, you know, what was that, 2 rounds ago where Comics was just kind of running around and getting that double, triple kill, where I was thinking, okay, this is over. Like, you know, but we're starting to see some of these individuals on Gaimin Gladiators on your screen really shining a little bit. That's where like Flex was able to lock down with a double kill on the site. And, you know, now we're starting to see, you know, a little bit more from Zane as well. So now with this moment, Anubis is thinking, you know what? Let's cool things off. Let's have a chat. Let's just slow this momentum down. This is probably the best decision, in my opinion, just because when you call a timeout when it gets close, like a 9-7, 9-8, when you were up 9-2, I feel like that's stress point. That's when you're shaking in the boots a lot. So the fact that they're still in a comfort zone and they can call this right now, I think this is a really smart move.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've got a lot of time just to chill as well. I mean, there are multiple arguments, I think, excuse me, for the timeouts as well. Like, if you call a timeout, of course, that does give the other team a chance to talk as well, right? It's like, are you willing to give them that time? And also, it's a situation of if you win a ridiculous clutch round as well, sometimes we see teams call a timeout to make the other team stew in the mistake, to maybe feel worse about it, right? But again, that can be looked at both ways. That will give them time to reset rather than stew in their error, right? Because they're probably, a lot of teams are very well sort of mentally set up with everyone behind the scenes, keeping them in focus. So, yeah, it's an interesting way of looking at it, but I do think the timeout here for Anubis is the right time to do it. You're absolutely right for this particular situation.
Yeah, it's always funny, like you said, that's a really good example you brought up about, like, you know, when like a team makes a mistake or a big clutch happens and then you just call the immediate timeout, just to, again, just allow that to stew more. Like, it is such a smart tactic, because timeouts can be, you can argue it a million ways here, but I feel like it's all about the mental, right? It's like you just want to get in your opponent's head at times. Sometimes you're even just calling a timeout to have a, you know, a quick breather. Like, it might not even be like strat definitions or like tweaking things. It might just be, you know what, let's just wait things out. We'll make it silent. We'll make it a little bit awkward for the other team, and that's a big thing here, because Gaimin Gladiators are, you know, climbing back up. That's not the case here, but, you know, Anubis are just trying to figure out how do we close this damn thing out, because they still got 4 chances, but let's hope for the, you know, their sake and their fans' sake, they don't need to get, you know, all the way to the end brink of this to close this map out. But we'll find out. I mean, again, and Anubis needing to find something a little bit more passive on this. Double player into radio this time. Here from GG, they're going to actually push a little bit more. But do they commit to it? And they do. And Raffin actually falls. And unfortunately for that, it's costly.
Yeah. Now they have to recover a disadvantage to stay up in this one. C4 waiting outside B main area. Quite an aggressive push-up by Flex and Zane. They've been in this position many times over their careers, looking to play off of each other's contact like that. Actually, I'm wondering if Anubis have gauged an opening here, because they have moved the C4 through middle. I'm wondering if Spoxy is going to be ready for that possibility. He's going to hear it in time. They're going to run in now. Actually, that's a bit of information. Spoxy does get his 1 kill, but there's the trade, and there's the opening for the B-bomb site.
Yeah, another than Doom, man. This has now allowed them, and even Dipsy, and in addition to him, and now leaving it to Lionclaw, somebody that has been around for a very long time. And now he needs to have his pop-off moment. This is where he needs to be able to come through the clutch to keep them in this game. Otherwise, Anubis will be able to have this done. He's only able to find 1 kill, and there it is. Fist bumps around Anubis with a celebration. And they take sub-base with convincing fashion. And Gaimin Gladiators starting this best of 3 with a 0-1. Just getting dominated.
Yeah, I mean, really, like, they could have brought that back maybe to like a 9-6 or 9-7. I would still have said, like you said, it was a domination. I really did think they were nowhere in that game. Anubis had that one in under lock and key, I feel like, throughout the majority of the game. Very quiet performance from Gaimin Gladiators thus far, and Subbase looking like a home that Anubis are very, very comfortable on. They got all the trades in good position, all good timings. I think they had a number of situations where Gaimin Gladiators could have maybe had a crossfire to work with, had a multi-frag situation, but it was Anubis who were getting all of them in that first half, right? So, yeah, incredibly impressive, and honestly, I think they've got a lot of work to do, especially with a map like Mexico coming up next.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're gonna take that short little break. We'll let Zika and Azim be able to figure things out and walk us through about what they got from their perspective. So let's hear it, boys. What do you think?
So Anubis with a surprise on the 1-0 in this series, thanks Laz and Trav. So Anubis now on their midway, let's say, to their redemption arc. And now I'm looking to Anubis very different from my first impressions. And Anubis get the game very, very good on GG. Doesn't matter if GG took like 3 to 4 rounds. When it comes to Anubis needs only 1 round to close this game.
Excuse me, but this is not Anubis that we saw the first weeks. No way, man. This is not Anubis that we saw in the first week. This is not Anubis
Totally
that played the first game versus GG, versus ROC, versus... No. I expected the same Anubis as before, so I said GG would win the first game, even though the map was Anubis' choice, sub-base, but that did not happen. I mean, look at comics, man. The last 3 rounds, he's playing super aggressive, super confident, and I love his confidence because he lives up for it, man. When you're confident enough in your own skills, and when your skills achieve this 1.70 KDA with an AK, then okay, you are him, man. Let it be, man. Keep the same playstyle, keep the same routine as you do. One thing also to mention, the first half that ended 7-2. 7-2 against GG isn't something that we see every time, every day. Let's be honest. And on the attack, Anubis absolutely stomped them, man. On the defense, GG started to come back. Doom and Dipsy with every one of them with 10 kills, both of them. You don't see this every day against GG because Team GG over the days, they proved a lot to us. They proved that they are one of the contenders. They proved that they are there. We've seen Flex, Foxy and the boys. This specific game, man, GG, you just wasn't there.
But I can finally say that Anubis are back, and Anubis is not back by luck or versus any team. It's versus GG, Gaimin Gladiators, that I personally expected to take this series a bit easier, not to be behind.
Yes.
In the first game on sub-base by like 7 rounds, 9-2, but Gaimin Gladiators seems to adapt really slow on this game, really slow on this map, and we will track this very much in upcoming matches. But next map will be
Mexico.
GG's, yes, will be Mexico. So we'll see. But for Anubis, for the first game, for sub-base, that the favorite Anubis that didn't always, let's say,
Yeah. I'd be saddened if Anubis didn't get their second win here, man. Third one, sorry, because in Mexico, thing is, it's a picked map by the other team. We have seen why this map was picked by Anubis. We've seen the aggressive playstyle. We've seen the lurking, the flanking within the B to the A side. We've seen Comics, in my opinion, the MVP of the first map. But moving on to Mexico, Mexico is not the map, the default map like Ankara, like Sapez, like Port that you would see. Mexico is picked by intention, which means that we should go map 3. I said we're going to go map 3, but I did not expect this scenario at all. I expected that GG would take us to map 3, not Anubis, the ones who would take us to map 3. Honestly, Mexico, I think it's the first time for us to see Mexico over the 2 weeks.
Ever to see Mexico in this season of CrossFire West League. So Anubis, on the other hand, they took their map really good. 9-2, then 9-5, and closing the series. Like I said to you, I think this series will depend slightly different on maps, and we'll see that, like I said, first game, that Anubis Gaming will take this momentum, but they will try to adapt to Gaimin Gladiator on this map.
See, when I see Mexico picked by some specific team, which is now GG, I'd say, okay, GG will win, but judging by the score, 10-5 is a gap. Especially, it wasn't 10-5; it was 9-3 or 2. Yes, 2. So when it's 9-2, and there is a pause has been taken by GG, and then you come back, get 2 rounds, then lose the game. Then let's say. The game, they were struggling, man. They just couldn't end it, Anubis, and Team GG was just climbing slowly, but not even surely. So for GG, I think they have to go all in. I'd say Anubis with good adaptation, with good read, and play on their own play style. Like if GG plays aggressive, maybe let's just hold the flank. Maybe play it slow. Maybe try to hunt, get our kills, get the first blood. Play more in the util, the lineups. I'm pretty sure Anubis do have good lineups on Mexico already, and they do have good positioning on Mexico. But it's all about the execution when it comes down to the players. Thing is, GG, we don't know what are they hiding for us, and especially for Anubis on Mexico. But if it's good enough, then why not comeback? Might be real, man. I mean, 10-5. Sides can switch at any second.
It's a fight for the third place in the standing table now between Anubis and Gaimin Gladiators, who has a chance on their map, Mexico selected map, to square things again and get one scenario. So Laz and Trav, take us to game number 2.
You know what? We will do that. We will take you to the second match, and like you said, it's going to be the first time. I'm pretty sure that's actually the correct stat, is that we haven't seen Mexico yet. It's been in the veto in the pool, but we haven't been able to see, teams actually play it yet. So this is a really exciting one, because now, I mean, look, it's hard not to talk about Gaimin Gladiators, geez, is the fact that they should be the heavy favorites in this. And now they've lost pretty devastatingly on the first one, and now they need to do a reverse sweep. Let's not forget, though, Trav, these guys are notorious for doing that. They've been able to do it against ROC Esports last year in playoffs. Maybe they can just do it in regular season now.
Yeah, true. I mean, I wanted just to ask you as well, like, how do you feel about the fact that it is Mexico in terms of their sort of the state of Gaimin Gladiators? Do you think they're picking it because it's like a lock pick that they've kind of, they've worked on it hard, I think they're very confident on it, or are they like, okay, damn, we need something unusual to actually make us competitive in series like this, right? Because we think that maybe we're struggling a little bit right now, considering it's the first time that it's being plucked in their league so far this season in 2025 has been a bit rough around the edges. I do wonder if it's something that if they're just trying out, as if to say, okay, we need to change ourselves.
Yeah, it's a really good question. And honestly, like, for me, I feel like they're trying to just add it as an extra map in their map pool, because maybe at that international level, they want to be able to have that as kind of a, a little bit of a in the back pocket in case it ever needs to get to that point, because they probably want to throw these like less known played maps in, you know, in their favor. So just getting as much official practice as they can, because in scrims, I mean, it's one thing, right? Like you can take away what you can out of it, but now that you're in the official capacity, that's going to be one whole other bit of a bowl game. But I mean, you know, it does make me excited to see them adding a little bit more flavor to it. But I mean, I do hope they're going to kind of increase their map pool overall. I was actually kind of really hoping they play Black Widow, but I mean, it just unfortunately wasn't going to be the case, because even, you know, I think it was Anubis that went for that ban as the third one. So I think they probably would have went for that if they could have, because they actually are a pretty decent Black Widow team in the CFWL, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's something that they're like, okay, we've had a map before that's kind of a specialist for us. Let's put a lot of work into another one, which maybe is a little bit newer or a little bit more underplayed over the course of the league by most teams involved in it. And let's try and make that one a kind of a surprise, especially if it's not banned, right? If it's not banned out in the veto, we could go to a map that's a little bit more normal, that's a little bit more played over the course of the season. But if we've got this in our wheelhouse, let's give it a go. So yeah, that's what I'm super interested to see, actually, what it looks like, how it plays for both, and especially for Gaimin Gladiators, who need this one. You mentioned, of course, they do like coming back and getting that reverse sweep 2-1 from a 1-0 deficit, but you know, that doesn't read like a very reliable outcome on many occasions. When you know, so many close games, a couple of mistakes can slip in, and it costs you the entire BO3. So, you know, in the BO2 format last year, I think they were quite solid. And majority of games they had a very comfortable 2-0, and there weren't as many 1-1s I think as you'd maybe expect from others. But here now we've got BO3s. I am wondering, like, don't get me wrong, I'm like not beating up on them. They are 3-1 still. Like, they're in a good position in the league. They're not like they're in the bottom 5 or anything. But yeah, it's just not what I've come to expect from them, and I want to see more.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. I want to see a whole lot more too. And that's, I think, where the expectations are really, really high. And that's where, you know, Kyle and I went on a bit of a tangent about this yesterday, because we probably had the best matchup with ROC Esports versus Gaimin Gladiators. And we're like, look, this is a cool way to see who's going to be able to start the season off, because both these teams are arguably that number 1, number 2. And ROC were able to just kind of run through them. But now Gaimin Gladiators, I mean, again, like still a very strong team, but it just seems like they're taking a bit more of a slower approach and not really getting the dubs as we normally see them in that kind of way. But that could be for a lot of different reasons. So it's hard to say. But I was actually just looking up. I don't even think they got to play Mexico at, you know, for the summer champs last year. So I was thinking, I thought they had one at least. I don't know why, but I think they were trying to get it in their vetoes. But either way, I don't know what to expect from this, because I feel like they probably have been practicing it, so I'm hoping that is the case for their sake, to push this through a three map series. But Anubis just felt like, regardless of the strategies and how well they were taking map control, I just felt like their firepower was honestly way more of an overmatch than what we saw from Gaimin Gladiators, which I never would normally say on a given day.
I mean, every single player put in a shift, right? I think Comics had a number of multis on sub base toward that you know, A side of the map. Jaguar, Dipsy, and Doom, that sort of core 3 has always been very impactful. So let's see. Let's jump into the action now on some maybe slightly more unfamiliar surroundings, as I thought it was for a second. But there we are. Let's learn.
Let's learn. This is interesting. Am I crazy? I thought it was Mexico. Unless the graphic was wrong. Maybe the decider is Mexico? I'm going to find out.
I'm going to find out too. I think it's better to talk to the admin right now, because we've been talking about it for however long.
Now we just look silly.
Now we just look. I was like, literally, you heard me say it. Like, I thought we did.
Yeah.
At least I thought we did. And we loaded to the map, and it's not. Okay. The desk has been fooled over in Egypt. We've been fooled in Canada and London. The whole world of CrossFire has been fooled, and I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I'm not sure what that's all about. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Firstly, we need to cast this round, because it's the first round of set 2, and Gaimin Gladiators and Anubis are doing battle on the B side of the map. They have a bit of a defense here set up with Dipsy in position, but Jaguar's already gone down. They can't play off each other's contact particularly well. And they are getting into the site pretty comfortably. Comic's doing good work, though. And hang on. Raffin, he'll find Dipsy. He'll covers it into a 3v3. Comics is forced to push forward to try and make something happen. And leave Sad last alive.
Oh, boy. Poor Sad. Now he's going to go for a big clutch. And Spoxy, spots his heel. Oh, he doesn't even want the snipe. He's just a little one tap with the pistol. And not bad. Not bad at all from Gaimin Gladiators. Look, I mean, the fact that we're on port, like, this is a good map for Gaimin Gladiators. You know, a lot of history on it. So the fact that it's here, this is actually probably better, I would argue. I mean, this is a good map for them. So we'll have to see if they can use this in their favor. They're normally a pretty difficult team to play on this map. But we'll see. And I mean, the fact that Anubis get to be on the GR side will definitely make things a little bit more of a soft blow. But let's not forget, this was the map that Anubis, you know, with the 8-5 lead, I think it was yesterday, they were playing this map against 999. And then all of a sudden they were like, let's fall asleep at the wheel. And then it turned into a 3-mapper.
Oh, dear. Right, well, we'll see. Nice opening from Dipsy there. Pushing forward, Spoxy on the line. There's a bit of a triple pinch there. A pincer toward that mid position to try and look for more. Make their way forward.
Yeah, they love this though. Like this is like a Gaimin Gladiators like bread and butter. They're like nice and slow, getting B house, ready to go for the pop. That's exactly it. See the pop flash for Jag. He's gonna tuck away. Line claw. Oh god, he's hugging him. He has no idea, and Jaguar was right behind him, and now that's gonna be costly, I think, here, unless Spoxy can just hit these shots. But again, no way. Oh, such an unfortunate turn of events here, but, you know, looking good for Anubis. They bounce right back in. They don't get phased by losing that first round.
Immediate bounce back. We have R-Star production to find out why Mexico's gone missing. Thankfully just the map, not the country. But yeah, I think it's a bit confusing. Hopefully we'll try and find an answer for you guys. That's it. Because listen, I'm sure once the delay catches up, we have a look in the Twitch chat, there'll be as many question marks as we have in our brains right now.
Exactly.
So yeah, I mean, what I'm gathering is that it's a problem in production, and actually Mexico is a decider. So big shame. I would have loved to see it, but we might still. We might still.
Very well could. I mean, you know, like I said, the fact that it's on port, like it did make more sense to me, and that was a good question you asked. You know, maybe Gaimin Gladiators were like, the fact that it looked like it was a second map pick, like, oh, is this really a good thing they want? I was like, maybe. I mean, maybe they've been just grinding. I have no idea, but this was a map that, you know, they played yesterday against ROC on port. They lost it 10-8, but I mean, it was definitely a lot closer, and that was even the absence of Flex. Like, he wasn't really putting up the numbers like we normally saw. It was kind of other people like Raffin that was actually putting up some decent statistics. Like, I think he top fragged with a 1.17, so those were things that you like to see, but this is where Gaimin Gladiators, you know, they were very much dismissed in the first map of this series, so hopefully with that little bit of a break and getting everything locked and loaded for this map, might be a little bit different for them here to push things as the 3-mapper like we think it could be. But Anubis posted up, ready. Look at Sod with a cheeky little bit of an off angle. Love to see it, and even Comics is able to help him out as well. Sad getting lined up, ready for the attack, and Dezane is just underneath him now, trying to put that AK to work. Will be able to land this duel, so now it's turned into a 1v2. Some decent HP right now for the Gladiator, but now he's going to have to worry about 2 different opponents, with Dipsy still here, but yes, he is wounded with under 10 HP to spare. He's got the C4, but he has to commit to this plant. What is he going to be able to find? That is the biggest question here, because Anubis are close on by, but it's just Jaguar will take his head away.
Good find. Good find. Bit of patience there, working out well. Anubis continue their march toward a possible 2-0. You are doing good work there. Could have gone a little bit too soon and got caught off, and maybe the round could have been on there, because obviously low HP on one of them, so always get out of hand. He has a hold a really nice angle for Spoxy's very aggressive attempt on the entry as well.
Yeah, and Spoxy getting taken out early is really, really concerning too. But again, you know, Flex has actually equipped the Om as well, so... And that's what we were kind of talking about, right? Like, a lot of teams in CFWL don't always double Om. Like, I know earlier we had the GV series, and that's where we saw Creed's loading it up, and as well as FaZe. Holy, I almost forgot his name, but... Yeah, like those guys were kind of locking, loading it. Don't always see that all the time. They kind of do it a little bit more spontaneously. I feel like this team is notorious for it, but I'm not against it, right? Even on the BL side, I'm always kind of a bit of a critic that it's not very good, but they seem to make it work for them. That's kind of that, you know, again, that unorthodox approach that they like to play. Do it, Flex.
Oh, on the angle, window being played with, showing his hand somewhat. It's okay. Still got the opening kill, have Anubis here. Don't need to overpeak, if anything, too ridiculously. And Dipsy and Jaguar once again play off of each other. Bit of a lurk smoke, perhaps, there to force their way forward. Or at least maybe pretend they're forcing their way forward. But Jaguar will find Flex, and that's another really important one to nab away. They are trying to move the bomb through mid. They are going to move away from that at a pretty bad time, to be fair, for Anubis, but they are going to go back and check it, and it's not a bad time anymore when Dipsy is in play. He's found all three, and that's pretty dirty.
Yeah, it's really dirty, yeah. I mean, this Teletubby able to find himself a triple kill, not bad at all. And look at that massacre he's able to inflict against the Gladiators. And now Anubis, 3-1. Dipsy still looking for more. He's a little bloodthirsty, and now Gladiators are just trying to get themselves rushing down into A. They're just trying to resort to the old faithful, hold W and just see what happens. But so far, it's been the trades back and forth. Sad trying his darndest here to be able to find this shot. They just cannot seem to get the real estate, though. Gaimin Gladiators now realizing, you know what? Let's pull back. This is not going to be good. A flank attempt from Dipsy, going to be caught into Lion Claw. Now the Gaimin Gladiators have put themselves in a man advantage, and they can reset.
Something to work with now. Now, again, show their hands toward long, but still watched by Sad. Unfortunately, of course, ducking and diving with the Orm in that position. You can get, obviously, some cool multi-frags, but he's going to need it. And being so low makes it ever more difficult. I think if Gaimin Gladiators fumble this round, it will not be a good look. They're in a good position.
Not. Yeah, but the thing is, too, like, you know, Zane is low, like, he's down to 43, and I'm pretty sure Lion Claw's got to be, like, 20 or less, but... So you got two wounded players. Oh, Sad, a little bit dozy of the wheel here. He's just nodding off a little bit, and now Raffin... It's a labored spray, but he's able to find this one, and now Sad cannot seem to find the trade back at all, and Raffin's going to be able to find himself a double. All down to Jaguar. Now looking for something. A 1-on-3. Still two wounded players from the Gaimin Gladiators. But Jaguar, man, if he can line up some decent utility, I was thinking maybe he might be able to get a utility kill. But instead, he looks like he wants to go for a long-range fight. This is some deep water, Trav. I don't love that, but okay, it's over and done with.
Okay, a little bit of a deep breath here. Not getting overrun in the early stages. In with a chance to eventually see Mexico in that decider, which can confirm that is the case. Unfortunately, the veto graphic was swapped around. So a chance we do get to visit that map. Jaguar hopping away from the risk of Spoxy again going for an aggressive peek in that position.
Yeah, I wonder how much Anubis have been able to adjust from yesterday's bit of a problem on this map. But either way, I mean, Anubis now. We'll see if they've done their prep and their little bit of adjustments. But Sad's not able to find that shot at all. So Spoxy able to make the connection needed now. So Gaimin Gladiators once more want to go for the long A hit. Flashes galore. Going to be posted up still with a minute and 20 remaining. Now slowly creeping through, and now Comics is able to find at least the first engagement, but the trade back going forward, and Now the Gaimin Gladiators have finally got themselves a little bit of a stride here. Taking some bumps and bruises, but not too much of a sweat in the regards. And leaving Jaguar now by himself again in a clutch scenario. The 1-on-3. Trying to creep up. Head's going to be removed, head on a swivel, and Gaimin Gladiators have now been able to put themselves back into a situation of a 3-3. Really, really like what I see from Gaimin Gladiators. The fact that, again, now they're just going to keep doing it. Now they're going to try to abuse this. Spoxy's finally starting to feel it, realizing, you know what, I'm a good sniper player, but Comics is able to light things up, ignite it with the AK, stunt the aggression here. They're not going to get away with this easily. So now, they were just trying to do a back-to-back-to-back same strategy. They get a little bit more of a problem. Doom's already pushed himself deep in mid. Now they're just clearing up so much information, realizing nobody's lurking. They're all committed to A. And they got themselves in good positioning here to find themselves potentially for the retake. They got a 3-on-3, full HP for the most part. Utility is going to be available as well here for Anubis. And Dipsy all the way back in spawn. Very, very interesting for him, but he's expecting somebody to be a little bit more aggro here from Gaimin Gladiators. Now Spoxy, spawning at least the 2. Finds himself that 1. He needs to do a little bit more. It's back to an equal footing, and Spoxy does reposition perfectly. And now it's all just down to the 1v1. Doom versus Spoxy with 9 seconds to spare. Spoxy just needs to burn as much time as possible. Needs to hold the fake, but it's a ninja! It's a ninja! Can he be able to find it? Oh my dear goodness! Gaimin Gladiators just get it on the skin of their teeth with the ninja defuse just about there with like less than a second to spare. My god. Gaimin Gladiators looking like they're finding themselves in a little bit more of a fighting fashion. They've taken a beating on the first one, on the first map. Now they're starting to feel a little bit better now. Woke them up. Their backs are on the boards. Getting hungry for the duels, and they've now put themselves in a lead. Where Anubis were the ones that were kind of leading charge. Flex making a ton of noise right now, onto short. But he's hoping to be able to find this duel. So now Comics is actually playing in a very aggressive angle. Good smoke to just cover him as well. Oh man, perfect timing to take down the IGL here of Gaimin Gladiators. So that's going to be an opening duel in their favor for Anubis. Not bad at all. Some warning shots going to get fired off here from Spoxy. He's hoping. He's hoping for somebody from Anubis. And look at the double player swing in middle. I thought he was maybe just going to be able to survive with his life. But unfortunately, he goes to the grave. And now Anubis have been able to find themselves 2 kills. Nobody getting taken down. And you love to see it because now Gaimin Gladiators, their backs are really on the boards. They've taken so much damage and so much adversity now, and they just have to figure out what they need to do to climb themselves back into this round so they can keep the lead, but it's come down to 2.
Well, they managed to fight their way back in to this 4-3 lead, but Anubis not letting them get away. Only the streak. Looks like it could be stopped here. The Zane and Lion Claw 2v4. They've got half, very little below half HP. On Lion Claw. Comics trying to hold them at bay and should be able to here. Actually, it does go down to Lion Claw, but there's just too many positions for him to worry about, and eventually get run down by Dipsy. Fist bumps all around, and they stop the little mini streak from getting a little bit too out of hand for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, and the one thing I really liked about that round too is the fact that we saw Anubis, you know, again, the fact that they could go for the double player swing on the bridge in mid, and they actually took down Spoxy, and you know, he was caught with an 8 out, and then he was just trying to retreat from it, but I think it was actually Doom that was able to get the job done, and that was a really nice little bit of coordination from them. So it's those kind of details that have really just been such an improvement. Oh my god, okay. Yeah. That's a nice shot too from Sad.
Doing really good work at the moment.
Trying to make a statement here, Trav. Like, man, they really want, like, I mean, any team obviously wants a 2-0, but they, like, really, really want to be able to rub it in their face to say, you know what, guys, we're back.
Yeah, they've turned up to play today. That's without a doubt. I've seen, as I said, this team and these individuals, probably without comics last season, really performed to an excellent level. But I do wonder if this is a move that has maybe elevated them ever so slightly. What I'm seeing from these guys is what I wanted to. Dips is having a great game. Again, opened up the round, but the response from Flex and Dezane is excellent. And now it gets interesting, because Saz responded with 1. It still keeps it in their favour just. But Flex is 3 HP. He needs to be tickled and he'd go down, but Dipsy is caught checking a different angle. Round back on again, perhaps. 50 seconds in it. And they can go and pick up the C4 now as well. Anubis are kind of sort of holding them in that position. They're going to try and get away. And now they can get into a more elevated angle. And that's a great position for Jaguar to be in. But still, it's a 1 versus 1. It's Sad versus Raffin. 30 seconds. C4 on the back of Raffin. He can choose to go wherever he wants, really. And he's going to choose B, but unfortunately for him, Sad is also choosing that side of the map. He's waiting for the peak.
Oh,
he's
no!
missed the shot. It's very awkward now. Pistol out. 17 seconds. Does he go for the kill, or does he try and go for a plant? He's going to go for the kill, and Raffin gets a critical one for his team.
Yeah, that flash, man, like, I feel like that thing was just hanging in the air forever. Like, it just took forever for the pop. And that just caught really good, you know, for Raffin to reposition himself. This is where you could see right there at the end of the replay, the fact that he could just jump on the box, gave him that split second. Oh boy. All right, well, 5-4 for the first half is not bad at all. Gaimin Gladiators, the fact that they were starting things off, I think it was like a 3-1 at one point against them. They've really been able to fight tooth and nail to bring things back, so not bad at all, but they got a lot of work cut out for them now. But this is where, again, they're a GR-sided team. For the most part, this map especially, they've been a lot better on it, but we'll have to see. That's going to be the same case, because right now, Anubis, again, they have just been really packing these punches and just throwing a lot of uppercuts.
Having to really brawl this one out, are Gaimin Gladiators. Not the easiest of seasons for them so far. I know their league standing is good, and a couple of maps lost here and there, surprisingly so. And Anubis kind of schooled them on sub base.
Oh yeah, they did. They schooled them. But this is definitely a competitive one. Raffin, trying to get a shot through the window. A little damage here and there, nothing really though. So now he's still posted up. Anubis ready for the pop, they're ready for the double flash maybe. Oh, they might even just go and drive.
He wanted to swing so desperately, didn't he? But now he's been forced to fall away, try and play time for his teammates to get into position. I think that could be the great call. Comics will go down, but hang on. They respond with Sad and Jaguar, and now Lineclaw has to win a 1 versus 2. Great peek on 1, and he's so good for these, isn't he? Big Vamosh. We know he needed that one.
Yeah, that's huge. Lineclaw, MVP of that round, without a question. Like, you could see it on the minimap. He was just hustling. He knew he had to get moving quickly. I was thinking maybe he was just going to be that second or two late. But the fact that he can just get that duel, the fact that he can jump on the ledge to go for that double fight in the pit, I just can't believe he got away with it, but you can see how much that meant to him. He's fired up, and now he's starting to get a little bit loud.
Yeah.
Now they're winning opening duels again, which is something we weren't doing, so maybe that was a spark you needed, Trav. Maybe that was enough to get the flame going.
I mean, they are, fragging pretty well across the board now as well. Like, the team performance is excellent. 9-8-8, 6-6 is kind of what you want to see. And Lineclaw can so often be that X-Factor player to win a clutch when you desperately need it. And don't get me wrong, it wasn't maybe a desperate need. It's not like they're down match point or anything. But it felt just as important in that sort of situation.
Yeah, no, Anubis have lost 2, right? They've lost Sad, they've lost Comics. So now, I mean, they lost their sniper. And, Comics has actually been playing really, really, really well. So this is tough. Raffin now, a little bit of a flash. Ooh, actually, it does connect pretty nicely. I was thinking that was going to be a little bit too late or too deep, but now they swing together, him and Dezane. And Anubis look like they might have hit a bit of a barrier on this one. They might not be able to pass, but double player here in Gaimin Gladiators to push down mid. Now they're going to try to sandwich. Now they're going to try to see what they can do. Dipsy, though, oh my god, the fact that he's able to find 2 made things just a little bit more interesting, but the fact that Doom has got like 1 HP to spare, no C4 on his back, I don't know, Trav. If we see it, I don't know.
This one's a little bit too far gone, and there we go. Raffin will find it. So, I do believe, I have a feeling right now, I'm feeling, we might be getting to see Mexico after all.
Maybe just maybe. Yeah.
Confusion, but
after all that hectic confusion, yeah.
Listen, we can do exactly. We can like just go back, watch the VOD, like record what we said about the map, and then replay what we said for map 3. It's fine.
We might as well do that, yeah. Just get production to do that. Just take the recording of what we did and just do it now. You don't have to. Everybody doesn't have to listen to us talk about it all over again. Oh boy. Well, I mean, I'm assuming the timeout is from Anubis, I would imagine, because it looked like they were the first ones just like running out of the server. But I mean, again, this is where they have good leads. This is what happened against 999. They put themselves in a decent start, and then it started to just really slow down. They kind of hit some ice, and they're slipping and sliding everywhere. So, I mean, for them, this is good. Everybody looks pretty dialed in. I don't know if it's again hard to read body language, I guess, but these guys don't look impressed. But they do look a little tired. Last time we saw them actually yesterday, they were like up and moving around. They were drinking, I think it was water and stuff. They were just trying to get the blood flowing, and I'm surprised they're not doing it right here, right now. Big fan of stretching, though. It's good for you. Change up the posture once in a while.
Of course. Yeah. Can't be like a prawn at the computer.
Exactly. Especially when you're old as me, and it hurts. So you just gotta stretch the old joints, and the old muscles. No stretching over here, Trav. Everybody's just hanging out, figuring things out.
I have like sometimes when I do stretch, I'm got a very clicky body. Do you know what I mean by that?
Yes,
like, the knuckles crack, my fingers will click, and my ankles will click as well. I don't know. It's like something about me. I'll try and walk around the house quietly, like at night, so I don't wake up anyone that's like around. And it's like, okay, well, unlucky. My ankles just start clicking randomly. It's like, well, unlucky. I've tried my best, but sorry.
Yeah. It gets worse as you get older too, because then you like get up and then all of a sudden your back is cracking or like a hip's cracking kind of funny. You're like, wait, what is happening? Why am I making all these weird noises? And then you just realize and you're like, uh-oh. Yeah.
I think I was told by like a physiotherapist years and years ago it's like trapped air in your joints or something, and it's like popping. Okay. I don't know. I could be totally off base with that. But
that makes kind of sense though. Yeah. I mean, you're kind of like getting things moving, and that's why they say when you get up, you should do it slowly, right? You don't go too fast and throw anything off, but who knows? Well, we'll see if things are looking a little bit more than better here for Anubis, because 7-4, almost a 4-round lead here for Gaimin Gladiators. Maybe Mexico, maybe not. That is the million-dollar question. A very, very slow round. And honestly, not too surprising, just considering Anubis probably really wanting that extra little bit of time here in this round just to kind of ensure Gaimin Gladiators don't push. Maybe they're even thinking Flex is going to overextend, because this is what he does, right? Like he likes to push, he likes to get info, he likes to investigate. Normally confined to kill. It's very annoying. He's not going to have the case here, but he's already pushed through B main. So he's got a ton of information, and you can see Gaimin Gladiators changing up the composition. This is so much intel. This is important for Gaimin Gladiators right now.
Flex will get the opening as well. Dipsy to drop. He's probably got more opportunities. Zane will help out. I don't know where Lion Claw is, to be fair, but Spoxy's got a great angle. We know how good he is from these positions, and Doesn't even need to be him for that second or third either, because Lion Claw was in that position that I said, and he was very, very ready for it. I have a feeling that 3 is not far away.
Yeah, it's really starting to look like it, right? It looks like the tail of the tape could be going to a 3-map series. It's kind of what we expected, right? We said this was a huge matchup to close off the weekend. Well, we got another series, but you know, out of 3 matches, one of the biggest matches of the weekend or on Sunday. Because the fact of Anubis like really has been rebuilding properly. But Gaimin Gladiators are desperately needing to get themselves in the win category to keep themselves in the top 3 conversation. Closer and closer to push it to the full distance. Anubis now. A little bit of mid control, leaving the C4 on the back of BL Bridge. Haven't made a decision yet. Oh, look at Flex, man. He's doing it again. Even when a smoke's there, like he is just like, he is trying. He is just,
Yeah.
you got to give it to him. He's always creeping the map. Looking for a foot.
Looking for a centimeter, but Jaguar, he'll find the opening this time. Not done just yet here. C4 can be picked up by Sad, but there is a massive flank all the way around by Raffin right now. This is going to be the big play. Sad has no idea. Oh, he hasn't even heard him. Oh, he hasn't even heard him. Oh my goodness. He could be behind the play. Jaguar's not looking either. 2 players not looking. 1, but it's a bit whiffy on the second. Oh, it's a bit of a nightmare. He could have got way more there for what he bargained for. But it is what it is. He's going to have to move on and say, well, I tried.
Yeah, just like that's tough because I think Raffin again, like I love the idea. I feel like he could have waited a little longer, but I think he was worried with that angle of the first player he took out that maybe they could see him if they just slightly moved a little bit to the left. So he got a little antsy. Oh, but now yeah, nobody's antsy over here. Zane locks down 2. He can't seem to find any more entering through B main. So all of a sudden, what was looking good for the Gladiators, Gaimin Gladiators, is now turned into a advantage situation here for Anubis. And now Spoxy, the scary guy with a sniper, runs right into the windowsill of Sad's scope. And there we go. Anubis bounce back. What was looking like it should have been a Gaimin Gladiators round right here is, to me, I hate being that guy, Trav, but I'm going to do it. It's like, I feel like if that would have been a double kill, that would have been a Gaimin Gladiator round, like hands down. But the fact that fumbled, that cost him.
But it's very hard in this game, right, to just take your time and go for 2 taps, right? Like you tap the first player, tap the second. That's very rare, I feel like, to get that absolutely perfectly. It can be quite difficult. And then even in the following round too, Anubis will kind of just put the hammer down slightly and say, okay, you made an error. We're going to punish you for it. You could be on map point by now, but now we need to see Spoxy win a 1v3 to get there, and that's not going to happen. Big celebrations. Maybe map is back on here.
Oh god, man, this is a turn of events. Anubis have really been able to utilize this timeout pretty nicely in their favor. I was kind of worried it wasn't maybe going to benefit them at all, but seems like whatever pep talk they had, looking pretty good over here. What was a bigger lead at one point is now getting smaller and smaller. And talk about those pants, man. They're, you know, loose and feeling good, and then all of a sudden things are tightening up a little bit over here for Gaimin Gladiators. So this is a worrying sight right now. Even Flex is again trying to just put some pressure onto this. They get the B main control, which I like. Deep smokes. But again, it's only going to be Dezane that's actually, if he goes for a swing for intel, he might be able to spot some players, but Anubis playing on very nice and slow approach. Good util damage against Jaguar, actually. So that's going to do not tons of damage, but a decent amount of damage. And now Dezane, once again, he puts the blender on and is able to find another double kill. But, ugh, Flex, you got to get out of here, bro. You got to stop trying to contest with this. He's trying to go for the trick shot.
Bit of a fumble over the railing there in mid. It took him a long time to recover, and that's when Doom will pounce. He gets punished for it in the end. Recovered into a 3v3. Minute to go. C4 being brought round. Looks like B is going to be the answer, and they're going to go up against Raffin. What's he got to hold them at bay? Do we have a 9-6? Do we have a possible set point situation for that Mexico? Or do we have Anubis getting back into the game? Good opening from Raffin. Now he's trying to delay time. Wait for his teammates' rotations, and he's done just that. They are here in time to help now. Raffin's done a fantastic job getting one and staying alive, and you know what? He could get more as well. You now know where he is, but Spoxy's just going to overrun them, and Raffin will help out for that last big hold.
Yeah, honestly, I love the coordination. You could see that Raffin, you know, he was waiting for the flash, like he was playing on the far right side of pit. He's just kind of posted back. He's not overextending. He's not trying to go for a fight. Instead, he's trying to play a very patient and with good discipline. His teammates are just biding some time. They're trying to be the distractions, and that allowed him just to really go for that element of surprise a little bit later on. So good play for them, and now map point for these guys in Gaimin Gladiators. 3 chances here. Close it out. For the Anubis needing 3 rounds to push in overtime. But we'll see. And actually, Comics looks like he might be the first one that might try to go for the fight, because it looks like Lion Claw, he's the one that's kind of just playing a long drop. He's kind of waiting things out. Waiting to see if somebody gets aggressive on short. So a very big change up once again. We've seen a lot of rotations here. Like Flex has been all over the place. He was in B main before multiple times. He's been mid now again. So now they're doing it once more, Trav. They're just really trying to mix the cocktail. They're trying to mix the recipe a little bit to make it more delicious.
Are you good? Are you a good cook? I bet you are. I have a feeling.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Okay.
I can dabble in the kitchen.
You can dabble. We love a good dabbler. Lion Claw, he's dabbling in this angle right now, but he's being naded. He's being destroyed on that position by utility. How long can he stay alive? He tries to hold on, but Doom runs him down. That nade was dirty. And now Anubis has a chance to recover to that 2-round gap again with a 5v4. We've got a lot of control around this middle position. Zane trying to help and answer back, but we've got 3 players in front of him. Needs a big hold, and he's got the big hold. They try and go through a smoke against him. That's not going to work for you. Jaguar may find Raffin, but Flex will trade him. And it leaves it all down to Sad. It looks like we are going to be seeing Mexico on the broadcast today. I'm very glad of that as well. Spoxy holds the line. We're back even again.
Yeah, me too. Look, I mean, you can see Raffin's face. He's just like, oh, thank goodness we've been able to close this one out. We can push this thing to Mexico, which will be the first time here for CFWL in 2025, which is really exciting. But yeah, Gaimin Gladiators, you know, surviving the big threat of Anubis. And unfortunately for Anubis, man, like twice in a row on the same weekend where, you know, they have a pretty good start, look like they're pretty much in control of the map, look like they could probably close this thing out. And something happens. Something changes in the water. I don't know, but they just can't seem to close port. So now I think they have a lot of homework ahead of them after this, and they're going to have to figure things out. But you know what? I can't take anything away from Gaimin Gladiators. They used that timeout. They were able to just get things a little bit more tight-knit, and they got the job done. And now get to see what happens in Mexico, because this is up for grabs. And I mean, this is a big question of like, have these guys prepped at all? Any of these teams?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely warmed up into the game, didn't they, Gaimin Gladiators? And maybe we're in for another one of these, like, 1-2 recoveries, 2-1 recovery, sorry, from a 1-0 deficit. I mean, we've seen quite a few of those. And, yeah, I mean, Mexico is in a position right now where, as you said, it is a complete unknown. We don't know if Anubis have even prepped it much at all. We don't know if it's one they just absolutely hate. It's not necessarily their permaban, because they let it through to the 3rd map decider, right? But yeah, I mean, I do wonder if Gaimin Gladiators have something up their sleeve with this map being around the pool, but we shall see. I'm glad we're going to get to see it, because we wanted to, and we're going to. But for now, of course, we're going to go to a little bit of a break, and when we're back, we'll be back for that 3rd map decider. But for now, enjoy the desk.
So it's the decider map, thanks to Trav and Laz. Now GG gets things square again, and they can go for a 3rd game in this best of 3 to make things clear again. Anubis did their best on this game, on this map, but GG was better.
I mean, Zika, that's GG that we know and we love. The same mentality, same GG. We will never give up. Okay, we can give them one map. We can't give them two maps, because if you give them two maps, it's a losing streak added to us. So for GG, they kept the same mentality. They entered the game. You have to appreciate some of the players there, if not all of them. This Desman is super insane. Flex had a super clutch. I even noted it, the 8-6 round when it was 8-2 GG, 6-2 Anubis. Anubis was doing a comeback, by the way. They were just on the streak, winning round after round after round. Then Ruffin came there with the save. And man, let me tell you this. Ruffin, he's the guy that you need on one side to just anchor the side. If two or three players come to the B side, he's always there, man. He's just always there. To be honest, Anubis did play in a way or in a style in the attack side, which was most of the time aggressive. They rushed. I didn't see many strats coming from Anubis side. And vice versa from Team GG. On the defense side, they played super slow, super steady. Let's just wait for them to come and let's play on the angles. And the shoulder peaks, and that's what they did with the round with Des that I talked to you about, the 8-6 Ruffin round. Round 12 was a mid push, and for Lion Clow, he managed to get one and Des get two. What I wanna tell you is that there's a statement from GG that okay, we will make you play in a rush style, we will make you play aggressive, but don't be scared or don't give up the side. When we just play steady, slow, not moving, playing the same default strat. And there are a lot of 1v2s that Anubis did lose that gave up the game for GG. I mean, how come Lion Cloud can clutch a 1v2 that forced a tactical timeout for Anubis? If not, he didn't win it, this game would maybe go to overtime. Not sure though, but the tactical timeout did not help Anubis at all. They did lose the game at the end of the day, 10-6. So congratulations, GG, I guess. And that makes us go to the actual Mexico this time.
So Mexico and maybe Gaimin Gladiators get this game very well. They know the map, they know how to play it. And Anubis did the best, yes, but Gaimin Gladiators, like you said, before, they know this map, they know how to execute this game for themselves very, very well. But Anubis did, like you said, also choke sometimes when it was open for them to.
Especially in the 1v2s, man. You can't lose a 1v2 when you're losing in the rounds. Like when it's 8-6, it's a 1v2, that's a gift from God. To win this 1v2 scenario and get your momentum back. Especially you already won the first map, why not win the next one? You have a 1v2 player like Lion Clow, he's insane, he's anchoring one side, he got the 1v2, he made them lose. Okay, when you lose a 1v2 and it's already 8-6, now becoming 9-6, it's over for you, you're doomed. That was a big question mark on Anubis. Depsy did play insane, he had his clutches, round 4 and round 5 was all Depsy, but then you question yourself, okay, if Depsy is there, where's Sad? Where's Doom? Where's Jaguar? And that man lose.
And as we see on this highlights, you see Anubis Gaming a bit slow on the movement, on the rotation. You see, you take a peek, but you don't act very quickly, which caused them to fall like this, like a.
See this? If you look at the kill feed in most of these highlights, Dez is just always there, not with one kill. It was 2 with 3. Dez was superstar for game 2. To be honest, he was the MVP if I'm not mistaken. The guy's just everywhere, and that's what you need. 1v1 without even seeing Dez won it again and again and again. If Dez keeps the same attitude, same performance, I'm assuring you, game 3 is going for GG, and that's winning streak gets broken for Team Anubis.
I mean, being focused on this game all along means a lot, and the focus, or the more focused team was GG.
Yes.
And GG did their best to stay on this mental state and be the winners in this game. Second game of this series, the second series of this day, a best of 3 between these two, fighting on the third place in the standing. So Gaimin Gladiators are in the mental state, the better one. So going on game 3, map 3 will be a mental game for Anubis Gaming.
It is a mental game, but look, GG did lose yesterday. That did happen. And Anubis did win yesterday.
Yes.
So put yourself in GG shoes. You don't want to lose 2 games in a row, especially when you had such a nice first week, winning almost, if not every game. And now you're going to lose not one against ROC Esports, but another against Anubis, moving your positions of the league and the standings. And forget about the standings. It's all about mental game. You don't want Anubis to get into your head and just start keep losing and losing any more rounds. If anything, GG did get into Anubis' head, especially in the next half, in the defensive half for Team GG, when they were playing on angles, shoulder peaks. They were just everywhere from the mid down to the B, and you can find Spoxy on A side. What I want to say is, look, man, it's a 3rd game. You already lost 1 map. You already lost a whole game yesterday against ROC Esports. You don't want to lose 2 games. We're not used to such performance from GG. You love GG, you yourself, Zika, and I know you wouldn't stand watching them lose once again for the 3rd day.
But if Anubis gets this game, it means that Anubis temporarily the 3rd place in this season so far in week 2,
temporarily,
and closes the week for themselves at the 3rd place, which means a lot, because the first day of this season you told me Anubis are used to the top 3 of each league, of each tournament. So getting in the top 3, it's not easy anymore to demote Anubis from this position. So Gaimin Gladiators have a hard job to do this game, this 3rd game, to try to hold back Anubis going so far up in the schedule.
The end of the week is always depressing for us because it's the end of the week, and for the teams that are going to lose, because you have the burden of coming back to the next week, and instead of taking some off time, you start preparing, you start scrimming more and more, so you get prepared for the next week. In a GG case, it would be so hard for them, man. Losing yesterday and getting ready to lose tonight again, it's such a hard scenario. For Anubis, okay, they lost 1, they won 1. Maybe it's not the worst scenario, but already their place in the standings ain't the best, although they did win and they are on a winning streak. I think the favors here are GG, to be honest. Judging by the players, I really loved how they played last game. And listen, they played last game insane, and they are ready to enter the new game in the 7th.
I'll play the devil's advocate here. Yes, you're rooting for GG a bit. So I'm taking Anubis' side this time and say that Anubis didn't lose with a huge gap. It was 10-6. It's super close.
But you did see how this 10-6 happened. It started with a stomp for Team GG, and then slowly rounds
on their selected map. So the decider is different.
Yeah, but the decider isn't in. Okay, I want to say the decider isn't in Anubis' favor, but it's not in GG favor either. So maybe it goes for both teams. It works for GG and it works for Anubis. It's mainly about the players that are playing, and if you have the utmost trust in Doom, Depsy, and the boys, so I have the same trust in Spoxy and Des and Raffen.
Okay, so then Travel, let's take us to the 3rd and the final game of this series to see GG or Anubis.
We're taking a trip to Mexico, an unexpected trip to Mexico. We spoke about it earlier, of course, when we thought it was map 2, and we thought we maybe wouldn't get to see it in the end, but we do, thanks to Gaimin Gladiators recovering this series. And yeah, it's a dive into the unknown for me. I've not covered the map yet, and I think it's a dive into the unknown perhaps for some of the teams as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fun just to see, because again, it's such a unpicked map. It's always fun to just get it, in the pool, and now that we're in the best of 3s, it just makes it a little bit more of a higher probability we could see maps like this, or Eagle Eye, which is always fun, right? Like, because I mean, it's always good to see what teams have, for their creative strats and what ideas they've done. I don't even know, like, in terms of practice, if like a lot of teams really want to play these kind of odd and sod maps. I'm not really honestly too sure. I'll have to bug Kyle about that later, but I mean, this one's difficult for me, but like I said, because I really do think Anubis are actually playing a way better game right now. Like I don't think Gaimin Gladiators have really been that impressive. I mean, the fact that they survived Port is great, but also I think it was just because some players were really starting to shine a little bit when things were looking a little bit dark and gloom. But that's kind of it, right? It was kind of them just kind of taking advantage that Anubis really again kind of fizzled out. They lost, all the gas and they were kind of running on fumes, but they had a couple minutes. People are getting a little bit excited. People are yelling. I think that's Comics in the bottom that's starting to holler a little bit and fist bumps once again, but I'm just trying to see. I'm actually curious now which side will start on which side. I'm just going to wait until we get in the server just in case, we're wrong again. I don't want to be wrong twice here, Trav, in the same best of 3. That'd be great for us.
That would be something, wouldn't it? That would be something. But yeah, hopefully we can get into the game pretty soon. Of course, we've got one more best of 3 to come later on this evening. After this one, of course, we've got ROC versus TBI. Should be a pretty fun one. Some players, of course, going up against their former team, etc., etc. But there should be one expected winner on that one. So we shall see. I'm actually looking forward to seeing the answer there. And yeah, I believe we've had confirmation. We've had production confirmation, Laz. I think we're okay.
I think we're good. I think we're safe, yeah. It's like if this is wrong, then I think I'm out. I'm just, we'll call it a day. No, I'm just kidding. But either way, it'll be good because again, the BL side, if like we see, whatever team's being on the BL side, like if they can find themselves some pretty big rounds, like it's just gonna make it so much easier in a map like this because the GR side is definitely way more of the stronger, heavier side, right? And that's kind of the thing, though. It's always a bit of a debate, right? Is some of these maps that are like designed that way where it's really heavily favored, like an 80-20 or something like that, maybe a 70-30, I guess, but it always makes it a little bit interesting because we have seen in the past, I think even if I'm trying to remember, like getting up to the qualifiers as well for last year, we saw some Mexico games where some teams actually were able to get themselves, like more than 2-3 rounds on the BL side. That's a good thing. That's them cooking with some premium meat.
I mentioned cooking. You said you like to rip up a few things. You dabble.
Yes, true.
What do you dabble in?
Ooh, yeah. Well, I do like barbecuing a lot. I've turned into that. I mean, I'm, like when you're as old as I am, you start to like these weird things, and I started liking the barbecue. So, yeah, big steak guy. Good barbecue chicken's always good. Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to think what's like actually a big fan of like tuna, like ahi tuna.
Oh, really? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, big ahi tuna guy.
Interesting. Yeah. Anyway, we're live, and what a way to start. Zane's just B-hopped into 2 kills. That's crazy.
Yeah, and Zane is honestly, again, like he's been able to find himself in a lot of situations, even on port. Like he was the one that was putting up double kill after double kill, and then he goes down. But man, that's just fulfilling your role. So you love it. You'd love to see Zane doing that because again, like he had himself a really good year last year. I thought he was performing pretty well. A couple little times where we saw him really go absent, but for him to just play like this and find double kills and allowing his team to feel a little bit less pressure, that's what you want to see. And even right now for Anubis, Jaguar and Sad kind of split apart, no C4 control. Flex is going to be able to find it, I'm pretty sure, unless he's already spotted it, but he's going to have this fight against Sad. He will lose it. So now things are getting a little bit closer to an equal footing, Trav.
The gap in the bricks. Learning these new angles every single time we switch POV, trying to gauge what I think is a favourable one and which one isn't. Force forward now. Jaguar and Sad pushing together, trying to trade Raffin. He'll do a good job of it. Line Claw in the open. I think maybe he would have gone down there, but now Sad is very low HP. Does swing wide though. The grenade does not go in the right position to take him down. So 1 versus 1. Spoxy. Ooh. First little pot shot. First little pistol swing. But Sad is just waiting for him to move, waiting for him to make a move. Now I see him in the open, but unfortunately Spoxy is just ready a little bit faster. And there'll be no plant today.
No plant indeed. And I mean, it's a lot of these rounds are starting to turn to a grind. Like it was a big advantage for Gaimin Gladiators. Then it turns into a 4v2. It turned into a 1v1. Like it's just got to see a little bit more convincing rounds out of them. But now Anubis, they're just going to go through sewer. They're just trying to run on through. They got the laces on, but unfortunately for them, wrong party. Wrong place, wrong time, and Gaimin Gladiators will be able to find a very easy secondary round, and that's what I want to see. That's more of the Gaimin Gladiators we know and love.
Yeah, and maybe we're going to see now, of course, with them starting on the defense. Could see a bit of a dominant half, I'll have to see. I mean, it does depend on form on the day. But maybe this is what they were had up their sleeve all along. Who knows? Anyway, Flex will show his hand with a bit of sound cue for Sad to recognise, but does get met with a nade.
Ooh, and Flex. This is where I don't love, like, just kind of, like, his aggression. Like, this is really, really scary. Because, again, like, when you have the GR side, when you have all 5 players alive, you're in such a strong position. Like, you already have the advantage of this map being so GR-sided. But the fact that you can keep all your players alive obviously makes it so much easier. The fact that you start losing players and losing those prongs for the fork, that's where Anubis are going to try to take a bigger bite here, right? And they're just praying that he's going to overextend himself and just try to look for a fight. But thankfully for him, he realizes, you know what? Not the right play, Trav. I'm going to hang back. I'm going to chill with my homie. I'm going to hang out with Spoxy. And Anubis sitting pretty. Oh, see, and this is what I mean. This is the funnel. This is the choke point I talked about.
Yeah, I'm starting to clock onto it now. Like the little flash and fall back after the opening peak, like getting through there, that looks nasty. They are focusing on just holding the sights right now. Does feel like quite a small map as well, kind of, just by the looking at the mini map and just kind of how I'm feeling it out at the moment.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like it is, because a lot of it's just like the BL spawn, and now they try to go for some jumping duels, and Zane, once again, man, able to find that double. And thankfully now Raffin is able to take a little bit of that playbook too, so okay, things are looking way better. Shoes are starting to polish nicely. So if Zane's just going to be, you know, able to find himself double kill after double kill after double kill, I mean, this should be a dominant GR side. Like that really is just again catapulting them in a strong 3-0 right now.
Yeah, and that choke point that you mentioned, right? It kind of just occasionally can come down to luck with the way I'm sort of seeing it right now as well. Because you, like for Anubis, their plan, and a plan that you can't really change much up on, I would assume as well, is just try and brawl your way through it with a multi-player push. And yeah, that can be shut down very quickly if the defense is in the right position. So it's all about finding any gaps. Can they find any gaps at all? Or are Gaimin Gladiators really going to just reverse sweep this one and make it look like it was a walk in the park? Another 4v4 early, but Doom and Sad low HP.
Yeah, the fact that the utility's looking pretty good here for Gaimin Gladiators, and just kind of, you know, they don't even need to get, you know, the weapons to do the damage. It's the fact the HEs are just tenderizing these guys is definitely a good keynote for them. And a 4-on-3, and they finally lose Lion Claw. Jaguar's trying his best and his darndest right now to be the sole player to maybe find a play. He's going to try to go this duel against Spoxy, but he's holding a very nice angle. Makes the connection, an easy tee off. And now Jaguar, yeah, not much for this world. And Dipsy all by himself. This should be done. Knife out, Flex. Oh my god, okay. That's a little bit of a BM. He was trying to get a little bit cheeky. He gets a slice, though. Not bad.
I mean, I feel like in that situation you can actually be a little bit cheeky. Like that, there's no advantage to doing that. It's just purely for getting in the minds of your opponents, and I love it. I love it. Almost, but Dipsy is still probably not long for this world here. He's going to rotate round to the position of Spoxy. Could catch you in the open, but just misses the timing. Now drop into under 12 seconds, and right now he's got no way of getting to a bomb site in this short space of time, I don't think, to even get the plant down. He's going to try and look for it, but there's no way he can find the kills in time. And there we go.
All right. So, looking like Gaimin Gladiators, you know, playing a really strong GR side, and that's what I was kind of saying, is when you're on a map like this, no matter what team it is, you have to just put yourself in big numbers and rely on it when you transition to the BL side, because the BL side is just, it's difficult. Like even with like utility, it's hard to get that control, right? Because again, you're going through so many different choke points. You have to refight for control. Like that's why it's not a popular map, right? There's just so many different angles that are just not favorable at all. Like I don't even know what I almost would put it like an 80-20 to me. Like I feel like it's so heavily GR sided that it's just, that's what makes it like fun to watch, but also hard to watch. Because anybody on the BL side, you just have to realize, you know what? Okay, we just got to do what we can, get a couple, and then just really go full acceleration on that, GR side. But Anubis going to call the timeout, Trav, and, probably rightfully so. They haven't been able to find a round, really. They had one close round with a 1v1 versus Spoxy. Fell short of that, so they just need to figure out, what do we do differently here now?
Yeah, and you can kind of tell by the vibes, they're not what they were earlier at the moment. And, understandably so. It's a very different stage of the game, and they're kind of getting owned, bless them. But, yeah, the hype has gone because they know they're now in a tough position.
Yeah. And that's like the difficulty of it is, like, we saw them try to go like through like sewer or like swamp. I don't know. Everybody calls it something different, but they tried to go right through there, which like leads into mid, kind of cutting right into GR spawn. Didn't work at all. They didn't even use util though. Like they just tried to go really, really fast. They've tried just, kind of waiting on the outskirts. They really haven't done too much in terms of like, I feel like fighting for control. They're just playing very passive and defaulty, which again is hard, and I get that, but they might not have even practiced this map, right? Because I think Anubis have been trying so hard to work on the other ones, but 4-0 is not going to be feeling good for Anubis fans, but now maybe something a little bit quicker. Now we start to see, I think that's Doom and also Comics. Yeah, they're going to go way faster into A. So now they've made a really good decision. Now they got themselves in a stronger way to go for this fight. To Zane, maybe? Oh my good God, again with another double. And there's Lion Claw able to take another one for him too. Man, these guys are just pouring the doubles and nothing about singles over here.
This is crazy. This is the exactly as you described it to me as well. I wonder how much of a recovery we're going to see for Anubis on that second half. How they're able to deal with that attack, if they're going to be able to deal with it as comfortably. But it is very solid for GG at the moment. Every single player is delivering in certain scenarios. I feel like, in this sort of situation as well, when say you do lose the half, like 9-0 or whatever, right? You look back at the game later and you say to yourself, well, listen, if we just rushed all 5 players through the choke point every single round, I swear to you, we would have won 1 or 2. But also, it doesn't really work like that, does it?
Exactly.
Like,
no, exactly.
It's logical, but also not logical at the same time.
I mean, I like the idea, like in the previous round where Anubis tried to get the double players, on the short of A, and like just really trying to go a bit quicker, and that's good. They got to mix something up because everything they're trying is not working. So it's like, look, they're maybe doing it again, taking it a lot slower this time. But it's making it hard too, especially now that Gaimin Gladiators are starting to play a lot better than what we saw. Sad has been able to make himself across. He's got the XM, which is always a little bit different. Zane, I don't know if he's actually been able to spot him yet, because just Sad's on the other side of this. Good util getting it thrown, another smoke to block things off. So these guys have to go through another bit of a smoke fight. Oh man, and it is just uppercut after uppercut, just getting knocked the heck out. And
maybe
6-0.
Maybe this is why this map isn't played.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe I'm seeing why now. Like maybe it's a little bit too heavily sided, like certain maps in other games that used to be that in days gone by, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
actually
exactly.
crazy.
It is. I've never seen it this big of a lead, though. I don't think I've ever seen a team that's actually put themselves at like a 6-0 where it's been very convincing. Like, the only one round has been close, right? So
yeah.
I think Anubis just, unfortunately, have not prepped on this, and they all know the map, obviously, but I think you can tell they're really grasping here to see what they can find, or just really pulling straws to say, oh, let's try this. Let's try this now. But nothing's working.
Right then. Is there anything for Anubis to show at all? What kind of plan do they want to put into place? So they're going to change something up. We already saw a change up in the previous round when they had a shotgun out for one of the close range angles. But utility is primed. Bit of more, I would say, this is the first time I'm seeing like more of a proper execute in a way. With 3 smokes over the top. They're really trying to go hard on the util in this round to try and change things up. It has forced Gaimin Gladiators into different positions. And as you can see, they're trying to force their way in through now. But again, these duels are not coming out for them. Even with the help of utility, I really appreciate the attempts to change it up to a more tactical round. But again, they're just getting munched up right now.
Yeah, it's just looking like Gaimin Gladiators, you know. It's like eating a Happy Meal. It's quick, it's delicious, it's easy. And now these guys are just maybe even on the brink of going 9-0, which would be very much a first for me on this map. Like I said, I'm actually a little bit surprised Anubis just have not been able to find a crack in the wall. They have not been able to find anything. Now they're going to try to go underneath in the sewer again. They're going to see if they can get away with it this time, putting a little bit faster of a pace on it. Lion Claw and Zane, though, they're ready. They have the crossfire together. But Comics now finds himself. There it is, a triple kill opened up. Maybe there is some life for these guys. They find the 3K, fall on back, leave it to Flex and Rafa now.
Flex does love the shotgun, but switch to the rifle now to try and work his way back in. This would be a bit of a boon for Anubis. Just one on the board is something to work with. Raffin should be heard as well. I should know he's around this position, you would think, and there we go, they jiggled him out. You realise he's there. Sad will get the kill. It's all down to Flex, and he'll get found as well. So that is a very important round on the board. And if they're able to get, like, one more just to end off the half, like, honestly, it's not beyond the realms of possibility with how this map is.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like, if you can get more than 2, that 3 rounds, like, that's huge for being the BL side. So the fact they get the 1 is really good, and we'll see if they can find themselves maybe 1 more. Make themselves feel a little better. Smoxy. Oh, he's looking for fights. Yeah, Smoxy's just trying to get the tire down the road a little bit here. Finds a double, and oh boy, Jaguar and Dipsy. Oh, not even Jaguar. Ooh, a little nice little bit of headshot with the AK, and not going to be enough. An 8-1. And there we go. There you have it, Trav. You get to see yourself a dominant GR, but now Gaimin Gladiators got enough to push themselves in BL, or do we honestly have to go to an OT situation, which I really hope not for the sake of it.
So what do you think, like, can you even read what necessarily went right for Anubis in that 1 round they won? It was like maybe just 1 overstep from GG, and that maybe that was all you could really argue?
Yeah, I kind of felt like, again, like I like the fact that Anubis, they tried it before with the sewer play, but I think the fact that they were just able to get a little bit more aggressive, and I think their positioning was just a bit further than, you know, the Gaimin Gladiators were expecting, so they were able to find that double kill in mid like that, and that really just kind of opened things up, right? And the fact that they kind of pulled back was really good too, because they didn't just kind of keep pressing, because they probably would have been worried there's at least a 3rd or 4th player from the GR side there, so that was a really good amount of work, and them just kind of putting on the running shoes, like I said, and just going for a good run. But that was just them finding a good opening duel pretty quickly and then just holding back a little longer.
Can they get it done here and now? Or does Mexico have a sting in the tail for either one of these two? Would be a great win for Anubis if they were able to pull it off.
Oh, man.
But
would it ever?
They would probably have been feeling like, oh, there's a few missed plays on set 2. Maybe we actually could have taken it 2-0. It was quite comfortable in the end for GG, but they'll know that they maybe had a little bit of an opportunity. So let's see. Second half underway. GG already going for something very aggressive, trying to catch out Anubis immediately, but the hold is successful. Have to go into the massive crossfire, and the first attempt will be a failure unless Flex and Spoxy can win a 2v4 on no health at all.
Well, Anubis, they're going to get themselves a secondary round and a good way to open it up. And I mean, unless we... Okay, I was going to say, we're not going to feed Spoxy here, right? But okay, look, that's the thing, right? Like, again, we talk about them just having favorable positions, but when you get the smokes in the right place, it just makes it an extra layer of just problems you have to go through in the BL side. So it was good to see that, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, they didn't just play it slow. They actually were just trying to use the pace. They wanted to be able to go for these fights. It's not looking like it's the plan of attack here, but Dipsy's equipping the Alm. He's going to be the sole one on it. Oh, Doom! A little bit of a drive-by as well. Oof. All right.
No chance, Lion Claw.
Spoxy's hoping, though. Really hoping Doom kind of swings from a little truck. I'm not sure if he's going to. They're just banking for it, though. Oh, beautiful shot from Raffin, though, actually.
Maybe a slight opportunity, who knows, but Anubis have still got everything in their wheelhouse here. They're in the good positions. They've got them locked behind all this utility. C4's going to try and make its way through a long vent position. Ooh. Sad is looking for it. But I think they're going to try and group up now. Unfortunately, there's got too many players to fight to entry in here. Surely they're going to have to hit some insane shots from the likes of Spoxy for sure. Still jiggling with the C4 outside that A position, just trying to find something, trying to have one player overstep the mark. I mean, just look at the angles being held. It's almost impenetrable. Zane and Raffin, though. Oh, hang on. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Now it's awkward. They actually have time to figure out whether they even want to go toward B if they can cross those angles somehow.
Yeah, this is good.
That's big.
Spoxy. Yeah, that's big. Man, a lot of patience, man. Like, the fact they just kind of stayed in that position. Like, Spoxy and Raffin alone, like, they're the ones that put up the big numbers. And now, map point for these guys. Okay. Now we get to see map and series point on the brink. And now the question here, Trav. $500,000 question is, can they get it done? Oh boy. Opening duels, finding connections, at least some trade backs from Anubis, but we talked about them needing to dig deep, and this is a marathon of a run now.
Yeah, it really is. And actually, though, I really appreciate just seeing, you know, a round like that from Gaimin Gladiators to kind of gauge what you need to do on this map to get progress in it as well. Like, the utmost patience when they had control on the outskirts of A, that truly worked out for them. And even here, like, it's a bit of a faster round, but patience is quite evident that is what has worked to get them into positions that Anubis aren't expecting. Round is not done. Sad has stood tall there to remove Raffin. And the C4 is nowhere near the Gaimin Gladiators side right now. It's basically in spawn. Nearest makes no difference. So you kind of have to win the round via elimination almost, it feels like.
Yeah, they got time though. That's a good thing. So now they're going to double swing on this. And Zane actually can't find it, but at least that trade is going to come through. So now bringing us to the 1v1 and comics though. Whoo-wee. All right. He's going to be able to keep them alive in this game just a bit longer. And yeah, a bit of a misplay. Just the fact the C4 is dropped all the way in the back. And it's like, it's not one of those maps that you can just, all right, I'll go back and go get it. It's like, no, if you leave it, like, you really put yourself at a disadvantage. Now we're starting to see Comics and Doom. They get themselves a little bit more excited from that clutch. They get the C4 down again, so they're able to find themselves another big round quick and over with within, what, 30, 20 seconds, not even. Okay, round by round, Anubis will take it. Go again.
We do go again. Can Anubis go again 5 more times?
Maybe. But, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, like I said, like they're really showing that, like you said, there's a lot of patience and they're actually taking space. Like they're actually going for good fights. Like they're not just going in blind, like hoping, like, let's put numbers to this situation and hope it works. For the most part, we've seen them actually, you know, go for some calculated duels with their limited options. So But you can already see here, like, again, like, they have to worry about, I think that's Jaguar and also Comics and even and Sad as well. Like, the three of them are just waiting. So your options are so limited. We'll see if Raffin might be able to find a shot. This is where, you know, him and Spoxy were able to get some good openers. Doom now getting tested a little bit. Raffin will go down. Okay, Anubis looking like they might be able to find a little bit of a beat to this one, maybe. C4 though, they got C4 in their backtrap. That's good. Not bad. We're learning.
Something to work with. There's a tap in response. The Zane will deal with Sad, but again, it's like always just finding these individual duels can be so difficult. Maybe whoever that is outside that's in trouble is be able to help out. 2v4. And now it's going to be so difficult because look at where Jaguar is positioning himself. Like, the crossfire is too difficult to get past, you would think. Comics. Ooh, okay, but there we go. Jaguar will deal with it. That was the insurance policy. And they know that with the way the map is, that you know, they're starting to cheer again. They're starting to get more into it again. They're starting to get hyped. It's not beyond the realms of possibility.
Yeah, it's looking like it could be very possible. But we'll have to see. And I'm trying to figure out with Lion Claw. He's all the way in the back. Now he's going to rejoin his teammates. A little bit slower, Gaimin Gladiators. I like this. Maybe just take a beat, take a breath. Don't have to just go for this fight right away in main. Like, you can just wait things out a little bit. Because if Anubis just burn their util a little bit quickly too, that does allow some room here for Gaimin Gladiators to work with, right? You got to just take what you can. Like, again, the utility is so impactful on this map. Obviously, every map it is, but I'm just saying, like, on the GR side, like, if you can just block this off, like, now, you know, Gaimin Gladiators realizing, look, let's not wait any longer, and they can't just seem to win these fights. Lion Claw does get himself 2. It's actually turned back to an equal footing here, Trav. This still could be an opportunity, and C4 is retrievable.
Oh, that's good. And Gaimin Gladiators will be totally aware of how precious this chance is, right? Any even late round scenario is so important for them, and there we go. They found Doom. Now Dipsy, can he save the series for his team? Flex and Spoxy split up. That's what makes this winnable for Dipsy, but he is going to be maybe caught on a timing here. He's flanking behind. Reload's coming through. Should be heard, and there it is. Flex will find it. It's a little bit stressful, and once again, Gaimin Gladiators don't get a BO3 done cleanly, but they do keep winning.
Yeah, you know, like, you know, Vin Diesel says a win is a win, but, you know, that's the thing. It's like, it wasn't the prettiest win here for these guys, but look, they made it happen. They were able to get it done, and that's what matters the most. Like, these guys are just the team that wants to be in the top 2, if not the #1 spot. They take it to the grueling map 3, but at the end of the day, they're going to get it done. Anubis, honestly, you know, despite them losing this, I am impressed to see how much of improvements we are getting after each, you know, weekend. I was really worried about them if they were going to be in the same repeat as last year, but actually, it's looking a lot better.
Yeah, I think that's a good sign as well. I think for me, for Anubis, it does give me a good amount of hope from what I've seen from them today, especially map 1, right? How good they can be, and I think the fact that they'll probably still be a factor for that, like, top 3 battle for quite a long period of the league this season, in my opinion. I get the impression just from what the eye test of what I've seen today, that what I said earlier on, that they will continue to be that spoiler to the top 3 or the top 2 or whoever, like, ends up top in the top of the league at the end of the season. There will continue to be a difficult game for the opponents, whatever happens, right? So, yeah, looking forward to seeing how they do over the course of the season. But for Gaimin Gladiators, they will get the job done, just about. And Mexico, we get a rare sighting of it, of course, to enjoy at the end of the series as well. But for now, we're going to go to a bit of a break. When we're back, we've, of course, got one more series to watch. But, of course, the desk will run you through that one. So, see you in a bit.
Bye-bye.
And GG Gaming Gladiators get this series 2-1 versus Anubis and keeps their position for themselves. Great game from GG, a great performance. Lock in on the site very well. They seemed to know the site better than Anubis. Anubis tried their best, but it didn't matter at the end.
In Mexico, it's a decider map, so it can go for both teams, and it did go for GG in a clear way. Clean sheet by Team GG, just winning 10-5. It's a big gap between both teams, 5 rounds to overtime, not even winning. For me, to be honest, GG did play better, especially in individual sense. I mean, look at Flex, man. Flex is just covering all the angles. He's always in the B side. You can ask him in the middle. He's always there. Attack side for Team GG is just much better. Okay, I've seen a bit from Anubis on the defense, especially from Sad sniper shots. Well, he can cover the angles on the defense side. Well, he can't cover the angles when you play on the attack side. When you play against someone like Lion Claw, Ruffin, Spoxy, Flex, you have to make a room for all expectations, make a room for all consequences that might happen when you play versus GG.
Yes.
They did this in the first map, Anubis did win. But in the first and the second and the third map, Anubis was just AFK. I mean, this game was just stomped, man. The third map, especially, you can't see Anubis from GG bullets. They are everywhere, man. And the attack side, they play default, if I'm not mistaken, round 7 for Team GG. It was a split push on B side. Started from making some noise on A, moving down to mid, running down to B, and then ending the round with 2 or 3 kills from Flex. Of course, he was the key player. He's now the MVP. Spoxy.
He's always the key player for Gaimin Gladiators to get this game and get this series for themselves and return to the victory streak once again. 1.1 KD from this player with a 7 on the AP. So MVP Spoxy, you always see Spoxy as the key. You see Spoxy as
the sniper, man.
The sniper, the shot caller, maybe the shot ender for this game. Let's see the first 7 or maybe 8 rounds for these players. What happened to GG in the second half?
You need to understand that the first half of this game ended 7-2, if I'm not mistaken, meaning it ended as a storm. When it's 7-2, it's so hard to come back from this game. Starting as defenders, Team Anubis could not get themselves any round because of the way that GG did play. As I said, most of the rounds were default by Team GG, and the other was stacked on A side. A side was chosen by GG as it's the weaker side for Team Anubis. And let's be honest, if a plan works, going A, going B, split push mid, let's abuse it over and over and over and over again till it's burned, till okay, I'm adapted to this play style, I'm adapted to this move of yours, I can, you know, counter it, but I never found a counter from Anubis side. 7-2, meaning this same plan worked 7 times in a row. Even if Anubis did manage to get some rounds on the attack side, it doesn't matter because it was 5 rounds only, and I was like on 9 rounds. So,
I mean, it's over this series, but before we close up this one, let's have another interview with Lion Claw again on the screen. Here it is. The man, the legend, the GG again with a victory. It was a bit hard at first, but the second and the third game was a bit easier for you.
Yes, we started up really badly. Once again, I think we are taking a bit long to get to the best performance during the matches. And I think Anubis did well on getting the first map, so yeah, deserved for them, I guess.
Was it a sub-base situation, or the map didn't matter, but it was a performance issue?
Performance issue. Sub-base on practice is going well. We were prepared for the game. Anubis played well. We played bad. Obviously, they are a competent team. They did what they had to do. They won the map. Very hard for us, but then we managed to come back, so I'm proud of the team.
Yep, very, very solid performance, especially on map 3. You almost stomped Anubis on the first half and played and tried to adapt on the second. So tell me the mental state going this third game.
We knew that on port they were also a decent team. I think our port results lately are not the best ones, but we still consider ourselves one of the top teams on that map.
Sure.
I think Mexico, we were pretty confident that we were going to win. I think Mexico by Anubis is a bluff. They don't play it. So we just show that it's a bluff. So most teams will now start picking it against them. Obviously on port they were still a good team, but I think we were back to our normal level. So even though the game was a bit competitive, we still managed to win. So it was great.
Lion Man, you guys did destroy Anubis on the last map, that's for sure. But I want to focus more on another team and not Anubis, because I want your heads up for this. ROC Esports, man, we have seen the games yesterday, and Horace did send a clear message for you guys that he's unstoppable. Do you want to counter message this? Do you want to send a message to ROC Esports now on the live stream?
No, I think there is not much to say. I think they won. They have the rights to talk. They are happy about a group stage win. They have the right to be happy about it.
Understandable.
I mean, I know they work hard for the way they show. I think they didn't have to talk about other stuff. They could have just talked about the game itself. They won clearly. They were better that day. And yeah, there is not much to say. We'll see each other at least one more time, hopefully 2 times. And
Hopefully for
we'll
us.
see.
That's what we love to say, man. That's what I love to hear. Thank you, Leon Cloud, for this beautiful interview.
Thank you. Very insightful from Line Claw, saying that the first map didn't matter. We struggled a bit on the first game, but Mexico was the different. This map we knew better, we played better than Anubis, and we caught Anubis, like we say, where they played well, and they, as you said, it was a stomp versus Anubis on this third map specifically, but this is a series, this is a game, GG to GG, and on to the third best of 3 we have today.
Yeah, moving on the third best of 3, and the last one we have for the last day of week 2, ROC Esports versus TBI, what we used to call the Egyptian Derby Classico, but now it's called ROC Esports and not 3PL. Here's ROC Esports, the boys we know and we love, winning yesterday and playing again tonight. Tutson, Snare, Snake, Horus, and the Big Slayer.
Yes, ROC Esports solid performance so far in this season, as expected and as predicted by all, means ROC Esports even versus Gaimin Gladiators. Yesterday, they showed great potential, they showed great performance as usual, but TBI are still struggling a bit through this journey throughout this season 1 of CrossFire West League. So, what's your say?
Think about TBI is sometimes they're so good, sometimes they are so choking, man. They can't close up the maps, and that's for sure. We have seen TBI playing yesterday, seen them struggle, to be honest. Being the 5th place isn't the place that they deserve. Vice versa for ROC Esports, being the 1st place is the place that they deserve. Penguin being an ex-teammate for ROC Esports and now playing versus TBI and IGLing the guys. I mean, let's get a clear face when we say that TBI is a new roster. TBI is a fresh one there, and being the 5th place and managing to get at least some maps here and there against different a variety of teams is okay, is better than okay, actually is decent for them, but sadly I have to predict a 2-0 again for ROC Esports. I know it's a bit early to predict such a thing, but it do make sense in the sense of being a fresh roster, playing against OGs, playing against ROC Esports, who played the same roster over and over again
when you talk
since
about
years.
Yes. When you talk about ROC Esports getting a win over GG yesterday and never lost a series, never lost a match, you say that the 5th place, whoever and whatever is the team is, will have a chance against ROC Esports. But as we said before, on Anubis and on TBI, we hope to see some surprises in terms of performance and in terms of gaming on this series. And hopefully for TBI, getting another game won't change their position in the standing a bit, but because 4th place still for Anubis, getting 3 wins, 3 victories, but TBI needs to hold on this position because the other 6th, 7th, and 8th position on this standing look up to defeat and dethrone, may I say, TBI from the 2nd half of the stand.
Yeah, it's Compound as a first map for ROC Esports, picked by TBI, Black Widow, the decider. If even we are going there, it's going to be Port. Zika, we've seen a lot of Port tonight, and I'm ready to see more of TBI if they wish. But for Team ROC Esports, it's the same map, same compound, same mentality, and they are ready to bounce in once again.
So, as usual, what's your player to watch?
Give me Snare, man. Give me Snare.
Snare for the win. ROC Esports versus TBI. A solid roster on ROC Esports, to be honest, but TBI shows some potential, shows some progress over the matches. Yes, they are new roster formed around Dirty and Penguin Hunter. The guys are ready. We saw Dirty many times on the MVP.
Yes, we did.
For some games that they won. We saw Penguin as well, but it's a tough heads up with ROC Esports, and that's where we go to Laz and Trav to talk us about game one in this last best of 3 series.
Let's go.
Let's go indeed. Last series of the day here to close the weekend out, and it's an interesting one. It's ROC versus TBI, and you know, I think you and I both I think we would agree on the desk that they said it's probably going to be a 2-0. I probably would say the same thing, but you know, I was thinking maybe there was a chance it could have been TBI to push through a little bit, but this veto, Trav, I gotta be honest, I feel like ROC really did some mind games and won that one.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, if we're not being baited into the possibility of Black Widow as a second map, of course we'll have to see. But
yes,
that is pretty crazy, and I do think ROC are. I mean, they're the main men of the league, aren't they? Alongside probably Gaimin Gladiators. I expect them to be the winners this evening, and I expect TBI to give them a game, but I don't expect it to be any unexpected results to come through here. And ROC have just been so solid recently. They've got the name value of the players after all this time. But yeah, it'll be fascinating to see how we go. We know that, as I said to you before, as we got into the games earlier, like, you know, King's a very eccentric, passionate in-game leader. And whether he in-game leads now or whether he did back then, he's a very big voice in the team, right? So, yeah, he's. I want to see more of that today. I assume we will. But ROC, they're probably going to be the kings here and will continue to be for quite a lot of the matchups in the league this season.
Yeah, most likely, right? I mean, like even just kind of talking about for TBI, like it's funny because, you know, Penguin's on the team, right? And the fact that you know, he was with this group as their coach for a long time, so that's what makes it interesting, because you're really starting to see that old school, like, slow executes, you know, burn the clock, you know, like in comparison for you, I'm just trying to think, like, it'd be the, like, old school Navi, right? Like old school. Yeah. So it's, you still see that now with this TBI team. So it's good to see, because it's kind of like changing up their way of how they're playing, but ROC Esports have really changed things up with new coaching, things like that. So we'll have to see. But I mean, the fact that we're on compound, this is a very strong pick for ROC. I mean, this is what I was talking about internationally. These guys were taking maps of this, like, compound against international competition, which was a really cool sight to behold. You know, and I talk about sights to behold. I mean, you know, Trav, I mean, I think I did hear on one of the broadcasts that you were on, we were talking about ROC Esports jerseys.
I know, right? I mean, I literally said to you earlier that purple is like one of my favourite colours.
Yeah.
We don't see enough jersey differentiation in the scene, I feel like. Like, we see tons of black jerseys, tons of white ones, tons of red ones, and it's like, give us some variation, man. Come on.
Exactly. Yeah, somebody just experiment. Like, it's not hard.
Yeah, and if you do, you're more likely to get buyers for your merch, I feel like. So
Exactly.
as long as you don't create something absolutely disgusting. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, I'd like to see some purple in the
Does look good.
in the broadcast. Snare. Donning that purple jersey. Moving on from the 3BL era, of course, these players. And let's see how they do today. Already doing that particular thought process that we kind of cottoned onto. They will try and play the rounds a little bit slower. Hunt does get a 1-for-1. He'll be quite content with that early game, but they have a lot of map control here, right? Look how far the C4's up toward the corner of B. They're pinching A as well. Should be very awkward for Dirty and Penguin. And even though Penguin might have seen this strat 100 times when he was involved with the team, he can't deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the thing, and like, you know, Snare, like we talked a lot about it, but for anybody, like, again, just tuning in, it's, you know, I feel like the desk talked about him as like an MVP to watch. I would agree. I think he's had himself a bit of a slower start to this year, but Not the case here. He's put himself in a triple kill. He was the one that was able to, you know, get the entries into the site, and he ends it with a quad. So, look, he probably listened to me yesterday. He was probably a little annoyed. He's like, okay, Laz, you think I'm not playing well? You think I'm playing slow? I'm going to prove it to you right here and right now.
Yeah, what a start. What a start. That is why he's usually the man to watch in these series. Horus will leap his way forward, backwards, while crouched, of course, to hop his way into a more advanced angle and to try and avoid utility and just plainly being shot. But really a lot of pressure onto that B main position early on. You've got King and Booker playing off each other's contact in that area.
Yeah, they're doing a good job, again, just playing this really slow and kind of the same way they'd like to, but they also have to remember that, like you said, I mean, Penguin has been with the group for a long time. He knows some of the gimmicks, but this is where they kind of have to pull a little bit of mind games as well, just making sure they're not getting fully counter-stratted. But now it looks like they're going to try for this A main Jenny, but it looks like they will lose it, and Dirty does actually find the opening engagement, which is good to see. He was a little bit of a off in terms of his performance yesterday, and now TBI finally starting to pick up a little bit more duels in their favor, giving them a nice little bit of a kickstart. But you still have Horus that's pushed up all down long A. You have Totson that's kind of lurking in B, so this is difficult because they don't have any bodies. They haven't been able to find anybody yet. Booker needs to stay alive, and there you go. You can already see he's going to retreat. This is a really, really good discipline from them.
Yeah, you need to just be so patient to deal with a team like ROC. Snake gets a lovely tap on Hunt. Actually gives him a glimmer in the round again now, because Penguin had already pushed forward for one. Now, Snake and Totsin. Oh, Dirty is ready. And he sees a glimmer, and that's a good find. Snake went for the swing. Dirty trying to stay alive, but will get taken down. So now there's a slight opportunity, because King and Booker weren't incredibly close. They're going to be close right now, but Totsin playing underneath the window could be on for the 1v2. He's down pretty low now, and that will give Booker the opportunity to leap his way in. They'll get away with it.
Yeah, he will. And honestly, pretty surprising, because I think Totson, you know, honestly played that really, really well. The fact that he was able to find that duel, go for the plant quickly, and then able to reposition. The fact that he knew they should be both in that, you know, spawn going towards like this little bit of a heaven. But really good play from Booker. The fact that he didn't just like jump out right away, because I think he would have been done, right? So he would have been sliced and diced, but that extra little second of a delay just allows them to get their first round. Not too shabby. So TBI really going to need to find as much as they can on the GR side. Not going to be an easy feat, to say the least. And I mean, I would used to think this map was pretty GR-sided, like heavily, but I feel like it's gotten better over time. Teams have been able to figure out good utility to counter it, as you can see here, and like how fast ROC has been able to just bombard the sites, getting themselves more aggressively, and only the cost of snare too.
Well, so now we're going to go for a full 4v4 retake here. I think there's some utility available for Dirty. Yeah, King and Booker a little bit as well that could maybe help themselves out, but 25 seconds now, it's going to be awkward. It's going to be the brawl's going to be coming in a matter of moments, and winning these trades is going to be so difficult with Horus in this position, but he will get run down on the first. In come the trades though, and Snake's doing good work. Worried of course about Hunt coming through, but Slayer is there ready and raring to go, and the crossfires are just too good.
Okay. ROC Esports, though, puts themselves in that, like you said, a little bit of an extra win category. But what will we see differently from TBI? We do know that a lot of teams, eventually in the GR side, they try to crunch mid. They try to get the heavy utility. I don't know if that's going to be the play against ROC. Like, I really think ROC have prepared themselves pretty well in the sense of just, like, not, you know, getting caught off guard with that aggression. but we'll see. And again, they are just kind of posted up in the back, waiting things out. They are expecting somebody to go for a duel. Hunt had himself a decent day yesterday. He actually was putting up some pretty big numbers, but this is a really big test for TBI, and this is where, you know, we give a lot of credit here and potential credit here for Penguin to see how much he's been able to improve this team against a fierce competitor like this.
Yeah, how much has he got, like, in the back of his mind that is like, oh, okay, yeah, I know that. Oh, that's new. You know, those sort of thought processes of days gone by. How will ROC change their style too much as well, knowing that factor? Who knows? Well, maybe not necessarily their style, but it's their timings and choices on certain rounds, right? What they might like to do, their tendencies. We'll see. I imagine they'll just stick with what they know works, because it's down to their all their ability at the end of the day. Booker, that's a good hold though. Looking for more somehow. Doesn't take Slayer down. And so now it's a big one on Penguin. Let's change the course of the round somewhat. King will get caught. He tries to work his way in, and even though there was a disadvantage early on, their trades come through and they pincer very quickly.
Yeah, good variety though. Like, this is where I was, you know, again wondering about for ROC, like in the sense of just this is really a staple map for them, and like what they're going to be able to mix things off. And ooh, okay, hang on. When we talk about a little bit of mixture, so now actually TBI, both Dirty now able to start things off, and Hunt's able to get himself at least one before he goes down. So a nice little bit of a mixture where the duels are happening on the left-hand side of the map, making things a little bit more problematic here for ROC. And now down by the numbers, even more so as Snare's going to go down to the pistol, leaving it only to Snake and Totson though. But again, these guys are a big threat. Totson's having himself a really good game right now, sitting at a 4-1. Waiting for King. Ooh, man, I was thinking he might have been able to find a quick shot. But now it's all down to Tot. The lonely guy, the clutch player himself. But I don't know if this is a clutch scenario, just because, again, he has to go for duels. He has to go back for the C4, and it's already in territory of TBI. Unless Trav... Oh, no.
Oh, hello. Hang on. Winnable, without a doubt. Booker looks at Dirty as if to say, okay, all right, bro, we've got the C4. How do you want to play it? Do you want to play off each other's contacts? Do you want to hold it as a duo? Do you want to push it as a duo to try and guarantee a trade? It looks like it's the latter. They are kind of just searching around the map to take the initiative in the duel against Totson. Totson is convinced he's going to find one player maybe just lurking around a bomb site. But C4 under their possession, there's no reason for Booker and Dirty to move. Now he's going to try and work his way through the outskirts of A. Through the long corridor. Booker will go down. And as I said, doesn't have Dirty in support. So now he needs to be ready for the trade. And thankfully he is. He goes for the swing on a good timing when he thinks he could be moving up on the angle. And that saves the round for TBI.
Hoo-wee. Okay. I was getting pretty nervous for TBI, I'm not going to lie. Not going to lie at all, but at least for them, they're able to... Again, Totson with a 1-on-4, I was thinking, nah, there's probably no way. I know he's clutch, but... Man, he almost made it happen, though, which is pretty outrageous, and... Yeah, what an improvement from Dirty. It really is. Like, again, early on, I know people might realize, like, okay, Laz, we've heard this before, but look, it's... In the beginning of the year, like, or beginning of this year with the season starting, he was doing really well. Yesterday, it was like, okay, hang on, maybe now, maybe brakes are getting pumped a little bit. Maybe he's just not able to get his form back. But honestly, maybe he hit the DMs. Maybe he was just, you know, playing his heart out last night afterwards and just wanting to redeem himself. And already now, even though he's 6-4, it's not like he's like a crazy stat, but he's finding these duels. That's exactly what you need from your own player, right? You need the guy to be the, you know, to be the driver of the seat. So see if he can be able to help his teammates be able to also steer the ship as well. But before we go, Trav and ROC putting a little bit of their eyes on the prize of B, but they still have to worry about 2 players committed to this.
They're going to pull off of it as a group. Back in toward mid to join up with Slayer. Reset.
they're just going to cross mid. Yeah, again, this is very standard play from ROC. When you think compound, you think this is what they do. And look at it. They get it for free. Horus now going to try to lead this. A bit more of a struggle game for him. Dirty, another quick shot. There it is. Slayer and Snake now. The double S's. Double kills. And now some X's have been marked. But now they have to be able to get the job done. They still got to get this plant through. They're worried somebody's in long, though, Trap. But thankfully now they're clearing it out. But they only got 20 seconds. And now TBI... close encounters, and ooh, that's going to be the C4 carrier. Now Slayer has to commit to a fight. This is going to be awkward, but oh man, he's actually going to go for the plant?
Yeah.
Oh, good dear.
That was not going to work for him, I'm afraid. A little bit too tall for that. Of course, he was definitely pressured when it came to the clock. That was where it was awkward for him. But I agree with you. I'd have loved to see him prioritize really pushing for a fight before trying the plant again. He could have maybe pushed down that first player in Hunt. Good Slayer, but not to be. The option he wanted to go for. It will cost him. Push forward for Horus. 2 players near the angle. King needs to be wary. And, well, that was a mixture of worried and wary. And it probably should have been both.
There we go. Slayer once again takes down Hunt. So a 3-3 we shall go. Oh wow, Slayer. I was gonna say like this is a little awkward because Dirty's right there, but okay. So King actually now he's got the Yom equipped too. I feel like I haven't seen him equip the Yom forever, but oh Penguin, ew, a little bit awkward, a little bit ugly. And now Horus is starting to get himself a little more stat padding. 3-on-2, 2 wounded players here for ROC. Grouped up towards B, and this is a good call because again, as soon as they go for this fight, if they can get this trade-off, which they should be able to, because the last 2 players with the Alms, that's going to be a very difficult retake for Dirty. Even though he's hitting his shots and he's being a bit more lights out, this is going to ask a whole heck of a lot, and there we go. An easy kill. This should be a ROC round, unless the clutch factor once again is on TBI's side.
More expected. They try and push through the smoke, but there's not much you can do against that. Blocked off by not just players, but utility as well. A wipe of the brow. I'm sure it's a warm evening. Not here. It's quite cold here. Do you get much... what's the temperature like in Canada where you are? Does it get like super, super cold in the coldest months?
It does, yeah. We're kind of in the point now where like... It was, you know, sunny and warm, and then all of a sudden we had snow. So, real Canadian of us. So,
yeah.
I was getting ready to go play golf, and apparently that wasn't going to happen. So, got a little bit teased.
Opener. Oh, King's actually held the line for 3 there. That's excellent. Great job. Going above and beyond there. Now in the 2v3 for Snake and Slayer, Penguins rotated in to try to hold down the site. C4 moving back toward mid. We dropped while the angle is being held by Slayer.
Yeah, lots of time. And this smoke should be able to go in front of A main. Indeed it does, so it lands nicely. Oh, and that's going to buy actually for Hunt. He's going to reposition himself a little bit more. He's actually getting aggro. He's hoping to bind somebody in mid. So this is great. This is actually allowed the rotations to come through. Dirty's even kind of hesitating a little bit as well. This flash might be timing well, but okay, Dirty with a great shot. Now maybe to get the job done. Thankfully, Hunt really close on by to hold his hand. And there we go, TBI. Still making this a very competitive game. And TBI, like we said, have really improved themselves. Like going into this weekend, this was a team that was in 4th place. So they were actually the top 4 with a 1-on-1 record. So we'll see. I mean, they're going toe-to-toe right now with ROC, and they're making them break a little bit of a sweat, actually. I'm actually really impressed to see this.
It's interesting, right? I mean, you mentioned, actually, TBI has been that team in the past that can just be a little bit of a spoiler to some of these top teams over the course of a season. I mentioned that Anubis are often that team that looks like they can do that this season, to what we saw earlier. TBI are a bit more, let's say, volatile in terms of their form, a bit more up and down. Get a Bit of an upset opening set here versus ROC. More of an aggressive push early round here, by the way. Just getting it into that deeper mid position in front of the 3 players. Using the utility to take that space. But King's been removed by Totson, and maybe that is going to be the way in, because now B only really technically has 1 defender. Rotation will come through to give it a glance. But Booker's in a bit of trouble. He's need to hold the line with multiple here. Gets 1, still alive behind the back of the site, but eventually will be found. Snake and Snare will deal with a couple of rotators as well. And this looks all good.
Yeah, again, one of the most difficult sites to retake into, and yeah, Penguin and Dirty now, I mean, this is the thing that's really hard, because again, with this lack of utility, like, you're not even really going to be able to find that opening, and even now, the fact that Snare is just making random shots through the smoke, Dirty just sitting there in the open. He's accepted his fate. Oh, got nade too. Oh man, more insult to injury. There we go. ROC, they're just going to go for the fight. A little careless, but I don't think they care because they know the time is too low anyway, so they'll just throw some bodies at it.
Yeah, why not? No worry about losing anything there. Nice shots were hit there by Dirty, giving himself the best possible opportunity, but not really anything he could have done when it comes to the round. Purely just good results for his tally of kills. Nothing more than that. ROC putting a little bit more early pressure on in that previous round, definitely working out for them.
How do we feel about yellow jerseys, Trav?
A little bit garish.
Okay.
Like, yellow is not really my colour. I think yellow suits me as a colour. I'm more of a, you know, burgundy, more deeper colour kind of guy. Burgundy, gotcha. Navy. I can get away with light blue, but yeah, right. I think it's a bit of a. I feel like it's obviously in the dark that we're playing in right now. By the way, don't play in the dark. Look after your eyes. For TBI, it looks a bit more mustardy yellow, so you know, you can get away with that. That's fine.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's good points. Yeah, I've never understood that, because I think TBI, they're like, when you see them on the player cam, they actually always play in the dark, and like Kyle and I were talking about this, and I think Kyle and I are very close in age, so we were both like, yeah, there's just no way. Like, there's just absolutely no way my eyes could even function if I did that. I have to have the room with lights on, so. Or these guys at ROC, I mean, they're always in a bright room together. No lights are ever off. Save those eyes.
Yeah, precious commodities. That's for sure.
Okay. Things are a little slow. Back to the old ways, Penguin. Wanting to just go for the slow execute. Now Snake. Ooh, throwing the util in the wrong spot, but now noise is being made. He might be able to just tuck away. Oh, actually, he tries to go for a bit of a surprise attack on this, so I like the idea, but nobody really able to help him. He just went for a bit of a dry swing, hoping that he might be able to get a nice little bit of a duel, but now Snare on the top. Missed the first shot. Ooh, this is not good. Now Slayer, moment to shine maybe? Maybe not.
Not to be, King. Does well there. Does pretty well. Yeah, continuing to go back and forth in this one.
I'm pretty shocked how back and forth this was. I kind of was thinking, I thought it could have been I felt like TBI on the GR side, I definitely thought that they were going to be able to put up some decent rounds, but I really felt like ROC were going to be able to lift off pretty quickly, to be honest. But I got to give it to TBI. Like the amount of like the same thing with Anubis. The amount of improvement we've seen in such a short turnaround of the season has been a bit phenomenal, to be honest. Classic Slayer spot.
Yeah, it very much is. Dirty also got naded down to below half. Hunt's already been removed, just looking a bit awkward. But a good run down from King. I think he's very aware there that that's a favourite of Slayer. Into that angle very aggressively. Maybe gauging it by the positioning of that smoke, perhaps.
Yeah, it's actually interesting too because again, like I mean, on the death segment, there was an interview that happened with Horus yesterday, and that's what they were kind of asking Lion Claws, the fact of Horus was really, you know, he's a pretty humble guy, but he was really, you know, quite confident in like his speech where he was just saying, "We're the best team, we're gonna win." Like it was just like no one's gonna stop us. Like it's this whole like big ego, but also they can back it up kind of thing, which is really, really interesting. So I wasn't expecting that from them, but that's where like, even when, I don't know if you listened to Lion Claw earlier on today, but he was just like, oh yeah, like very different side of it. But yeah. I mean, ROC are getting tested right now, and honestly, TBI are playing a pretty great game, and even right here, like a nice little bit of a 2-2 exchange. So C4 should be able to still go down, but Booker now maybe just going to try to clutch instead with 20 seconds. His teammate goes a little bit quicker than he wanted. So now no utility, just a gun in hand. A plan in the open. This is tough. This is a big ask.
Yeah, he just gets it down in time, only just, but yeah, he was always going to get pincered by 2 separate angles and run down by 2 players. So decent try, to be fair to him, but not really much else he could do. He's now having his normal good game, I feel like. 13 on the board, him and Totsin. 25 frags between them. Impressive. But they only have a 1-round lead, and that's the number that matters.
Yeah, Slayer able to find the opener here too, so... do they actually want to keep going a little bit forward? Maybe so. Slayer looked like he was teasing the idea of it. This is where I think the unpredictability is going to be good here for ROC, just because, again, like I think these guys play each other a lot, right? In practices and everything like that. They know a lot of gimmicks of each other. That's where you have to kind of be this like element of surprise. You have to be different in this whole situation, just because you can't let them read you like a book. But right now, ROC are looking really good. They got the duel. Hunt's taking down some big damage as well. They're going to pick up the C4. Now they're going to try to re-control B main. And Totsin, ooh, I thought he might have been able to retreat that, but instead he was trying to be cheeky with a quick shot. Now Slayer needs to be able to just wait for his teammate to anchor the site. Now, okay, they got the 2-2 set up. This is good. They're going to leave along A open. They'll go for the risk.
C4 moving forward outside B. There's Slayer trying to get some information. Needs to be careful. King's already crossed the angle toward the window. Ducking and diving. Penguins there as well. Take the shot and fall back behind the railing, behind the site itself. Classic round here coming from TBI, just trying to fill out the map, trying to waste as much time as possible, trying to get ROC to gamble somewhere. Now the time might prove to be a bit more of an issue, I'm afraid. 25 to push through. There were 2 players on site. Slayer and Horus, and a nice tap from Horus. He's going to get himself 2. They don't even really feel like they know about Slayer just yet. He'll use some utility. Now it's very much aware, and Dirty is caught in the open. He'll get removed, and that is a solid hold.
Yeah, it really is. Looking really, really good. That was very clean from ROC, so... good mixture from them. A little bit of a misplay, I would say, from Tots in the beginning of that round, but I like the fact they tried to get aggressive in B main. Trying to put some good pressure against TBI, then they just allow, you know, the good setups of the 2-2. And really relying on Horus to be able to hit these shots, and now ROC really realizing, look, Horus is actually doing quite well for himself. He's able to get himself some duels, and now he's hit double digits in the frag category, and looking for more. Why not, Horus? Putting himself for another 2K. That's going to be a quad to finish this round out. And that's that confidence I was talking about. And now he is cooking.
Yeah, they're starting to just pull away a little bit now. They're starting to assert their dominance that we'd expected them to show. Good work. Horus getting himself around.
Good utility.
He can be proud of. Snare does go down early in the following, though. That'd be slightly surprising.
Yeah, a little bit of an overpeak, I think, from him. Like, just the timing was slightly off, but they did good with the utility, though. I mean, they were able to throw some decent nade damage. But now Snare gone. He's put himself in top fragging category here so far on the map 1, but now it's going to be Totson once again. He might get tested here with overwhelming numbers, but he takes down the C4, repositions, a full flash. He's expecting somebody to be pre-firing, but no. Can't seem to find it, but now Snake close into this B site, but he's wounded. That's a problem. He needs to be able to stay alive. He has to be able to just burn some time for his teammates to get there to help for the retake. They cannot lose control of this site. Otherwise, this could be a TBI round done and dusted. But now, with a minute and 20 left, I mean, this is where TBI are just realizing, you know what? Let's reevaluate. Let's not commit to this. Let's just explore a little bit. And I don't mind it.
Oh, the push coming through from Horus. He had to go looking. It's a disadvantage. Aegis. There we go. Situation. So he had to go searching for something to bring it back, and he has managed that. 3v3, but there's the HE nade. What a dunk that is by Dirty. That could just seal things in this one. TBI needing this round, needing a 6 to stay in touch. He seems aware of the possibility of what's going on, but he's missed a critical shot. Hang on a second, Slayer. Is he going to be able to punish him for it? Yes, he is. Mid-air, jumping back down towards the site, still takes one. But now he's the only one left alive. 20 seconds. C4 still actually looking to go toward where he's playing from, and that could be a big mistake. It's now on the floor with 16 seconds to go. Dirty to work his way forward, up against Slayer. Slayer dancing with the site, and that is a gorgeous round, showing his superiority and his expertise.
Yeah, it really is. That's a good sight to see right now for Slayer. That's again another player that's been on Laz's watch list a little bit in terms of needing some good impact, some good plays, and there we go. We get to see it there, even with low HP, and now we're back to vintage Slayer. This is what he used to do on Anubis. Push down mid, get aggressive, and just frag on out. But he's only able to get himself that one. But ROC right now trying to, secure dominance on this. They just want to get this done. They want to move on to Black Widow. And a 4-on-3 is looking pretty darn cute right now, Trav.
Yeah, and the Black Widow pick, of course, coming through is going to be very interesting. It could be the feather in the cap of ROC. We'll see. Could be something that's caught out TBI and the veto. Who knows? Totson putting in the work here. Horus will show up as well. It's all down to Hunt. I think they're very much aware of where he is, because Horus is firing off these warning shots constantly. Stuck behind the window position. With the C4 behind him. I guess he's behind him as well. Totson is locking him in. There's no way out.
Uh-oh. They gotta make sure they just play this together. And it should be a done deal. And they're to me, they're one of the most disciplined teams, right? Like in the sense of just, they play a lot of good teamwork. Now they're playing together. There you go. They got this straight. This is the right setup. Oh, the timing! Oh, no!
No way.
Oh, that 1 millisecond of a difference allows Hunt to just pop off with a double. What a mistake!
That's insane. Massive mistake. You'd like to think it won't cost them, but it keeps them alive in the map. Wow. I mean, as I said, they had him locked in. They had Totson even behind, right? To lock him into that position. That's how I described it, but he just got owned. Simple as that. And then a lineup with positioning, accidental positioning. Damn. A lifeline gifted to TBI.
Yeah, what a critical mistake here from ROC, but again, I'm not going to take much away from Hunt. Like, yeah, he really can be pretty scary in the server. I mean, and like I said, he's been playing so much better as time goes on, so what a clutch for him. And he's a guy, like him and King are the guys that get really excited on this team, so we talk about passion and getting the mojo flowing. It's those two for sure. But now, oh now, TBI. Got Penguin across. Now he can just kind of sit pretty here. This is a good play because right now what they're hoping for is he's going to be able to maybe find a timing against whoever's holding this side of mid, which is going to be Slayer. But again, there's no reason for him to go aggressive. Like him playing this position, jump spawning with the smoke is perfect. Snare locking in the sniper once again. And they're just going to try to send it. They're just going to send it to this B's site. Nice shot from Booker. Toxino needing to come alive, and indeed he does. Cleans up a triple kill.
Yeah, I had a feeling that mistake in the previous round wasn't going to sort of halt them too badly. Wasn't going to dwell on their minds. And Toxin will make up for that previous mistake in that previous round with the mistake on the flank by getting that 3k hold. And that in the end is quite a comfortable and simple opening set for ROC Esports. They continue to deliver in this league. And of course, Laz with Black Widow next. I have a feeling that they could have another feather in their cap to take this one 2-0.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, this is definitely a really good start for them to get themselves potentially like a two wins on the weekend, which would be really, really great. But honestly, like despite that map, I mean, this is an exciting one just because TBI honestly did a lot more damage than I thought they were going to on a map like this, because this pick was from ROC. Now we're going into the pick for TBI for Black Widow, which I'm really just beyond curious what they're going to bring to this. Like, have they really been practicing? Has like Penguin done some stuff in the lab? I have no idea.
It's like, as you say, maybe there's a chance that he knows that that's a weakness of his, former teammates, right? But yeah, I think it's going to be super interesting to see how that will pan out anyway. But I believe we're ready to go to the desk very briefly before the second set, and we'll see you in a bit for that second set.
Thanks, Laz and Trav, for this amazing shotcasting. We're back with ROC Esports on 1-2-0 over TBI. TBI started the game very solid performance. Let's say, yes, ROC Esports was a bit slow, and TBI took this advantage for themselves. And I remember 5-5. I remember fighting for this point, fighting for this game, but ROC Esports managed to get it back on feet.
Honestly, Zika, nothing new to be mentioned other than it was a back and forth, as you said, at the start of the game. It was going round for round, kill for kill, game for game, till the map which was chosen by ROC Esports, aka Compound. Snare just had enough, and let me get the sniper, kill 1, 2, 3, and ever since it became 10-6. I loved how Horus played. So it was 7-5. Horus decided to, hey, let me try some aggressive playstyle. Let me push more and more. Gets a double kill.
True.
Round 14, Snare. Let's play default. Let me push a bit. Gets another double kill. So what I want to say to you is the boys can play some joker cards. Can play some cards that you won't expect. It's not a default game where I'll be waiting for you to come to the side and you will be waiting for me to attack. No. We see some huge plays, aka on the round 12, Slayer clutch was the last piece of this puzzle. Because if Slayer did not clutch, a big problem would happen for Team ROC Esports, and Slayer would have made a comeback.
I like the pushing the boundaries from TBI. Let's test our limits. Let's push our limits to the max and see how would we perform against ROC Esports, and I think they did a pretty good job doing this game so far. Yes, ROC Esports are the unbeatable, but seeing this game, seeing this performance from the 5th place on the standing, on the leaderboard for this season, TBI landed some insane shots, yes, until ROC Esports managed to find the solution and stop the slow crawling to the match point.
The only hope I saw from TBI among the 6 rounds, the clutch from Dirty, it was a 1v3 scenario. Managed to get the first in the early round, 20 seconds at the counters. C4 was already planted. Dirty managed to get the 1v2. Name get a clutch for his name, and ever since I thought after this round it's gonna be a momentum build from Team TBI using the mistake, but they did a mistake the round after it, not covering the flank, making them obvious, making them open to the enemy team, aka ROC Esports. At the end of the day, you get it's fair crossfire. They chose the map, they did win the map. Now the question persists, will TBI win in their own map or not?
I think if TBI plays this good on the second game, they will manage to get another game for themselves. We saw ROC Esports, I think maybe two series choke sometimes and lose a leg or a set in this best of 3. But I think TBI, if they played this well and performed this good performance, they can take one game from ROC Esports.
I kind of disagree with you here, Zika. I think TBI, this playstyle that got them 6th round won't be enough if they did the same. They need like 10x this performance ever since King and the boys was not ready. I mean, hey, you got your point, I got mine, and casters also got their point. Take us to the game. Let's see who's victorious.
Well, we're potentially in the last map, maybe for the weekend. We still don't really know unless TBI have really just done some big anti-stratting. They have the best plan in the world because this is going to be one of the first times that I've been able to experience Black Widow, but I'm excited for it. I'm glad they went for a bold pick, and I think this will be a bit of a fun one just to see how we could potentially end this or even extend it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've had Mexico in a way maybe we didn't expect as well in a third map. And we've also had Black Widow today. So, listen, I couldn't have wished for more surprising maps, perhaps, in a veto than today. So, yeah, really interesting. I think ROC will still have enough, but the fact that it feels like it could be a specialist pick to take advantage of something here, who knows? I just do think there's sort of difference in level in terms of the individuals. We all know that with how good ROC can be as a group. So I think that'll still be too much for TBI, but remains to be seen. I think I'm happy to be shocked right now.
Yeah. No, me too. I'm kind of waiting for the shock factor right now. So and that's the thing. Like you said, I think the level of competition is definitely different just because ROC, they play internationally. They've been doing really well in the past year. They've definitely been doing all the right things. And like I said, a new coach, which is a very strong player, a good-minded player, of Stray. So I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to implement into this team's vision and their overall system, because that's going to be really exciting for somebody like him with a big history. Whereas TBI, I mean, they've always relied on Penguin as well with Snake. But now, Penguin's trying to come back into the servers. He's trying to see what he can do to compete with some different blood. And like I said, it's been going well. Some baby steps. It's been happening. But now you're going to have to go against the big dogs here. And now you're going to have to do a reverse sweep if you want to get yourselves still in a top 4 category. ROC going to be on the blacklist side. And, of course, TBI here to start things off on the GR. And single on both teams. I was almost going to say only one team, but both teams draft. My eyes are still working. Speaking of Vicare, but we're doing good.
Yeah, I did cover quite a lot of Black Widow last season. As you say, a little bit more out of favour in more recent times.
Yeah, it's so surprising how much it's changed. Like, it felt like Compound, Black Widow, commonly picked. Now, I mean, I think, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is the second time only we've seen this map being played in 2025, which is, I don't know why. I just don't know if maybe they just realize internationally it's just, you're going to have a bad time on it. I don't know. Don't play scared, though,
True. You got to play it as if it's any other team, any other prac, right? Like in this sort of scenario, it's like just try and put it out of your mind. Relax in a way, but also stay focused. You've got nothing to lose, really. You're not expected to win.
Yeah, and a slow round, actually, surprisingly, from ROC. I was thinking maybe they might want to try to kind of pepper to this, maybe, and they're going to go for the pop flash. Horus with a 1. Penguin does find himself actually the drive-by, so not bad at all. Dirty. Oh, man, he's putting the sniper in full effect here with a triple kill, locks it down, and this is the thing that's been really cool about Dirty is the fact of, again, like, he was a guy that, in his other iterations with the teams he was on, he was kind of playing this, like, really conservative He wasn't really, like, being aggressive, and now I feel like he's just got this full confidence, realizing, you know what, I can shoot the big boys. I can definitely play, but it might not be this round because TBI are falling it down pretty quick here, but thankfully for King, at least he can get himself a double.
Toxin will manage to deal with Hunt. It does all down to King now. Try and recover this one. Getting anywhere into the B site when it's already been taken, though, is a nightmare. We all know that, especially with a smoke up. That'll be an easy second round going the way of ROC to even it up. And I think as well, when you have players on the side of ROC like Snare, like Toxin, who can just pop off at any given moment, it feels like, TBI just need everything to go their way. You know, the first game we saw today, of course, where Bever had that clutch he had a chance in and couldn't get it done. Like, all those certain close rounds, you need to win almost every single one of them to give yourself a chance in a game. That kind of feels like where TBI are at right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's good util from TBI. Man, oh man, Dirty. Just picking some low-hanging fruit here. I mean, actually, maybe not even low-hanging because that's Snare. So he's able to find actually a pretty high one on the tree. So not bad at all. He's really trying to showcase himself. Like I said, a top player, and now TBI really, really holding down the fort. It's just down to Toxin. Another attempt for a clutch. Cannot get it done. TBI. Well, they'll be able to find themselves competitive again here with a 2-round to the 1. Things are cooking here. You know, they're simmering. Speaking of the kitchen.
Fire in the hole. If we hear that in the kitchen, I'll be a bit concerned about what's going on.
Might be running real quick, yeah.
Yeah. Already first frag on Penguin. Yeah, keeping the back and forth, but they can break clear. Could be interesting, especially if Toxin is not aware of Hunt pushing through and catching him in the side like that. Dirty's under a lot of pressure, though. And of course, that crossfire from short is not looking too amazing. Booker may get his one. Hunt may also still be fighting, but they are getting whittled down. They're now so low, and so is King. He's the last one left. At 7 points of health. And been found.
Yeah. Tough. Back and forth we go. Okay. Funny enough, we see Dirty at a 4 and 2, Snare at a 1 and 4. Dirty now, as I'm talking, picks up another. So I love the intuition here from Dirty. Just again looking for fights, being on the GR. I love that Penguin's just letting him kind of be loose, but oh god, speaking about being loose, how is Slayer in this position for free?
That's crazy.
That's wild.
Just W keying up without a care in the world. Honestly, it might cost them the round. They're not really in a very high quality position yet. Dirty's made his way through. This is so messy. Snare didn't see him at all. He only reacted at the last moment, and it's a little bit too late after that. Penguin will catch Snake in the side. Literally crazy round. And it's not like they charged up as a group, right? Just one player. That's quite rare, I feel like. Random call.
Really random call. That's so unlike them, too. So, I mean, Slayer, unfortunately for him, he couldn't be able to really, like, find success with it. Like, I mean, he could have, like, I think even for him, he was kind of like, oh, wow, I'm really going to get this for free. Like, I think even he probably was a little bit shocked, like, all right, well, sure. And then, unfortunately, he couldn't really find more. I think he got the 1, but really not much more than that. But that's where TBI have to also be, like I said, they have to be a little bit careful, because this is where ROC really do have to kind of mix the playbook, right? And maybe not just rely on their normal strats. They have to just kind of go intuition, their gut feel, if you know. But now they're just going to play back a little bit more, wait things out, just burn some time. Some good control, though, from King. He's actually already pushed himself into water. So this is good control. I mean, this is now the GR side taking some action and trying to, you know, rein in a couple more rounds in their favor. So I'm liking what I'm seeing. They're taking charge, Trav.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need to do, right? You've got to be the one taking the initiative. Any hesitation is what really hurts you, usually. We'll try and fight our way in here. Book up will go down, so will Dirty, and that's Snake and Slayer again doing good work, bouncing off of each other. Bomb will go down. We've had only one round so far where they're focused toward B. It's mostly been the A side of the map. King spotted on the long rotation. Tried to go for the peak while the throws the flash, and in the end it does work out for him. It's a wipeout at the end. Another instant rebuttal.
That seems to always be the case in this matchup too. It's like TBI find the first, and then ROC are just, you know, doing the rebound pretty quickly. I wouldn't mind seeing ROC kind of picking up the pace a little bit here. Now you can see TBI have actually committed 4 players at B. So this is good, because now what they're trying to do is get that information. They want to be able to reign control again. So King and Booker now in water are going to be able to go underneath. So they've actually been active on the control, and there you go. Unfortunately for the 2 A players, they got caught a little bit in the crosshairs here. They needed to be able to stay alive, because now this aggression isn't really going to mean anything. Now Booker being in this position, it's going to grant him a kill, sure, but I mean, I think it's a little too late in this situation.
Yeah, C4 down. 25 seconds left on it now. Look how far away Penguin is. That's the main issue. King trying to force his way up. But I just don't think there's any time on the clock to do anything about this. It's almost like they're playing for exit kills when there's no reason to in this game. Penguin will recover. Actually making a very late retake possibly happen here. And it's actually a 2v1, but 3 seconds on the defuse. You're just not going to get anywhere near this. That's a shame.
That is a shame. That was close but no cigar. But yeah, like you said, it's kind of like, what are you doing? You playing for exits? There's no reason. Who cares? Just go for it. You gotta try something. And honestly, a second or two more, that could have been the really close defuse. So not a bad attempt. Now we see TBI going to fight for long A control this time around, and they will be able to take down Horus. The ROC are kind of on the other side of the map. Now they're wanting to put a little bit more of the pressure point against Hunt. They have the lurk of Snare, but unfortunately he's going to get caught again. He's been bested time and time again here from Dirty. So now allowing ROC to have a free sight. This is a retake scenario now. This is the simulator we have to see from TBI. And like you said in the previous round, they're showing like they can definitely do it.
They're starting to put their foot down. ROC are getting more opportunities in after plant scenarios, but retakes feel very difficult in this sort of position for TBI. I still actually have a hope they're going to be able to find a way, because they found a flanking player too. Is it only Snake and Slayer? How on earth do you recover this? I just don't think you can. They're just going to overwhelm everyone, and the retake is successful. That's very well played. They bided their time just enough to feel as comfortable as possible on that one.
Okay. Last round as we move into the second. This will be the last round of the first half, moving into the second, I should say. Now we're starting to see TBI once again pushing forward. They don't want to be sitting back. They don't want to sit pretty. They want to be the ones to make the plays. And they want to be the ones that are going to be able to have the first half in their victory if they can, and already looking like it's going to be the case. I'm going to tongue twist myself here, and this round is over with within a matter of seconds. So now TBI sitting at a 5-4, showing us a pretty impressive GR side. Things are looking like the preparation's not too bad, but now the real test. Now the test of the blacklist side. And this is where ROC going to have to see how much they can bounce back on this.
Yeah, this is a test, as you say. Can we actually get to a set 3 here between these two? Snake pushing forward. Look how aggressive he is. He's basically in spawn. That's crazy. He's managed to deal with Dirty. That's very unusual. Already maybe a bit of a warning shot across the bow. As if to say, yeah, worry about us still. You may have the lead, but it's game on.
Yeah, and the fact that they're able to find that opening duel is important, right? Because I mean, normally it's been TBI that have been able to find this, so it's been definitely a key to their success so far in the first. Now it's a question of losing Dirty this kind of early on, if that might be maybe a bit of a problem, a bit of a whirlwind maybe, I don't know. They got lots of time to work with, still just under 1:30. And ROC now, I mean, even with Snare being wounded, he's going to be posted up here in the B site. TBI needing to make a decision. They're just hoping and praying for somebody to go for a fight, but just never going to happen. What is the plan of attack going to be? They even have the C4 drop. They're not committing to it again. I have no idea what Slayer is about to throw here. The funniest lineup.
Many lineups. Not entirely. This timing here for the swing for Snake is going to be really good. I was going to say, I was looking at other positions across the map, and I think they're just going to wipe them out here. That's a lovely push, lovely hold. Penguin lost his life, very stuck. He knows what's going on here, and he will go down. And all of the head between them as if to say, yeah, this is what we're made of now. Let's not make this easy for our opponents. Let's try and get this one done as quickly as possible. Let's not give them anywhere to breathe and anywhere to go.
Yeah, this is where we say ROC, you know, I feel like, you know, just from their history, it's just like they are more that GR-sided team for sure. But like you said, now it's them really being able to play their game the best they can. But TBI have made things relatively interesting. Because, I mean, let's not forget as well, I mean, they were the ones that weren't able to find too many rounds on the BL side on compound. So, but again, let's not forget that was ROC's pick. See some aggression, and Snake and Horus now look at these guys. A little bit of a quick attack on it. Looking to get their lead if possible. Leaving it down to Dirty. With only, I think, about less than half HP. 38 to be exact. And now, bit of a tall one here. Trav, I mean, this is where the C4 is down in the middle of nowhere. He's going to be able to pick it up, sure, but now he has to worry about these three players that are ready to go for it on short. He should be a dead man. This should be an easy round for ROC, clearly. Oh, but the trade does come through, thankfully.
Yeah, those can always get out of hand. It's now already starting the following round very quickly, going for the early pick, and Penguin will drop. He'll be very aware of how many times that's happened over the course of his career. Seeing that from the coach spot, watching the game intently. Already an early 5v3. And actually a somewhat similar pattern to both maps, I feel like, right now. You know, TBI staying in touch through the first half, then falling away a little bit.
Yeah, it is a good play. And I mean, like, I love that ROC are kind of like, they're not playing super aggressive, but what they're doing is they're just looking for a fight, quickly get it. Kind of keeping that pressure on a little bit, but they're not like really pressing forward. It is really just, again, that's when you have a GR side, they can be, you know, dominant and just, you know, catch these guys off guard on the BL side. That's important. So that's what we've seen them do well now to get themselves this, well, it should be the second round in their favor. And that's what they did originally on Compound, and they're starting to do it here in Black Widow. But Booker's got full HP. He's got the nade, but now he has to look for these 1-1 fights. Totson, I was thinking maybe he can play conservative, but nah. It's Totson. He wants to make a statement. He's going to take down his head, and here we go. Closer and closer to map and series point we go. And ROC are showing that their defensive side is really not one to mess with.
Can't mess with ROC. Can't stop the ROC. It's usually a slightly different saying. Can't stop the rot, but this one's more of a positive one. Amusing dead body there. Happens to the best of us.
It does, yeah.
Guy's planking. That's incredibly impressive.
Very impressive. Can't do a plank. Not very well, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not unfit, but no. The body would start shaking after a little while doing a plank like that, that's for sure.
No doubt. We'll see if any more players can do some planks. TBI maybe going for some short A control. Actually, it would be a free site, so I mean, that's the thing. The only player close on by, relatively speaking, is going to be Horus. He's just tucked in long A house. And now finally Slayer has joined the party back. Thinking maybe I should reposition. These are always fun. This is where we see Slayer normally have been able to hit some sick shots, but plays this well. Uses the nades, falls on back. Yeah, this is a great retake now. Finding 2 duels. TBI now with like less than a minute. They have to make a decision. They either have to keep on going, which that's what they're going to do. But now they got to get the plant. They also have to worry about Snare. He's just on the other side of this window. Oh, man. I can't believe he survived that. They just miss him. And nice work from Penguin being able to take him out and spawn as well. And now things are falling apart a little bit here for ROC. I was thinking maybe they're going to have some decent positioning, but Horus now needs to come up with the clutch factor, but indeed he will not. And TBI will not let this lead go on for too much longer. Only by 1 we go.
Okay. They've not just crumbled at the end here. They're still alive in this. Glimmer of hope. Booker already having a peek toward long. A little dance with Totsin and with Slayer. Oh, that nade. You can actually see the trajectory on the minimap there from number 4 to number 3. Taking his ones down. Making a little chunk out of him. Oh, little cross of the window. A little tap as well to show some information. Penguin again lurking around too. Fight on that long position still being ducked and dived with. But the C4 is mostly focusing on the other side of the map. And as you can see, King's got the entry toward Horus. This is big now, because you've still got these 2 players faking this sort of A side. And we've got 3 around B. They've got their opening kill, and they've got out with it as well.
Yeah, it's good just kind of waiting things out here, too, for TBI. The fact they're just kind of pausing things out, waiting a little bit longer. And, Snake again, even him. He's trying again to just find something and avenge Horus's death a little bit. Now, oh, the triple player. They're actually going to commit to this as a full swing. Are they really going to keep on going for this? This might be a bit of a bar fight. This might be something else. But now, you know what? They realize, you know what? Let's not do it. This could be a trap. A really good read. Good flashes just to keep them on their toes. Snake now for the big old boost on the boxes. He's going to be the first point of contact. Right below him should be Totson to just find this trade out. Playing the anti-flash, essentially. But now even another duel happens on the other side, and Snare does find himself another one. Uh-oh. This ain't good.
Oh, Dirty should get caught. Oh, maybe not, though. That's a insane spin by Snake, though. He actually found 2 from that one. Ridiculous. And now, really weird round with only 14 seconds on the clock, and Dirty, I think he spotted his enemy, but Snake will be tracking and tracing on this low HP. This is a huge round. Either make it 7-all or give ROC 1 step closer to the 2-0. He doesn't know that Dirty's crossed all the way to long. I don't think Snake has heard that whatsoever. Really good repositioning by Dirty at the moment. He's just dancing with the headshot angle still. Jumping up the stairs. There's the information, though. There's the shoulder spotted, and Dirty will cross all the way back. Really awkward 1v1, and he continues to play the tough angle. That's the right thing to do when you're that low, of course. Don't show your entire body. And it gives Snake a very cool clutch.
Yeah, not a bad clutch at all, and the fact that it was a triple kill to end things off, and now he's top ranking. He's 15-8. And like you said, the fact that he was able to get the turnaround and a double kill at that B site was something I didn't think was going to happen. Now ROC going to use the pop flashes to get themselves some B control. Now Horus has been able to get here with his teammates into water. TBI losing a lot of real estate quickly. The land is getting taken from them. And they're all just sitting in spawn now. They're kind of figuring out what on earth do we do here. ROC are being active. Moving around the map. And even again you see it. Instead of committing double players on the outskirts of B, this time they only just keep the 1. I think that's Snake. And then now they're going to reconvene with the rest of the 4. Kind of on A and on the outside of mid. This is really nice because now TBI, they could be running into this trap, realizing that they've lost B control.
Yeah, very true. Again, the damage is significant toward ROC. I mean, look at that, right? There's not anyone really on one side of the map that has a full health bar. Totson and Slayer, sure, but I'm not exactly playing in a position where maybe they can hold down it single-handedly. You can see one player up, one player down, two separate angles. Going to push together now, though. And now, that's probably the best move to make, because they're lacking information. They don't know what TBI are planning at the moment. They need to find out what is being set up. But of course, going searching for that opens yourself up to getting caught. And now Slayer, what can he do? Can he deliver? Oh, how fast is that second on toward King? That was really good. And again, it recovers the advantage. 9 is 3 kills away. And I said the health on Snare and Horus and Snake is an issue, but they're playing these angles smartly to make it not an issue anymore. Back into a 3v3. Again, time so look where the C4 is. Time's so low. Dirty in the open. Fighting and Snare. That's such a fast shot. Jesus. He manages to survive with such little health left as well. And look at Snake hiding at the back of the site. Bob needs to be planted, but he's just playing this one to perfection. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, still dancing with the angle, and I don't think there's any time. Oh, he's done everything right there. What a hold.
Yeah, honestly, my captain, of Snake here, like, honestly, big brain, because I was getting nervous for him. He was wounded. He was low HP. He knew that he was the only player, and, like, the jig was up that Snare was on the other site. So the fact that he just burned as much time as possible through the flash is an insult to injury. You love to see it. So he played that to perfection. And unfortunately for TBI, they just cannot seem to find the way to getting it. But now we're in the moment here, Trav. This is when we say teams on map and series point on the 9th round. Can ROC be able to get across the finish line first try, or do they have to go for it again?
Aww.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Oh, Snare decided he doesn't want this game to go any further, I think. Maybe a bit of an overpeak on that one, though. He was feeling himself a bit too much. It's now a disadvantage. And Slare's in the open. He's been spotted. Nice patience by Dirty. Takes his time on the shot as well. So Toxin's going to have to clutch. And honestly, ROC have got through these last 2 rounds by scraping their way to victory. It's not been clean in the slightest, so could have gone either way. But let's see if TBI can just figure out where Toxin's playing from and not get caught out. Noise is being made. He's been spotted out now. They'll try and swing him, dart across the angle, jump their way through, and in the end they get double peaked. So still in the game, no Toxin clutch, but a couple more to go.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not sure if Totson was aware that, like, the C4 was dropped. I don't think he would have had the vision for that. So,
yeah.
Because if he would have, I think he could have played that a little bit differently too. But not bad, though. I mean, a valiant attempt, that's for sure. But 2 more tries and they can get it done. But TBI really now needing to figure out what they got to do here. But it's going to be a full send. It's a full execute. They're just going to go. They're going to go right for a Snare, though. Oh, he misses the first shot. Now maybe a little bit more Snake. He's been having himself a dominant performance. And there we go. ROC have just loaded the kill feed,
wow.
And this should surely be done. Snare just trying to go for the trick shot, but it won't matter. Totson to put the nail to the coffin, and ROC Esports are your victors.
As expected as well, I think that was a very solid 2-0. Sure, shaky moments, and honestly, I think they'll maybe be thinking to themselves, how on earth have we recovered some of those rounds at the end, right? A rare timeout of a round we saw again. A couple of times I covered the other day, there was like 4 timeouts. Not tactical ones as well. Proper round timeouts when they ticked over a little bit too far. And yeah, we saw another one just then, and Snake is doing God's work to hold on to that round. Another great few clutches coming in from the likes of Horus as well over the course of the series. And yeah, mistakes made, sure, not infallible. There was definitely things that can be criticised, but it was the expected result without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, it definitely was. It definitely was. But you know what? I mean, we could talk for a long time, but we're going to be bidding a fair due. Trav and I here for our debut together. Always a pleasure as always. And thank you, viewers, for, of course. Hope you enjoyed the day. We're going to throw it back to the desk, and they're going to be able to finish off the rest of the analyzing. We'll see you another time. See ya.
Thank you so much, Trav and Laz, for amazing shoutcasting on this series, ROC Esports versus TBI. ROC Esports on 2-0. TBI tried their best, pushed their boundaries, tested their limits,
They sure did.
and they performed really well and delivered a great series between them and ROC Esports.
They did perform really well, but sadly, it wasn't enough. One more time for TPI. First it was against UNK, tonight it's against ROC Esports, the first place on the standings. I mean, look, for ROC Esports, the thing that set them apart any other team is that every single individual is individually talented, individually can carry himself, individually awesome. He got his own skills on pros and cons. You can describe it in the way you want, but you get my point.
Yes.
That every player he can carry his own weight. When you find Snake on B, you know it's a struggle to kill the guy, even if he's alone on a side getting pushed by 3 members from the other team, TBI.
True.
As a 1v3, it should be an easy kill for you guys. Yes, it's going to be easy, but he's going to take one from TBI, then die. At the same time, he's going to take like 20 seconds, 15 seconds to kill him, the time that they're going to rotate to the other members of the team. And it's shown in round 12. They did mid focus, that's for TBI, 50 seconds to just enter the site, man. It was 50 seconds on the counter, Snare left alone. They did lose the round, but he killed 3 of them, which was at the end 1v2. Some of the clutches were just out of the mind, man, from TBI. 1v1 like Snake, round 13, Slayer 2 kills, round 10. Man, there are a lot of 1v1s. When it was 8-6, there was a huge clutch that got us to the round 8 because the game was going back and forth, if I'm not mistaken, by Snake. Yes, exactly, 1.70 KDA. So it was 7-6. The game was so doable to go game 3.
Yeah.
The breaking point was round 8-6 where Snare and Snake, those 2 rhyming demons, man, that got the game to where it is right now. And yeah, man, as I said, when you are this individually good, this individually talented, you can do whatever you want, and that's what we saw from Snake, especially.
Of course, and this is what is special about ROC Esports, that every individual has what it takes to get this game closed 2-0
Yep.
over TBI. And speaking about Snake and Snare, even Horus, who did a great job. Yes, the KD is not what we are looking for.
Yeah, exactly. The
yes.
TPI KDA, some of the players is much better than ROC Esports, but it's at the end of the day, it's that team game, the trades that matters. Penguin, I think Penguin has the highest skills after Snake, but it won't matter a lot because they still lost. But Penguin individually is a demon moving in the map, man. You gotta respect the guy, yet the team game and the trades. Penguin can kill Snare and Tots. Snake is always there with Horus and Slayer trading him, planting the C4 or defusing it, whether it's you're on the defense side or the attack one.
TBI tried their best. Like I said, more and over on and over. Snare on the MVP
And again.
for this game. And I think Snare makes a huge difference when it comes to closing a game for ROC Esports. Over the highlights for this match and this series, ROC Esports gets another victory, another win. They're undefeated right now in this season and in this play.
Man, what are we watching? The highlights are just out of this world. If I may say, just look at the quick scopes. Just pure entertainment watching Snare playing this game. In my opinion, Snare is just top 3 snipers in the whole world. Some would say I'm exaggerating, but just look at the snipes.
I'm not saying this, but like we see, Snare made a huge difference in this specific second game. But let's see what he can say about that game versus TBI. Snare, how are you? Hello. Snare, what a great victory, another victory to your walls. So over TBI, you know TBI very well, you know how they play style of them. So tell me, how did you prepare for this match?
We prepare for all the teams the same way. Like, doesn't matter if this team is good or bad.
Snare, I think we're hearing you from the camera microphone. So you have 2 options. Either get the camera next to your mouth or start speaking from your microphone, the headset microphone. We will get back to you, Snare. I mean, look, he's doing it in the game, everything in the game. He can have some trouble outside the game.
Yes, of course. Why could you focus on your mic?
Exactly.
You gotta focus on the game.
The problem is the communication. If it's the same in the game, and he was speaking all throughout the game through the camera mic, that's where the problem is. I mean, they still won the game, man. So it really don't matter.
I think they just need to not to each other after every round and every victory. I think they need a lot to talk about with Snare. Yes, hello Snare. Hello once again. Congratulations on your victory versus TBI. And the question was, how did you prepare for this game?
Yeah, we prepare against every team the same, like I said, and we just go and play our game.
Oh, okay. But TBI showed some potential through game 1 and game 2. They were much of rivals. The scores were not so gapped between you, 10-7, and the first game were 10-6 maybe. So was it you taking it easy on TBI, or they showed a huge game?
No, they are a great team, and I think they will get better like every game they play. And next season they will be better 100%. And we just like we just focus on ourselves, and we we trust each other, and we في حاجة عايز اقولها بس مش فاهم.
اقولها طبعا بالعربي طبعا قول.
لا انا كنت عايز اقول ان هم تيم يعني يستحق ان هم يبقوا في الإليت كده وان هم يبقوا توب فور ان شاء الله السيزون الجاي بس.
اوكي.
Yeah, he's saying that the team it's understandable that they are in the league, in their standings, in the same place. They are rivalry. Snare, forget about the game, man. I just want to ask you, how does it feel to be you, man? How does it feel to be top 3 sniper in the world? You're killing everyone, man. It should feel great, right?
Alhamdulillah, yes, of course.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Snare, for this amazing interview, and we hope you the best in this split. Thank you so much. So very humble, very confident, and talking about other team that just they smashed them 2-0. That this team needs just time and needs just to develop their performance, and they will be on the top 4. Maybe. Man,
something with CrossFire players, I try to spice things up here and there. I try to let them trash talk each other in a friendly way, for sure.
The difference between Snare and Horus, you know?
Yeah, but they are just sweet, man. Snare, Horus, bro, went all in. I'm gonna kill this, gonna kill that, blah, blah, blah. But, man, you're the first place, ROC Esports, and again, for the second week, the first place all over the place.
And now, a full series or one victory differentiate between ROC Esports and Gaimin Gladiators from this second place. Third place for 3 wins, UNK. Actually, there is a tie between, in terms of winnings, between UNK and Anubis.
Yeah.
3 games.
Anubis did play lots of matches, if I'm being honest. 6 matches.
6 matches, yeah.
3 wins, 3 losses, while UNK 4 matches. Hey, the question is here. Will ROC Esports, at the end of the split, let's say, I'm not going to say the whole season, will ROC Esports lose a match? Or are they aiming for a clean sheet? That's the question of the stream. Zika, let the fans answer the question, not
yes,
us.
Maybe next week, week 3, we're done with week 2 today, the second week of CrossFire West League. We'll see you surely on the next week, week 3, to see how things will shift over this standing table. Thank you, Hazem, for being with me today. And thank you all the fans rooting for their favorite teams. We'll see you next week, next Friday. Bye-bye.